Chapter 4089. All right. Xiaofan nodded and raised his hand to form hand seals, hitting a few puppets who were the leaders. Then, he hit a few more hand seals at the core of the thunder boat. There was a small lightning pool there. As the lightning pool flickered, thin lightning water flowed out. The thunder boat rushed towards the southwest with a rumbling sound. Xiaofan had obtained a damaged thunder concealing bead from Daoist Han in the Misty Mountain Maze formation back then. Xiaofan relied on this thunder concealing bead and Do Shanjuan's cultivation method to cultivate the art of lightning to great success. When he was building the thunder boat, he suddenly had a strange idea. He abandoned the thunder boat's origin stone formation and used a lightning pool instead. This lightning pool was built by Xiaofan according to his comprehension of the thunder concealing bead's true essence of lightning. Although it was not perfect, it was more than enough to provide lightning for the thunder boat. With this lightning pool, the thunder boat built by Xiaofan was more than twice as fast as the thunder boat of the Thunder Control sect. The thunder boat flew up. Xiaofan looked at Wan Wuxin and said with a smile, "Wan Wuxin, what's your cultivation level now?" Wan Wuxin answered respectfully, "Senior, please no. Junior's aptitude is dull. I'm only in the Qi refinement realm." Qi refinement realm? Xiaofan was stunned. However, he understood in a moment that this Qi refinement realm was definitely not the Qi refinement realm that he knew. Moreover, the Void refinement realm that Yu Mingxin mentioned earlier was definitely not the Void refinement realm that he knew. He thought for a moment and asked, "How are the cultivation realms in the ruins divided?" "Senior?" Wan Wuxin was slightly stunned. His eyes rolled a few times and he understood something. Hence, he answered honestly, "The cultivation of the ruins is divided into 8 major realms: essence refinement, Qi transformation, deity transformation, void transformation, and Dao transformation. There are 9 levels in each realm." Xiaofan was dumbfounded. The division of the realms in the ruins was almost the same as the division of the Confucian cultivators. Except for the last realm, the Confucian cultivators were the Void refinement realm. However, the Dao sect of the ruins separated each realm of the Confucian cultivators into 2. They were also divided into 9 levels. "Damn it, what's going on?" Xiaofan cursed in his heart and casually said, "Show this old man your cultivation method." Wan Wuxin was stunned and hesitated. Xiaofan glanced at him unhappily and said, "There's no need to use your Shundao sect's cultivation method. Ordinary cultivation methods will do." Yes, Junior knows his mistake." Wan Wuxin blushed and hurriedly took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiaofan. Xiaofan immersed his spirit sense into the jade slip and took a look. His brows wrinkled even more. Inside the jade slip was a simple cultivation method. There were only 3 realms: essence refining, Qi transforming, and Qi refining. What was recorded inside were genuine Dao sect cultivation techniques. What magic arts, magic power, and so on were all similar to the hidden Immortal Continent and Dawn Rain Continent. However, the essence of cultivation was completely different from what Xiaofan knew. The cultivators in the ruins did not cultivate their nascent souls, but their primordial spirits. Damn it, it's really messed up. Xiaofan scratched his head, what the hell is going on? The true essence of Confucian cultivation was to cultivate the breath of life in the chest. Cultivating the 5 Qis unification. However, they took the wrong path. I don't know when they started to cultivate their primordial spirits and pursue power like the Dao sect. My Dao sect originally stole the power of heaven and earth and communicated with yin and yang to give birth to babies. We focused on cultivating our nascent souls. How come we started to cultivate our primordial spirits here? In the end, who is the authentic one and who is the reference? The essence of my Dao sect's cultivation, could it be that it was also lost? Could it be that this Xiao also practiced wrongly? My Tao sect is the one that cultivates primordial spirits? It seems like, even if this Xiao wants to keep the ruins, I'm afraid it's impossible. The path of cultivation is completely different. Without cultivation methods, without medicinal pills, there's simply no way to stand out. Unless this Xiao is willing to give up this Mahayana realm and cultivate from the beginning. This Xiao's final path is still to return to the hidden immortal continent's great snow mountain. Xiao Hua waved his hand and returned the jade slip to Wan Wuxin, letting him go. He then stood on the flying boat and looked out of the thunder boat. Seeing the thunder boat piercing through the sky as if it was splitting the wind and cutting the waves, unbridled and fast as lightning in the sky above the ruins, the group of disciples was also drunk. Because they knew clearly in their hearts that the devil race had besieged the ruins for hundreds of years and had gone through countless battles in the ruins. The devil race was proficient in spatial escape technique. During the battles, the space of the righteous ruins was destroyed by the devil race. Don't look at the clear and cloudless blue sky, who knows how many black holes and space cracks existed in it. The flying magic tools of ordinary cultivators were the most afraid of these things and never dared to fly at full speed. Only the large magic tools within the sect dared to try to increase their speed. However, if it was like the thunder boat that was rampaging, there really wasn't any. In fact, not to mention the group of disciples, even Xiao Hua himself was so proud that he wanted to raise his tail. After this thunder boat was built, it had always been in the space and had never been taken out to fly. When it was flying, Xiao Hua released his divine sense to monitor the abnormal situation in front of him. When a space crack appeared, Xiao Hua tried to use the thunder boat's lightning to destroy it. When the huge body of the thunder boat entered the void, the power of space in the crack was about to tear the thunder boat apart. Xiao Hua discovered that the wood he obtained in the folded jade legacy realm was 100 times better than the iron palm wood in the Yazi auction house. Although it was slightly deformed under the power of space, the overflowing lightning on the surface of the thunder boat caused the power of space to sway, so this thunder boat wouldn't be torn apart. Finally, Xiao Hua felt relieved and sat cross-legged on the top of the thunder boat. He released his netherworld origin power and absorbed the wandering souls into the yin side of the space. Along with the descent of the wandering souls from the ruins, the population on the yang side of the space, after thousands of years of stagnation, began to multiply at an accelerated rate. A vigorous life force floated in the space, converged, fused into the void, and fell into the body of the heavenly Tao Xiao Hua. At the same time, even more karma that was 10,000 times more complex than the life force also fell into the hands of the karma Xiao Hua. Although thousands of years had passed in the space and 20,000 years had passed in the heavens prison, the cultivation of the heavenly Tao Xiao Hua and the karma Xiao Hua still didn't make much progress. However, the divination technique given by Wuxia had made considerable progress under the comprehension of the karma Xiao Hua. Those comprehensions had already been obtained by Xiao Hua when the Jade Archive entered the space. Currently, Xiao Hua didn't know how effective this divination technique was. However, when he thought about how he was able to deduce some karma through the divination technique when he was merely at the 5th grade of essence energy, Xiao Hua had high hopes for this divine ability. Just as he was thinking, Xiao Hua slightly frowned and looked ahead. He opened his mouth and was about to remind some of the disciples who were meditating around the thunder boat. However, after thinking for a while, he closed his mouth. Then, he rubbed his hands and a thumb-sized crystal radiance landed on the thunder boat. Buzz! A loud rumbling sound resounded from the edge of the thunder boat. Several lightning flashes appeared and strengthened the defense of the thunder boat by several times. At the same time, the speed of the thunder boat increased by 30%. In just the time it took to eat a meal, the sky in front of the thunder boat was covered with dense blood clouds. Blood shadows that were thousands of zhang in size were roaring in the blood clouds. These blood shadows were either holding demonic artifacts or white bones. They looked extremely malevolent. Following the blood clouds, blood water flowed like a waterfall. The blood water enveloped the space within 10,000 li. Moreover, in the air 10,000 li away, groups of demonic soldiers holding demonic artifacts roared and danced in the air while riding on demonic beasts. Xiaohua, who was sitting on the thunder boat, had long sensed that the number of wandering souls in the vicinity was several times more than before. Wan Wuxin didn't really calm down to cultivate. On one hand, he was somewhat apprehensive about the accuracy of his information. On the other hand, he was also pondering about what happened after he met Xiaohua. Previously, when Xiaohua activated the thunder boat's defense, he was already vigilant. When he saw the blood clouds in the distance, Wan Wuxin suddenly stood up and shouted, "Daoist Xiao, there's a demonic array of the demon race in front of us." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry, this old man has already seen it." But Wan Wuxin shouted again, "Daoist Xiao has already seen it. Why are you still moving forward? Let this old man ask you, is this the main battlefield of the Daoist and demon war?" Xiaohua asked indifferently as he watched the bloody waterfall in the distance with narrowed eyes. Xiaohua had the soul cultivator Xiaohua activate his soul arts and control his netherworld origin power. Wan Wuxin was taken aback, and naturally shook his head. Of course this is not the main battlefield. Since this is not the main battlefield, could the so-called demon king be here? Should not be. Since that's the case, what do I have to fear? Moreover, if the demon king is here, it would save me a trip to the southwest border. As he spoke, Xiaohua slapped the top of his head. His Mahayana aura rushed out and rushed toward the blood clouds in the distance. Seeing that the huge blood clouds were violently swaying under the impact of his aura, Xiaohua couldn't help but frown slightly. Good. Since Daoist Xiao is willing to fight, then we'll bathe in blood with you. Wan Wuxin and the others were also fired up by Xiaohua's words, and all of them prepared to charge out of the lightning arc. Boom! Just as the blood clouds were swaying, the roar of countless beasts erupted from the blood clouds. The entire blood clouds were torn into millions of pieces, and hundreds of devilish soldiers mounted on devilish beasts flew out from the clouds. At the same time that the blood clouds were torn apart, the spiritual sense concealment formation was opened, and Xiaohua was able to clearly see that the devilish army was densely packed with devilish soldiers. From a distance, each and every one of them looked like a bunch of green-headed flies. After a quick sweep of his spiritual sense, Xiaohua could already tell that there were over 100,000 devilish soldiers. Xiaohua couldn't help but draw a sharp breath as he exclaimed, "If there are over 100,000 devilish soldiers on this side, then wouldn't there be 600,000 devilish soldiers on all sides? How could there be so many of them?" Xiaohua had never been very sensitive to numbers. Even though he had experienced the Daoist sword battle on the Dawn Rain continent, the total number of people who participated in that battle was only in the hundreds of thousands. When had he ever seen 600,000 devilish soldiers in a Daoist sword battle? Since there were 600,000 devilish soldiers, then what about the Daoist cultivators? Naturally, there would be no less than this number. Thinking back to how he had prepared to use this lightning arc to attack the devilish formation, Xiaohua felt that he had been far too arrogant. Chapter 4090. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had already spoken too confidently. Now that the spilled water couldn't be undone, he could only charge forward. However, although there were several tens of thousands of devil soldiers, their strength was limited. Xiaohua's remorse slowly dissipated. He was now in the Mahayana realm. The void divine ability that the devil race was so proud of was just a show in front of him. Although it was somewhat difficult to kill several tens of thousands of devil soldiers by himself, it wasn't impossible if he used all his methods. Crackle crackle. In the air, a series of explosions resounded. Xiaohua's pressure was blocked by the tens of thousands of devil soldiers. Moreover, in the midst of the explosions, waves of bloody impact landed on Xiaohua's Naiwan palace, causing Xiaohua to have an indescribable feeling of dizziness. Xiaohua knew that this was the devil race's method to deal with Dao experts. Thus, he smiled and withdrew his pressure. Then, he slapped his forehead. Clang! A sound of metal and stone rang out. A nascent soul hand that was several hundred kilometers in size flickered with faint golden light as it fell from the sky. What divine ability is this? Ordinary nascent soul divine abilities in the Dawn Rain continent were already rare divine abilities in the ruins. Wan Wuxin and the others were somewhat flabbergasted. The large golden hand descended, forcibly imprisoning more than 10,000 devil soldiers. However, the devil inscriptions around the devil soldiers flickered with strange fluctuations. Although their resistance was weak, they still stubbornly resisted. Xiaohua's large hand grabbed and only killed about 2,000 devil soldiers. These devil soldiers were all huge in size, but when they fell into Xiaohua's hand, their bodies rapidly shrank. Woo! The large hand quickly tightened, causing a gust of wind to rise near him. Countless devil blood splattered, and specks of devil fire fell into the air. Just like that, the 2,000 devil soldiers were turned into blood paste by Xiaohua's hand. That gust of wind was Soul Cultivator Xiaohua activating his netherworld origin power. Whether it was the souls of the devil soldiers or the souls of the humans on the devil artifacts, they were all absorbed into his space. Moreover, at the same time Xiaohua activated his divine ability, the exterminating devil flames and devil blood were condensed into a fist-sized pearl and fell into his body for the devil spirit Xiaohua to cultivate. Immediately after, Xiaohua clawed 2 more times, killing close to 5,000 demon soldiers. When he was about to claw for the 4th time, the several tens of thousands of demon soldiers released powerful ripples at the same time. The rhythm of these ripples was similar, and along with the ripples, devil flames and devil blood flew into the air. The several tens of thousands of ripples were like tens of thousands of weak little blades of grass, blocking Xiaohua's hand. The devil flames and devil blood then formed a several thousand zhang tall demon body in the air. The devil body had just been born when a fist smashed towards Xiaohua's large hand. The inky black fist was crushed by the massive hand, and at the same time, the light emanating from the hand dimmed significantly. Xiaohua's nascent soul hand was vanquished by tens of thousands of devilish soldiers. Damn it, it's a bit strange. Xiaohua muttered. Above his head, a huge pillar of light suddenly appeared. After entering the void, it instantly hit the devil body's head. The devil body's black chi and devil blood disappeared in the pillar of light, and the huge void was repaired in a moment. Everyone on the lightning boat watched such a wonderful battle with extraordinary splendor in their eyes. When Xiaohua's attack was thwarted, Wan Wuxin shouted, "Senior Xiao, this devil body is the condensation of the devil spirits of tens of thousands of devil soldiers, it's not a real devil body. Junior has heard of our Dao sect's primordial spirit devouring technique, it's very effective." Damn it! Xiaohua was helpless. He laughed bitterly in his heart, this Xiao only cultivates the nascent soul, not the primordial spirit. How would I know about the primordial spirit devouring technique? Although Xiaohua didn't know about the primordial spirit devouring technique, he knew about lightning arts. A dark green brilliance appeared on his forehead, and green seal characters fell into the air. Rumble. The space within hundreds of kilometers was filled with 3 corpses in lightning, killing more than half of the devil body. The power of the lightning arts seems to have increased greatly in the ruins. Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile. He thought in his heart, and shouted again, "Sit tight and watch this old man's moves." Huan Wuxin hastily sat down cross-legged, while Xiaohua urged the thunderboat to speed up once again. Boom boom. The sound of space trembling could be heard as the thunderboat crushed the somewhat transparent devil body. The thunderbolts on the thunderboat shattered the devil body. Under the lightning boat's attack, nearly 30% of the tens of thousands of devil soldiers fell from the sky, immediately after, the lightning bolt rushed into the blood-colored waterfall under the blood clouds. The blood-colored waterfall was abnormally tough. When the bow of the lightning bolt landed on it, it actually couldn't pierce through it. Following which, the entire thunder ship let out an even louder roar as several lightning bolts charged into the blood-colored waterfall. It was as though the entire world was trembling as the lightning bolts tore a crack in the blood-colored waterfall. As soon as the crack appeared, countless demons pounced on the thunder ship, baring their fangs as they tore at the thunder ship. Blood even dripped onto the thunder ship and flowed down. Dang, dang, dang. The sounds of devil weapons hitting the lightning bolt frightened Wuxia and the others, causing goosebumps to appear all over their bodies. Rumble, rumble. The lightning on the lightning bolt seemed to be endless. It flickered continuously, and its power didn't decrease at all. After every lightning bolt, all the blood would disappear, and all the devils would be killed and turned into powder. The lightning boat's invincibility was revealed once again. Xiaofan, who was controlling the thunder ship, saw through the defense of the thunder ship and saw the demon formation clearly. Just as he had expected, the inside of the demon formation was filled with blood stains. Every 10 feet of blood stains, there would be a demon. The lightning boat traveled for hundreds of miles, and it seemed as though it was traveling through a blood sea in the netherworld. Alas, things are getting out of hand. Xiaofan sighed. This Taoist devil war really has many things that this Xiao can easily participate in. If not for the lightning pool driving the lightning boat, this Xiao would have lost face. Just as Xiaofan was thinking, a powerful divine sense penetrated from afar. Although a part of it was eroded by the devil array, it still easily landed on the lightning boat. Of course, the lightning boat's defense blocked the probing of this divine sense. When this divine sense landed, several lightning bolts even hit it. When the divine sense saw how powerful the lightning bolt was, it hurriedly withdrew. Xiaofan quickly released his divine sense and was about to make contact with that divine sense, Wu. At this moment, all the demonic soldiers and demonic generals within the demonic array quickly dodged. A blood-colored demonic golem that was almost 10,000 feet tall flew over from afar. This demonic golem was surging with black flames. Strands of black flames and demonic blood coiled around the demonic golem's body, forming huge knots. Within these knots, there were many demonic generals dancing and roaring. It looked very much like a simple demonic armor. As soon as the devil statue came out, it flapped its wings and a hurricane suddenly appeared. Its tail had already landed on the lightning boat. Boom! The entire lightning boat's defense cracked like glass. The lightning was suffocating, and the whole lightning boat rolled in the devil array. Roar! Just as the devil statue was about to stretch out its devil claws and tear the lightning boat apart, Xiaofan roared and rushed out with the wishful steel staff in his hand. As soon as Xiaofan flew out, he was only a few dozen feet in size. Then, his whole body flashed with a bronze brilliance. Boom! A strong moonlight fell from the sky. Not only did it tear a crack in the demonic array, but it also fell on Xiaohua's Dharma body. His transcendence golden body also expanded rapidly. In just a few breaths, a golden body that was as tall as a demon statue also stood in the demonic array. How could Xiaohua give the devil statue a chance? As soon as the golden body was formed, he immediately stepped on the demon cloud and waved the wishful steel staff at the devil statue. Roar! The devil statue was obviously angry. It waved its devil wings, and its claws and 4 feet reached into the void at the same time. It actually grabbed Xiaohua from all directions. Woo woo! The wishful steel staff danced and protected Xiaohua's body. It was watertight. Boom boom. With a series of vibrations, the attack of the devil statue seemed to be hit by the wishful steel staff at the same time. The wishful steel staff was heavy, and Xiaohua's current strength was even more incredible. Ao. The devil statue roared in pain and its figure retreated quickly. Gotcha! Another flash of lightning, and Xiaohua's golden body suddenly fell in front of the devil statue. Boom! With a loud noise, Xiaohua's fist had smashed into the body of the devil statue. A black flame mixed with demon blood sprayed out and fell on Xiaohua's arm. Zalala! The sound of corrosion filled the world again. However, the demon blood only corroded the bronze brilliance of the golden body a little. When the surface of the golden body was covered with a faint layer of demonic qi, the demon blood and black flame slowly disappeared. Woo! The devil statue was in great pain. Its claws danced in the air, and the previous sound of the wind fell on Xiaohua's arms. Cha-cha! An obscure sound came from the surface of Xiaohua's body. The devil statue's claws flashed with bright blood. Looking at Xiaohua's arms, there were several shallow cracks, but it did not penetrate the flesh at all. Hee. The devil statue was obviously shocked. It did not expect the golden body of the human cultivator opposite it to be so strong. At the same time, the devil statue's left wing hurriedly chopped down, trying to force Xiaohua to pull his arm out of the devil statue. Unfortunately, at the same time, Xiaohua's arm blocked it without fear. Ka! Once again, there was a sound of metal. The devil statue's left wing was beaten into a bloody mess, and it had to retreat quickly. Good. In the distance, a figure of 100 feet in size stepped on a flying sword and rushed into the demonic array. Seeing such a brave person like Xiaohua, it could not help but shout out to him. Xiaohua glanced at the armored cultivator and swayed again, smashing the head of the devil statue with the wishful steel staff. The devil statue waved its claws as it retreated, and two demonic hammers appeared out of nowhere. These demonic hammers were as big as mountains. Woo-woo! They made a whistling sound and smashed the wishful steel staff. Fellow Taoist, don't fight with this devil monarch. This kind of devil monarch is very powerful. If fellow Taoist has a powerful spell, you can use it and kill him. The cultivator had not finished speaking. Ao! Several devil generals had already flown out from the demonic array, waving their devil weapons and urging their magical powers to stop him, forcing him to not even finish his words. Chapter 4091. Boom! The devil hammer and the wishful staff collided, and a hurricane suddenly rose. Woo! One of the devil hammers soared into the sky like a star. The cultivator who was fighting with the devil general was dumbfounded. He looked at Xiaohua's golden body in disbelief. It was the first time he had seen a human cultivator whose strength was comparable to the devil race's devil monarch. Xiaohua sensed that this cultivator's spiritual awareness was different from the previous one. He knew that he had received a military order to come in and help. At this time, he knocked away the devil hammer of the devil monarch. After a little thought, he opened his mouth and the Tengjiao shears flew out. A golden light like the rising sun illuminated the inside of the devil array. The raging devils in the bloody light howled, covered their blinded eyes, and shrank into the bloody mist. Swoosh! The golden light flashed past, and the demon monarch looked at his waist in disbelief. Layers upon layers of blood mixed with black flames gushed out from his waist. There was simply no time for him to dodge. The soaring dragon shears had already cut him into two at the waist. "You, who are you?" The devil monarch only thought of asking at this time, and the devil chi in his waist was surging, quickly repairing the devil body. At this moment, above Xiaohua's head, a five-colored beam of light suddenly emerged and hit the devil monarch's heart faster than lightning. Boom! With a loud sound, the devil body, which was indestructible in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, and the layers of entangled devil armor outside were all turned into flying ash in this beam of light. The devil monarch raised his wings and flapped them weakly a few times, and his body fell backward with a bang. The cultivator's surprise had just passed. Seeing Xiaohua kill the devil monarch, the excitement surged into his heart like a climax. However, Xiaohua's subsequent actions made him puzzled. He saw Xiaohua raise his hand and pick up a jade bottle. The jade bottle shone brilliantly, and a beam of light fell toward the devil monarch. The devil monarch's body disappeared along with the beam of light. In fact, he couldn't even stop the tens of thousands of red tentacles that rushed out of the blood river demonic formation. Buzz! Before the excitement of the cultivators could disappear, they saw a new change in the demonic array. The blood-red color from before slowly condensed into pus. Large droplets of pus dripped down. Each drop of pus contained hundreds of tiny devils. Moreover, as the pus dripped down, the entire space trembled slightly. It was as if even the void was about to be penetrated. Not good. The cultivator turned pale with fright as he hurriedly slapped the top of his head, causing a lotus-like treasure to fly out. Pooh! The treasure spewed out 2 halos of light, one blue and one white, which enveloped the cultivator's entire body. Following which, the cultivator sent a voice transmission, "Senior, hurry up and leave. This is the Demon Array's Blood Sea Transformation Array. It's formed when hundreds of thousands of demon generals and demon beasts fuse their demon blood essence together and devour each other. We Dao sect cultivators can't resist it alone." Not waiting for the cultivator to finish speaking, a crackling sound echoed out from within the devilish formation. With Xiaohua's figure as the epicenter, it surged upwards in all directions. The large droplets of pus and blood all turned into green smoke within the thunderbolts. This. The cultivator was stunned once again. How can the thunder technique be used within the demon array? The cultivator was slightly stunned. Immediately, half a drop of pus and blood fell on the blue and white halos. ZZZT. With a muffled sound, the blood and pus easily penetrated the halos. The devil inside the blood and pus wantonly devoured the brilliance of the treasures and headed towards the cultivator's back. Not good. The cultivator turned pale with fright. He opened his mouth and a scarlet light rolled out and fell on his back. Unfortunately, where the scarlet light fell, the blood and pus only flashed with a blood-red light and actually devoured the scarlet light. It was completely useless. The cultivator didn't dare to be negligent. He didn't have time to say anything to Xiaohua and urged his figure to escape from the demonic array. Moreover, at the same time his figure flew, the cultivator waved his hand and threw out a jade talisman. A pink brilliance passed through the halos and wrapped around the blood and pus. The pink brilliance was like a flower bud, and the blood and pus was like a maggot. It tried its best to drill into the flower bud. Even though the pink brilliance flourished, it still couldn't really stop it. What was special was that the cultivator fled in panic. In front of his head, there was a large drop of blood and pus that let out a ghostly howl and fell towards him. Looking at Xiaohua again, under the thunder technique, the large amount of blood and pus was destroyed. However, above the lightning, there were still blood droplets that fell like a rainstorm. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the fleeing cultivator as well as the thunder boat that stopped within the demonic array. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. No matter if it was the cultivator or the thunder boat, they were all sucked into his hand. Then, Xiaohua's body emitted lightning. Whoosh! His entire figure also flew in the direction the cultivator wanted to escape. Boom! In front of Xiaohua's head, there should be a barrier of the demonic formation. Under the impact of Xiaohua's golden body and lightning escape, a several thousand-meter-long crack was forcibly torn open. Xiaohua's 30,000-meter-long golden body bullied the demonic formation and charged out from inside. As soon as Xiaohua came out of the demonic array, his eyes immediately lit up. Hundreds of huge flying boats stopped within the space of 10,000 li. Each flying boat was surrounded by cultivators. On the flying boats, there were all kinds of powerful light pillars. These light pillars gathered together to form a huge light shield that protected the flying boats and the cultivators. Inside the light shield, there were many cultivators who formed a formation. Each of them urged their magic power and fought against the tentacles and devil generals that stretched out from the demonic array. The appearance of the thunderbolt and Xiaohua naturally attracted the attention of the cultivators. However, they only used their divine sense or their eyes to sweep over them. They hurriedly fought with all their might. The light shield that protected the human race was abnormally weak. It seemed like the demonic array could collapse with just a little bit of attack. "Fellow Taoist, quickly come and help me." Xiaohua had just put down the thunderbolt and the cultivators when a loud voice immediately came from the group of flying boats in the distance. The divine sense that swept over was exactly what Xiaohua had just seen. Xiaohua naturally knew that the situation was critical. His whole body flashed with brilliance. While shrinking his transcendence golden body, he teleported to the place where the voice came from. Xiaohua's figure passed through the light shield. The light shield shattered with a poof sound. There was no effective resistance at all. In the center of the human cultivators, there was a square flying boat. At this time, there were no cultivators on the flying boat. Everyone flew to the sky above the flying boat. Above the flying ship, a yellow pagoda surged. This pagoda was divided into 9 levels, and these people were also arranged into 9 levels. Every cultivator stimulated their true essence and poured it into the pagoda. At the top of the pagoda, there was a scholarly-looking young cultivator. His forehead was dripping with sweat, and his hands were forming strange seals, causing a yellow beam of light to shoot up into the sky. It was also this light pillar that blocked the demonic array, not letting it fall. As soon as the big drop of blood and pus touched the yellow light pillar, it immediately condensed into fist-sized stones and rolled around the light shield. "Hee, fellow Taoist, please wait a moment." Xiaohua looked up and down and nodded slightly. As he spoke, his figure flew to the side of the young cultivator. Just when the cultivators were a little puzzled, Xiaohua made a gesture with both hands. The space within 1,000 miles was filled with a whimpering roar. Thousands of heaven and earth spirit chi gathered toward Xiaohua. Just when all the cultivators' faces changed, Xiaohua waved his hands. Wu! Above Xiaohua's head, a palm thousands of miles in size appeared. Following Xiaohua's gesture, it slapped toward the demonic array. Boom! There was a loud noise like a landslide. The huge blood array was suddenly open thousands of miles wide. All the demonic soldiers and generals inside were either killed or scattered. The light pillar that was suppressed by the blood array also rushed into the demonic army with a woo sound. Hundreds of demonic generals were killed by this light pillar. However, after activating the spell, the light around Xiaohua's body suddenly converged. His figure shook slightly and his face became a little pale. "Senior, don't worry." Seeing Xiaohua's magical ability, the young cultivator didn't dare to call him fellow Taoist anymore. He hurriedly shouted, "Senior, please take a pill first. This junior can still hold on." "No need." Xiaohua's figure flashed and appeared next to the cultivator. He reached out and said, "Give me the jade slip that controls the magic treasure." "Yes." The cultivator didn't hesitate at all. He took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes slightly changed. He used his divine sense to explore the jade slip. However, after a moment, he returned the jade slip to the cultivator and said, "Step aside." "Yes, senior." The cultivator's expression relaxed. He hurriedly withdrew his magic power and moved to the side. As soon as the cultivator left, the light pillar immediately dimmed. It looked like it was about to shrink back. Xiaohua formed a spell with both hands and slowly landed on the pagoda. Although there wasn't any special fluctuation or brilliance, as soon as Xiaohua's spell touched the pagoda, woo-woo. The entire pagoda let out a trembling sound. Immediately after, the previously dimmed light pillar rose again. Boom! The light pillar swept across the entire blood array. The demonic bodies of several thousand demonic generals were penetrated by this light pillar. This. The young cultivator next to him had just taken a pill and hadn't adjusted his breathing. He was immediately shocked by the scene before him. He was so shocked that he was somewhat speechless. He was very clear in his heart. This Juechen pagoda was his sect's important treasure. It had always been used when setting up formations. Although he'd heard that there was a Dao school senior who activated it by himself in the past, he'd never seen it. None of the current sect masters and elders in his sect were able to activate this Juechen pagoda to its best effect. However, this unknown senior in front of him had just glanced at the method to activate the Juechen pagoda and was able to display such a great effect. How could he not be shocked? This cultivator was also a talented general. Seeing Xiaofan like this, he immediately shouted, "Senior, activate the Juechen pagoda to defend the flying boat. Fellow brothers, we're going to the demonic formation to break it. Senior just killed a demonic monarch in charge of the formation. Right now is the best time to break the formation." Yes. The group of cultivators received the order and all withdrew from the surroundings of the Juechen pagoda. They stood around Xiaofan and rested for a bit. After taking medicinal pills, they formed a formation again and ordered the cultivators near them to charge out of the light barrier. Chapter 4092. At the same time Xiaofan activated the Juechen pagoda, that young cultivator flew into the air and released his divine sense, calmly commanding the disciples. "Senior, I'll have to trouble you to kill those 3 devil kings." While the young cultivator was commanding, he suddenly turned his head and said respectfully to Xiaofan. "Oh." Xiaofan was startled, then his divine sense looked towards the direction the young cultivator was pointing at. Sure enough, the 3 devil kings activated the demonic formation, trapping a dozen or so cultivators. Those cultivators were about to die. "Okay." Xiaofan slightly nodded. The young cultivator smiled and said, "Many thanks, Senior." Just as the young cultivator finished speaking, he saw above the blood formation in the distance, Wu. Astral winds suddenly rose, and an indescribable force descended from the sky. The 3 devil kings hastily wanted to raise their demonic artifacts to block, but the divine sense hammer that was like a star smashed down, smashing them into the air in an instant. 2 devil kings' demonic bodies were torn apart, 1 devil king's arm was broken. Those dozen or so cultivators escaped with their lives, each one of them beaming with joy. They activated their magic treasures and chased down, killing the 3 devil kings in a short moment. The young cultivator's smile froze on his face. He somewhat helplessly looked at the Juechen pagoda in Xiaohua's hand. He originally wanted to ask Xiaofan to activate the Juechen pagoda to rescue them, but he didn't expect Xiaofan to actually use a divine ability, injuring the 3 devil kings without anyone noticing. "Oh, there's also this place." Just as the young cultivator was about to release his divine sense to look at another place, Xiaofan faintly muttered, then patted the Juechen pagoda floating in the air. The entire pagoda let out a happy rumble, and a beam of light streaked across the sky, instantly killing a devil king 1,000 li away. Seeing Xiaofan so familiar with the Juechen pagoda, the young cultivator was completely speechless. He no longer diverted his attention to the safety of the flying boat, and wholeheartedly commanded the battle situation. As for Xiaofan, while releasing the netherworld origin power to plunder souls, he also activated the Juechen pagoda to kill high-level devils according to the young cultivator's command. After no less than 3 days and 3 nights, that demonic formation finally slowly withdrew. However, the defeated demon soldiers and generals did not scatter. Instead, they left in an orderly formation, not giving the human cultivators any opportunity to attack. Even Xiaofan, who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog, sighed for a moment when he saw the strict demon formation and gave up the idea of pursuing. Wu. Seeing the devil army disappear into the void, all the cultivators screamed and cheered with tears streaming down their faces. They were already at death's door and were prepared to perish together with the devil army, but they were actually able to escape with their lives and even defeat the devil army. This was truly beyond their expectations, and they couldn't help but want to vent the joy of escaping from death's door. The young cultivator smiled as he looked around. He ordered the nearby disciples to arrange for people to clean up the battlefield. He himself flew in front of Xiaofan and bowed. Junior is Shindao Sect's Chu. Greetings, Senior. May I know Senior's Daoist name? There's no need to be so polite. This old man is Xiaofan, and his Daoist name is Daoist Master Xiao. Xiaofan smiled as he helped Chu up. So it's Daoist Xiao. Chu said respectfully. Junior brings my 120,000 Shindao Sect's disciples to thank Daoist for saving our lives. As he spoke, Chu bowed again. This old man already said, there's no need to be so polite. Xiaofan supported Chu, not allowing him to bow. He smiled and said, this old man just happened to pass by here. It was just a small effort. Moreover, this old man's help only increased the speed at which you defeated the devil army. It's nothing much. Sigh. Chu's expression became even more solemn. However, he sighed and said, this is all because Senior is trying to flatter my Shindao sect. Junior knows it very well. If not for Senior's sudden appearance, the devil monarch who was fighting with Junior would have blocked Senior's path. Junior would have been injured long ago. Moreover, if Senior didn't control this Juchen pagoda, how would we have the chance to counterattack? To be honest, if Daoist didn't come, 20,000 of my 120,000 Shindao Sect's disciples wouldn't have escaped alive. He. Xiaofan smiled and didn't say much. He passed the Juchen pagoda to Chu and said, this Juchen pagoda is really not bad. Chu took the Juchen pagoda and put it away. He smiled and said, that's right. This Juchen pagoda is my Shindao sect guarding treasure. It's a pity that my Shindao sect doesn't have an expert like Daoist Xiao to activate it. This treasure has been covered in dust. As he spoke, Chu raised his eyes to look at the thunder ship parked in the distance. He asked probingly, forgive Junior for being blind. Junior has never seen an expert like Daoist Xiao on the battlefield before. Senior, I'm afraid that you've already reached the Dao actualization realm, right? He. Xiaofan smiled and said, this old man is from the outside world. Previously, I used the transportation array to go to another place. Perhaps when I was passing by the ruins, I was disturbed by those devil bastards and was accidentally transported to the tribute wasteland. After investigating carefully, this old man found out that the ruins is actually surrounded by the devil race. This old man can't even leave if he wants to. Chu quivered and hurriedly said, Daoist Xiao, my Shindao sect is one of the 3 great sects of the ruins. It's also a branch of the Taibai sect. If Daoist Xiao doesn't have a place to stay in the ruins, this junior boldly invites Daoist Xiao to be a guest at my Shindao sect's Xian Chao Peaks Zhenming Hall. How could Xiaofan not know what Chu meant? He smiled and said, since I've arrived at the ruins, this old man will pay a visit to the Shindao sect, the Incense School, and the Misty School. However, this old man has to rush to the southwest border first. Oh, right, Chu, your Shindao sect's disciple, Wan Wuxin, received news that the Devil Emperor is leading 500,000 devil soldiers to ambush the 10 sects of the southwest. Impossible. Chu shook his head and said, the whereabouts of the Devil Emperors are uncertain. Even the sect masters of the various sects in the discussion hall couldn't find them using their secret techniques. How could an ordinary disciple obtain news about the Devil Emperors? If this news isn't fake, then it must be a trap. Hehe, this isn't up to this old man to decide. Xiaohua smiled and brought Chu to the thunder ship. After removing the defense of the thunder ship, he released some of the disciples. Under Chu's astonished gaze, Xiaohua stored the thunder ship into the space. Wan Wuxin and the others naturally recognized Chu. They all went up to greet him. Wan Wuxin blushed and told him the news. In front of Wan Wuxin, Chu naturally didn't reprimand him. However, he casually told him what he understood and said, according to my understanding of the devil race, the whereabouts of the devil emperors wouldn't be known by ordinary devil generals, much less our human race. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that this news is true. However, how could the devil emperors only bring 500,000 devil soldiers? The devil race isn't like our human race. They can reproduce as they wish without any special difficulties. Just now, the number of devil soldiers that besieged our Shindao sect was at least 500,000. Yes, this disciple knows. Wan Wuxin blushed. This disciple can't be sure, so he didn't dare to tell the other disciples. Only after meeting Senior Shao did this disciple dare to say it. Spiritual Master Shao, please make the decision. Chu smiled. Wuxin, this old man doesn't blame you. As long as we receive any news, regardless of whether it's true or false, we must report it to the sect for analysis. You did the right thing. However, the situation is urgent. Even if this news is true, I'm afraid we can't do anything about it. Yes, this disciple understands. Wan Wuxin carefully replied. Chu then explained to Xiaohua, Jr. led the troops to the Thousand Lakes embankment to rescue the 200,000 disciples who were trapped by the devil soldiers. When we arrived, we were surrounded by the devil monarchs. Since the danger has passed, Jr. will continue to head to the Thousand Lakes embankment. Therefore, this Jr. can't possibly go to the southwest border. Of course, this Jr. will also instruct this subordinate to pass this news to the Central Army and ask the conference hall to make a decision and send disciples to rescue them. Good. Xiaohua nodded, then this old man can be at ease. Chu didn't delay and ordered a disciple to fly to the flying ship in the center. After a while, the disciple returned and reported that he had already sent the news. Did the conference hall send any orders? Chu asked again. The disciple shook his head. The conference hall didn't send any orders. At this point, the disciple looked at Xiaohua again and said respectfully, also, the seniors of the conference hall have asked Spiritual Master Shao to come to the conference hall if you have the time. Yes, this old man understands. Xiaohua nodded slightly and looked at Chu, asking, do you have any extra magic tools to communicate with the conference hall? Chu was shocked and said anxiously, Spiritual Master, this old man wants to go to the southwest border to take a look. Xiaohua smiled, however, this old man doesn't have any magic tools to communicate with. I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to contact the Tao disciples in the ruins. This magic tool is a secret creation of the sect. Every disciple who leads the army only has one. Chu smiled, I'm afraid this item can't be lent to Senior. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua waved his hand, it's best if you have it, but it doesn't matter if you don't. Spiritual Master Shao, Chu thought for a while and advised, this junior knows that Senior's magic power is incomparable. Hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers are nothing in your eyes. Although the demonic formation from before is strange, if you want to leave, no one can stop you. However, you must know that you are alone. Even if you don't have the demon emperor, fighting hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers is beyond your power. Just like just now, Senior may have killed thousands of demon generals, but under the demonic formation, you have no choice but to avoid it. Moreover, if you want to go to the southwest 10 sects, you will have to fight against hundreds of thousands or even millions of demon soldiers. This junior knows the strength of the southwest 10 sects very well. The 10 sects together might have millions of disciples, but how many of them can really fight? Especially since the 10 sects don't have a commander who can lead the army. The 100,000 disciples are like scattered sand. Even if you go, I'm afraid you won't be able to save many disciples. However, if it's a trap set by the Demon Emperor, you will have to face the Demon Emperor. Spiritual Master, why do you want to put yourself in a disadvantageous position? Yes, you are right. Xiaofan nodded after listening to Ou Chu's analysis. He wasn't a talented commander, so he naturally didn't know much about mobilizing troops. However, just now, when facing the demonic formation, Xiaofan saw the use of mobilizing troops and the power of an army in battle. Although Xiaofan could move unhindered within the demonic formation, it was impossible for him to destroy the demonic formation. Chapter 4093. If Spiritual Master wants to exterminate the devil race, you can follow me to the Thousand Lakes embankment. There are countless devil race members there for Senior to vent your anger on. Ou Chu took the opportunity to persuade Xiaofan. Xiaofan pondered for a moment and shook his head. Forget it. Since I already know about this, I won't feel at ease if I don't go and take a look. Alright. Ou Chu saw that Xiaofan insisted on going. He thought for a moment and said, since Spiritual Master insists on going, then I'll send 2,000 disciples to follow Spiritual Master. First, they can be dispatched by Spiritual Master. Second, they can give Spiritual Master some ideas. Xiaofan looked at Ou Chu with satisfaction and nodded slightly. However, after a moment, he rejected again. This old man appreciates your good intentions. This time, I'm only going to the southwest border to take a look. Just as you said, fighting against the Devil Emperor and 500,000 devil soldiers is not something I can do alone. Therefore, not only do you not need to send disciples to follow me, you also need to bring along the disciples of the 10 sects on my flying ship. If the southwest border is really raided by the Devil Emperor, these disciples will be the descendants of the 10 sections. Oh right, if you have a map of the ruins or the southwest border, give it to this old man so that I won't get lost. Alright, this junior thanks Spiritual Master Xiao on behalf of the 10 sects. Ou Chu handed a jade slip to Xiaofan and bowed respectfully. The disciples of the 10 sects also bowed. When they stood up, Ou Chu said, this junior still has military matters to attend to, so I don't dare to stay here for long. This is Junior's communication talisman. If Senior returns from the southwest, you can send a message to this junior when you're near the conference hall. Xiaofan took the communication talisman and looked at the cultivators who had already cleaned up the battlefield and were ready to leave. He said, hurry up and go. This old man hopes that you'll succeed. I'll be counting on Spiritual Master's auspicious words. Ou Chu smiled and raised his hand. Everyone, listen to my order. Set off according to the 4-army formation, Wang Wang. The dozens of flying ships began to rumble and light scattered everywhere. When Ou Chu and the others boarded the ships, they lined up neatly and flew towards a certain direction. Xiaofan took Ou Chu's jade scroll and looked at it for a moment. Then, he looked at the stars in the sky and mocked himself. If I could find the 10 sects in the southwest with just the map and the jade scroll, why would I need Wan Wuxin to follow me? As he spoke, Xiaohua's figure flashed, and he had already disappeared from where he stood. In the early morning, when the sun had just risen, Xiaohua was sitting on top of a mountain peak. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the 3 suns as well as the outline of the full moon that was opposite to the suns. He thought to himself, this place isn't Dawn Rain Continent, nor is it Hidden Immortal Continent. The vital chi of heaven and earth in this space seems to be different. However, judging from the situation of the past few days, he can be used by this old man. However, even if I can use it, can the disciples in my space use it? Can those disciples who have successfully cultivated in the space survive in this space? This seems to be a problem. Moreover, what O Chu said is correct. Although this Xiao is brave, in the end, he cannot compare to a group of people. There are more than 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples in this space. Moreover, the cultivation of these disciples was high enough. However, although these disciples' cultivation is high, they have not gone through a true life and death experience. In the future, they may encounter a bottleneck that they cannot break through. Now that there is a great formation in this space, it is the best opportunity for them to gain experience. If this old man can bring them out, it will be beneficial for them, and it will also be beneficial for the 10 sects in the southwest. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and pulled out the green-robed Xiaohua. The current green-robed Xiaohua did not need to rely on the formless nascent soul to condense his body. In the air, wind rolled and clouds surged, and a fist-sized crystal slowly condensed. As more and more vital qi condensed, a human figure appeared. In just a short moment, the green-robed Xiaohua who looked exactly like Xiaohua lazily stood in front of Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua raised his hand and smiled. What do you think of I's idea? Of course it's good. The green-robed Xiaohua nodded. I always felt that the disciples in my sect were lacking something. Previously, I didn't understand, but now that fellow Taoist has thought of it, I also understand. They are lacking experience. We must let them experience life and death, and experience the test of blood and fire. Alright, if fellow Taoist thinks it is possible, then there is no problem. Xiaohua nodded. Now, the only problem left is whether they can leave the space or not. Indeed, the green-robed Xiaohua was also somewhat hesitant. After all, they are using the spiritual light in the space to conceive their nascent soul. It is different from the vital qi of heaven and earth outside the space. This place is also different from the hidden immortal continent. I am also not certain. We have to try. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and asked, You should choose a disciple that you are certain of. Find a disciple who has just conceived a nascent soul. The green-robed Xiaohua seemed to have already decided. His achievements are limited, and it is also very strenuous to conceive a nascent soul. If it is not possible, then let him reincarnate earlier. Sweat. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He wanted to say something, but even if he opened his mouth, there was no way to teach him. After all, the green-robed Xiaohua was only his primordial spirit, and in terms of emotions, he was not a real person. He could not ask him to respect every life like he did. Alright, we will do as you say. As Xiaohua spoke, he concealed his figure and released his consciousness. He was prepared to immediately return that nascent soul realm disciple to the space if he found anything strange. As Xiaohua released his consciousness, that nascent soul realm disciple appeared in the air. He looked around in confusion, and then his gaze fell on the green-robed Xiaohua. He hurriedly bowed and saluted. Disciple Wang Feng greets ancestral master. The green-robed Xiaohua said with great magnanimity, This old man has brought you all to a space to gain experience. You can try to use the fireball technique. Yes, ancestral master. Wang Feng did not dare to be negligent. He rubbed his hands, but there was no movement between his hands. Wang Feng was stunned, and hurriedly released his divine sense. Then, his face was filled with understanding and surprise. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment, and then slowly rubbed his hands again. A fireball a few feet in size slowly appeared in his hands. The green-robed Xiaohua asked, How do you feel about the vital qi of heaven and earth here? Vital qi of heaven and earth? Wang Feng smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, Ancestral master, our Shenhua continent does not have any vital qi of heaven and earth. The techniques disciple uses are all recorded in the sect's ancient records. Disciple has not used these techniques on Shenhua continent before, so disciple has no way to compare them. Release your nascent soul. The green-robed Xiaohua said again, Release it slowly. Yes, disciple understands. A trace of panic appeared in Wang Feng's eyes. He clearly understood the consequences of releasing his nascent soul in a place with vital qi of heaven and earth, but he did not dare to disobey the green-robed Xiaohua's order. He raised his hand and a misty green light spurted out, and his nascent soul appeared on top of his head. Sure enough, when the nascent soul revealed its small hand, bubbles appeared on its small hand, and then the small hand began to collapse, shua. Before Wang Feng could do anything, a huge force swept him away. His vision blurred, and he returned to the familiar fortune gate. And Jade Archive Xiaohua was standing in front of him. Wang Feng could not tell who was Jade Archive Xiaohua and who was the green-robed Xiaohua. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Ancestral Master, disciple's nascent soul cannot appear in the world you found." I understand." Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded. "You can cultivate at ease." Then Jade Archive Xiaohua asked the green-robed Xiaohua to find a function-severing disciple and avoid refinement disciple, but their nascent souls also did not dare to fly out. "It seems." Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, "I'm afraid only body integration disciples can release their nascent souls." It should be so." The green-robed Xiaohua nodded. Body integration disciples merged their nascent souls with their physical bodies. As a spiritual body, the nascent soul also has the characteristics of the physical body, so it can use the physical body to adapt to different vital qi of heaven and earth. This is also the reason why our formless nascent souls can appear in the ruins. There are also I's 108th stage loose nascent souls. Xiaohua added, "They have passed through the lightning tribulation and have already reached the spiritual body stage, so they don't need to be afraid of different vital qi of heaven and earth. Ask them to come out and take a look." The green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile. "We can't just let I's disciples take risks, right?" Xiaohua released 2 loose nascent souls, and as expected, they were not affected at all. Fortune Gate's disciples have to come out. Finally, Xiaohua said, "Even I's disciples have to come out, but their nascent souls are condensed from space's Shenhua continent, so tell them that no one can release their nascent souls. As long as their nascent souls are in their physical bodies, everything will be fine." "But..." The green-robed Xiaohua frowned. "Even if we disciples come out and form an army of 100,000, who will be the commander?" "Naturally, it will be Xiao Sheng." The scholarly cultivator called Wen Chu shouted arrogantly in Xiaohua's body. "Other than Xiao Sheng, who else has the ability to command an army?" "Che." Xiaohua sneered. "Listen to the name you gave yourself. Wen Chu, your grandmother, the Wen Chu star is a star revered by all scholarly cultivators, and you actually call yourself Wen Chu, puff." Following a soft sound, the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua flew out from Xiaohua's middle dantian, holding an illusory folding fan in his hand. He waved it lightly and said proudly, "What's Wen Chu?" Fellow immortal Bodhi called himself Namo Maitreya, Kid Mo Ling called himself Shur, and even that dry guy called himself Celestial. "You stay on the side." The green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile. "You don't even have the perseverance to help I set up a fortune gate, and you still want to mobilize an army? Who said I don't have patience?" The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua argued. "At that time, didn't Xiao Sheng just obtain the true essence of scholarly cultivation? I didn't have time to take care of your fortune gate." "Enough," Xiaohua said with a smile. "You and I are not people who can command an army, and I can't be at ease leaving the lives of a group of disciples in your hands." The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua didn't argue and asked curiously, "So, fellow immortal wants to personally go to the southwest border?" Chapter 4094. "You and I can't do it, but there are others." Xiaohua smiled. "Don't you and I have a ready-made candidate in our space? How could you forget?" "Oh, that's right." Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua held his forehead and said, "I forgot about him." Although his cultivation base is only at the level of a Confucian cultivator, he can only be my grand disciple, but his ability to command troops is something that I cannot compare with. He's the best candidate to be the commander. Yes, yes. Green-robed Xiaohua also smiled. This matter can only be done by true monarch Qingyuan. However, fellow Daoist, if you let true monarch Qingyuan Sun Jian lead my Fortune Gate's 100,000 disciples, will you be at ease? Aren't you afraid that he will leak the secret to the immortal emperor? He is a loyal follower of the immortal palace's immortal emperor. He. Xiaohua laughs like an old fox, not to mention that with this Zhao's current cultivation, I'm not afraid of any immortal emperor. Just based on this Zhao's control of an iron-blooded army, would the immortal palace dare to challenge this Xiao? True monarch Qingyuan is the immortal emperor's trusted aide. He will definitely tell the immortal emperor about what happened here, and he will also tell the immortal emperor about your strength. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua nodded. Of course, he will also judge the situation and give the immortal emperor a suggestion. I don't need to think too much about it. Previously, true monarch Qingyuan was ostracized in the immortal palace because his cultivation was insufficient. Although the immortal emperor stood his ground, once he made a mistake, it was inevitable that he would be punished. Xiaohua continued, now, true monarch Qingyuan is already the sage of literature. In the future, true monarch Qingyuan will definitely be an important minister of the immortal palace. The immortal emperor can't disobey his words. Moreover, he has received Ai's teachings, and the entire immortal palace will benefit from it. It can be said that I am the master of all scholarly cultivators. Heaven, earth, ruler, teacher, and family are not nonsense. Deal. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua and green-robed Xiaohua both nodded. Then as fellow Daoist thinks, we will ask true monarch Qingyuan to lead our Fortune Gate's 100,000 troops. However, fellow Daoist still needs to keep some secrets. Of course. Xiaohua smiled. The 100,000 troops will be divided into several groups, and several fellow Daoists will supervise the troops. We also need to transform. Don't let that guy recognize us. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua suggested. Then, Xiaohua discussed with a few essence soul avatars and pulled perfected Lord Qingyuan out of the space. The moment true Lord Qingyuan came out of the space, his eyes were filled with fear. After all, his experiences in the heavenly prison were truly frightening. However, seeing the clear sky and the mountain peaks and huge rocks, which were almost the same as in the space, immortal Qingyuan Sun Jian was overjoyed. However, looking at the smiling Xiaohua, Sun Jian still bowed and saluted. Then, suppressing his ecstasy, he asked, Immortal Xiao, can we leave the heaven prison and return to the hidden immortal continent? Take a look. Xiaohua raised his finger and pointed at the 3 suns in the sky. Three suns? Sun Tian was dumbfounded. His eyes sparkled as he looked around and asked curiously, where is this? This is the ruins. Xiaohua explains, we did escape from the heaven prison, but we didn't return to the hidden immortal continent. Instead, we accidentally landed here. However, don't worry. Since I have the ability to escape from the heavenly prison, I will definitely have the ability to bring you back to the hidden immortal continent. At this time, Sun Jian simply prostrated himself in admiration of Xiaohua. What kind of place was the heavenly prison? No cultivator could escape from this place, but Xiaohua was actually able to come out alive. Moreover, Xiaohua's current cultivation was far beyond his imagination. Sun Jian respectfully says, yes, Immortal Zhao's methods, I know them very well. I called you out today because I have something to tell you. Xiaohua opened his mouth and explained, if you and I want to leave the ruins, defeating the devil clan is the most important thing. Only when they retreat can the transmission channel open. Of course I can command the troops to fight the enemy. Sun Jian said carefully, however, you and I are outsiders, how can we command the cultivators of the ruins? Holding the commander's seal but not being able to control the hearts of the people is a military taboo. How can the cultivators of the ruins listen to our orders? Xiao Hua laughed, we naturally have our own disciples. Immortal Zhao's own disciples? Speaking of this, Sun Jian's face suddenly changed. He looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. However, looking at Xiao Hua's indifference, he became somewhat pensive. Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror, threw it in the air, and said with a smile, since the Kunlun immortal realm can accommodate immortal Qingyuan, then my disciple can also be placed inside. Alas, immortal Xiao still knows this secret in the end. Immortal Qingyuan's Sun Jian looked at the Kunlun mirror that flickered with a mysterious brilliance under the sunlight and sighed slightly. Xiao Hua's heart moved. Thinking of what Sun Jian wanted to say in the heavenly prison, he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, in this world, there is no secret that can never be known by others. Since I got the Kunlun mirror, I naturally know the secret of the Kunlun mirror and the Kunlun immortal realm. From this point of view, the others. At this point, Xiao Hua's mind suddenly lit up, as if he had understood something. He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and probed, other treasures, such as the secret of the Penglai immortal realm, are naturally nothing. Actually, the immortal emperor also has his own difficulties. Sun Jian fell into Xiao Hua's trap. He did not hesitate and said, the immortal emperor wanted to search the entire hidden immortal continent, so he had to control the clear sky mirror. And the clear sky mirror, in essence, it is a Taoist heavenly spiritual treasure. Even though it has been reforged by my Confucian senior, without the constant nourishment of the Taoist heavenly spiritual qi, it cannot be fully utilized. As the leader of the Confucian cultivators, the immortal emperor was in charge of the immortal palace. Of course, he could not cultivate the Taoist techniques. Therefore, he had no choice but to take out the core of the clear sky mirror, which formed the Penglai immortal realm. He. Xiao Hua sneered, the immortal emperor has a good plan. Not only did he use the Penglai immortal realm to imprison my Taoist heavenly spiritual qi 5th grade and above cultivators, but he also used them to nourish the clear sky mirror. Then, he used the clear sky mirror to search the entire hidden immortal continent and capture my Taoist cultivators. Sun Jian was a little embarrassed, as if this was something he did. He smiled and said, this was not done by the current immortal emperor, it's the same for everyone. Xiao Hua replied indifferently. Actually. Sun Jian explained again, the immortal emperor kept the Taoist heavenly spiritual qi 5th grade and above cultivators captive for the clear sky mirror, but it also protected the Taoist heavenly spiritual qi so that they would not be killed by the Confucian noble families on the hidden immortal continent. Other than these two reasons, there is a third reason, right? Xiao Hua smiled and said, controlling the clear sky mirror means controlling the Penglai immortal realm. At the same time, he also controls all the Taoist heavenly spiritual qi 5th grade and above cultivators. If the immortal emperor is useful, he can also make these Taoist cultivators work for him to resist the Confucian noble families, right? Sun Jian's expression changed slightly. He shook his head and said, I don't know about this. Moreover, I ask that you keep this secret for the immortal emperor. Otherwise, the immortal palace will not be stable, and the Penglai immortal realm will not be peaceful. Why would I say anything more? Xiao Hua said bitterly, unless this Xiao kills you right now, you will definitely tell the immortal emperor about the Kunlun mirror. If this Xiao says it, the immortal emperor will probably tell the whole world about the Kunlun mirror. This Xiao won't have any peaceful days in the future. Moreover, in order to weaken the immortal emperor's power, those Confucian noble families might attack the Penglai immortal realm. Our Taoist cultivators will have a hard time surviving. Yes, it's good that you know. I will also keep this a secret. Sun Jian naturally knew that Xiao Hua would not kill him for no reason. He looked at Xiaohua and nodded slightly. "All right, Sun Jian." Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, "Wait a moment. I will bring my Fortune Gate disciples out of the Kunlun immortal realm. Let's see how you plan to arrange the troops. If you have any orders, I will not dare to disobey." For his own safety, Sun Jian had to agree to Xiaohua's arrangement. He replied without any hesitation. Xiaohua looked up and flew to a plane. The Kunlun mirror in his hand trembled, and the green-robed Xiaohua, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, and the others changed their appearances and flew out. They cupped their hands towards Xiaohua and stood in the air without saying a word. As for Sun Jian, who was standing beside Xiaohua, they did not even look at him. Sun Jian used the clear eye technique to check the cultivation of these clones. He could not help but suck in a few breaths of cold air. Not to mention the green-robed Xiaohua, the soul cultivator Xiaohua, and the dragon vein Xiaohua's cultivation, even the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's cultivation was half a level higher than his. Although it seemed that their strength was only half a level higher, Sun Jian could clearly feel that the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's strength was not just half a level higher than his. Sun Jian's surprise did not stop there. Seeing thousands of nascent soul and spirit-severing disciples come out in a line and stand behind the green-robed Xiaohua and the others, Sun Jian's eyeballs almost fell out. In the hidden immortal mainland's Taoist country, when did so many experts appear? He almost wanted to shake Xiaohua's shoulder and ask, how did he teach these Fortune Gate disciples? However, thinking about the thousands of years he had spent in the Kunlun immortal domain, Sun Jian's heart calmed down slightly. After all, it was thousands of years to have such great achievements was normal. However, when the 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples stood in the air, Sun Jian was completely dumbfounded. He did not even have the strength to be surprised and was too lazy to ask anything. He already understood that when Xiaohua was surrounded by him at the Black Wind Ridge, he had already taken all the Black Wind Ridge disciples into the Kunlun mirror. And after the heavenly prison's strange fate, these disciples had also become rare Taoist experts on the hidden immortal mainland. However, Sun Jian still could not help but feel excited in his heart. 100,000 100,000 The Fortune Gate's current strength is comparable to a fourth-grade family. No, it's more than enough to compare to a third-grade family. If Xiaohua returned to the hidden immortal mainland, wouldn't he become a grandmaster who can summon the wind and summon the rain? If he stomps his feet in the Black Wind Ridge, the entire hidden immortal mainland will tremble, right? Chapter 4095 Sun Jian. Xiaohua looked at Sun Jian's expression and pointed at him. "These are my Fortune Gate's disciples. They are all under your command. You don't need to pay attention to those immortal friends. They are just a few supervisors. They won't interfere with your deployment. You can even give them orders when you need them to do something." Okay, Sun Jian took a deep breath and nodded. Tao Master Zhao's disciples have high cultivation, but they haven't been trained. They can't fight for now. This sun will first teach them the method of marching and setting up formations. This will take about 10 days. Okay. Xiaohua nodded. I'll leave the military affairs to you. I still have a secret technique to comprehend. Just let me know when you're ready. Also. Sun Jian seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, do you have flying boats and demonic beasts in your Kunlun immortal realm? Some formations need to rely on flying boats to form. Of course. Xiaohua waved his hand and a huge lightning boat appeared in the air. Sun Jian's eyes flashed and he nodded. How do I control this flying boat? Just leave it to him. Xiaohua pointed at the green-robed Xiaohua and said, let him control the flying boat. Then I'll have to trouble immortal friend. Sun Jian looked at the green-robed Xiaohua and smiled. How should I address immortal friend? I am lightning immortal. The green-robed Xiaohua said in a dignified manner and flew onto the lightning boat. Damn it, a Tao Gate cultivator with at least an 8th grade essence force is steering this Sun's boat. Sun Jian thought. I'm afraid I won't encounter such a fortuitous encounter again in my life. Fortunately, Sun Jian didn't have time to ask for the names of Confucian cultivator Xiaohua and bone-tempering Xiaohua. Otherwise, he would have been scared stiff by the names of Wen Chu and heavenly man. Sun Jian didn't mention the 100,000 Fortune Gate's elite disciples. Xiaohua flew more than 10,000 li away. He released his divine sense and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. Immediately, Xiaohua closed his eyes and meditated for half a day. When the 3 suns slowly set down, his hands slowly formed a seal. This was the karma seal that Xiaohua had comprehended in the space. However, just as Xiaohua was forming hand seals, he stopped again. He pinched his chin and thought for a while, then he waved his hand and released his disciples, including the black bear, white lion, and golden eagle. Master. Everyone appeared in midair, not paying any attention to the situation around them. They all bowed respectfully. The black bear spirit and the other 2 demons were even more cautious. They stood behind the disciples and knelt down. Greetings, old master. Xiaohua didn't say anything. Instead, he swept his gaze across the disciples one by one. The boy from before had already become a void refinement realm expert, and he was also a grandmaster who could establish a sect. Yuanya, Fu Jiwen, Wang Bianfei, and Wu Tian were still single for thousands of years. They spent all their time on cultivation. As for Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongxuan, Lu Yi and Jiang Hong, they were different. Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongxuan had gone through 3 lives of love and finally married in Xiaohua's space. These thousands of years were enough for their descendants to form an aristocratic family. In Xiaohua's Shenhua continent, the Yu family was also one of the 2 famous aristocratic families. As for the other aristocratic family, it was naturally the Lu family left behind by Lu Yi and Jiang Hong. Yu Zhongxuan and Chang Yuan were an engaged couple. It was normal for them to love each other and marry each other. Lu Yi and Jiang Hong didn't have any official marriage. However, one was from the dragon race, and the other was a cultivator of the Tao sect. They didn't care about these formalities. Besides, with Fu Jiwen as an example, they didn't need to use any aphrodisiac pills. The man and the dragon had already dual cultivated long ago. However, it was also strange. After the dragon race mated with the dragon race, there were very few chances for the dragon race to reproduce. However, there were many descendants of the dragon race and the dragon race. In the same thousands of years, the Shenhua continent's Lu family was more than 3 times stronger than the Yu family. Moreover, the giant dragons that Xiaohua killed in the stacked Jade Legacy realm were now very useful. They were taken by Lu Yi for his descendants. Even, Jiang Hong also begged the dragon vein Xiaohua to open up a place like a big lake in the space, so that some descendants with purer dragon blood could cultivate inside. After looking at the disciples, Xiaohua withdrew his gaze, raised his hand and said, "You all can get up." After speaking, he said solemnly to Yu Zhongxuan and Chang Yuan, "Disciple, master was a little reckless. I didn't expect that there would be such a big tribulation. I actually left the hidden immortal continent for so long. I let you all experience the tribulation with master. You can't see your parents again in this life. If master had known this, I would have forcibly taken them into the Kunlun mirror like how I dealt with the Fu family and let your parents enjoy the happiness of family reunion. Hehe, master, you have already given us a lot. Only by raising children can we know the kindness of our parents. We are all old farts for thousands of years. Looking at our descendants, we also understand the painstaking efforts of our parents. Although we can't fulfill our filial duties in front of them, we can still help the Yu family grow in Shenhua continent. This is more important than anything else. Yu Zhongquan was no longer the hothead he had been in the past, and he answered in an organized manner. That's good. Xiaohua nodded, looked at Wang Bianfei, and said with a smile, fortunately, Master brought Bianfei's mother to the Kunlun immortal realm. Otherwise, Master would feel guilty for a lifetime. Wang Bianfei smiled slightly. Master is too soft-hearted. Before Mother left, she said that meeting Master was the greatest opportunity in my life, and asked me to serve Master well no matter what. My parents also said the same. Fu Jiwen said, when they first came to the Kunlun immortal realm, they were still complaining. However, as time passed, they saw that disciples' cultivation was getting more and more profound, so they didn't say anything anymore. When Master gave them the rejuvenation pill and increased their lifespan by dozens of years, they admired Master even more. Forget it. Xiaohua said with a smile, there is no perfect thing in the world. Master has already tried his best to help you. There is no need to mention these things again. Master, could it be that we have already returned to the hidden immortal continent? Lu Yi was the most alert. He looked around and asked Xiaohua's words. Of course not. Xiaohua shook his head and explained the same words again. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed and they also rubbed their palms. After all, they were all experts around the void refinement realm and had never fought with outsiders, so they were inevitably eager to give it a try. Wu Tian. Xiaohua looked at Wu Tian and asked, what do you feel in your heart? Wu Tian's cultivation method had already deviated before he reached the gold core realm. After being corrected by Xiaohua and cultivating in the space, although he had also stepped into the void refinement realm, he was still half a level lower than Lu Yi and the others. However, he knew that his aptitude was limited, and he had magical powers that others didn't know about, so he wasn't jealous. He just focused on comprehending the divination technique that Xiaohua taught him. At this time, when he heard Xiaohua's question, he hurriedly said respectfully, yes, Master knows. Disciple already had some feelings in the Kunlun immortal realm, but here, those feelings are all gone. If you want to know, you have to cast a spell. However, the palpitating feeling that Disciple had on the hidden immortal continent has long disappeared, and there is even a feeling of clarity. Good. Xiaohua nodded and looked at the black bear and the other two demons. He asked, the three of you should also be training. Although the black bear, white lion, and golden eagle had obtained Xiaohua's inheritance, after all, their bloodline was not pure, and their aptitude was limited. For thousands of years, they had only cultivated to the moon-picking realm. Of course, the star-picking realm was already inconceivable in their eyes. At this time, hearing Xiaohua's words, the black bear smiled and said, Master, I don't want any training. I still want to guard the cave for you. Xiaohua scolded, that's a matter for the future. When I return to the hidden immortal continent, I will definitely establish a sect. You will guard it for me. Hee, that's good. The black bear replied with a smile, if Master is willing, then I will accompany Brother Lu and the others to train together. Go. Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed at the place where Sun Jian was and said with a smile, the Fortune Gate's disciples in the Kunlun immortal realm are all there. You can go with them. Yes, I will go over now. The black bear spirit nodded hurriedly. Yu Zhongquan and Lu Yi looked at each other and said at the same time, Master, our two aristocratic families have many descendants with profound cultivation on the Shenhua continent. Instead of letting them fight among themselves in the Kunlun immortal realm, why don't we let them come here to train? Wherever there were humans, there would be internal strife. Shenhua continent was the same. Although Yu Zhongquan and Lu Yi were disciples of the same sect, they had many descendants. The two families were known as the two great families of the Shenhua continent, and they definitely had the heart to compete. Sometimes, the descendants of the dragon race were brainless. The two families did not have any major disputes, but there were constant small conflicts. Yu Zhongquan, Lu Yi, and even the green-robed Xiaohua could not do anything. After all, they could not suppress them by force. Therefore, when the two of them heard that there was such a good opportunity, they naturally thought of the matter that gave them a headache. Hehe, that's true. Xiaohua was naturally clear about the matters of the Shenhua continent. He nodded and said, "You two discuss and see who should come out to train." The two of them discussed for a while and came up with a list of several thousand people. Xiaohua looked at it and said with a smile, "Granny, these descendants have gone through a bloody battle. If we let them go back to the burial immortal realm, I'm afraid that something big will happen." Hehe, no matter how big the matter is, it can't be compared to Master's matter. Lu Yi replied with a smile, "This disciple is letting them out to train because of this." Xiaohua shook the Kunlun mirror and released the several thousand people. Sure enough, each of these descendants had an imposing appearance and were dragons and phoenixes among men. The several thousand people stood in the air and were divided into two groups. They first kowtowed to Xiaohua, then to the two families' ancestors. Xiaohua laughed in his heart. The green-robed Xiaohua was a godlike existence in the space. Even if the people of the Shenhua continent ignored their own parents, they would not dare to disrespect Xiaohua. Chapter 4096. This place is not the hidden immortal continent. As for where it is, you don't need to know. Xiaohua said, "You just need to remember that your nascent soul cannot be exposed in space. You can use all other divine abilities." Yes. Everyone bowed. Then, Lu Yi and Yu Zhongquan said a few more things to pay attention to, and all the disciples flew to Sun Jian's location. After everyone left, Xiaohua finally calmed down and sat down. Xiaohua's 10 fingers moved slightly, and afterimages flew out. Between the afterimages, the 10 fingers were so fast that their outlines couldn't be seen, as if they hadn't moved at all. However, between the afterimages, an obscure fluctuation gradually appeared. It either flew in all directions or fell into the void. Within the fluctuation, the world's origin qi produced by Xiaohua condensed into tiny crystal threads. Xiaohua's body began to give birth to a strange power. Within this power, the moaning of gods and ghosts could be heard. As the crystal threads flickered, the mysterious veil of an extremely strange kingdom was lifted. Under these strange phenomena, the space within 100 miles began to distort. A powerful force rushed into Xiaohua's body in the opposite direction. Xiaohua didn't need to use any other spells. After Phoenix body Xiaohua left, his body condensed from the world's origin energy began to form hundreds of millions of vortexes. These vortexes swallowed strands of crystal threads, and after the powerful force entered his body, they crazily rushed in all directions. As a result, the fluctuation around Xiaohua's body became more and more intense, causing everything in the surroundings to be affected. Even the 3 suns in the sky and setting in the west where the fluctuation was emitted were covered in layers of halos. The sun at the edge of the fluctuation was greatly stretched. The moon, which was opposite the sun, was now gradually emitting a bright brilliance. The moon, which was supposed to be bright at night, appeared a few hours earlier. In the sky, which was still bright, the stars had already poked their heads out. Along with the fluctuation, Xiaohua's body gradually elongated, gradually thinned, and gradually became transparent. In the end, Xiaohua himself almost turned into the fluctuation. However, just as Xiaohua turned into the fluctuation, and the fluctuation was about to condense into the karma hand, Kacha, a thin layer of silver-white lightning appeared in the void. It fell on the surging fluctuation like a fountain. Wherever the lightning went, all the fluctuations were wiped out. Xiaohua's body began to slowly reveal itself. Ho! Right behind the thunderbolt, in a dark place without any light, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared. The mysterious figure slightly moved while tens of thousands of strange mortal realms emerged from each line of the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure then said in an extremely deep voice, That interesting human. When did he arrive at the great desolate realm? His cultivation is so fast. Oh, no, it doesn't seem to be the real realm, but a speck of dust of the realm. Perhaps this extremely lucky human had accidentally wandered into that place. However, since he's already here, there's no need to go back. Every syllable of the shadow produced a string of lotuses in the darkness. These lotuses seemed to be the Buddhist lotuses of the Buddhist sect. However, if one looked carefully, there was a huge difference between them and the Buddhist lotuses. This was because the edges of these lotuses were condensed with a pitch-black color, and the core of the lotuses was a sinister monstrous demon head. At the place where the voice fell, the shadow disappeared. There were no fluctuations, no sound of wind, and no changes in light and shadow. Xiaohua's body appeared, and his eyes were filled with a silver-white color. When the flame flickered in the silver-white color slowly retreated. The flame turned into a meteor and fell into his eyes. Only then did Xiaohua's clear black and white eyes give birth to a trace of regret. Damn it! Xiaohua couldn't help but secretly curse, isn't this karma method too abnormal? This Xiao's current strength is comparable to a 9th grade essence power, but I'm still unable to activate it. It seems that if I want to complete this karma method, I'm afraid I'll have to ascend before I can do it. However, with my current cultivation, even though I can't activate the complete karma method, I can still see the faint outline of the karma method. This trip to the southwest border is a must. Moreover, this Xiao will definitely encounter some danger, and the result of this danger is a daunting experience without any mishap. Xiaohua calmed down after obtaining the result. He withdrew his karma method, and in a flicker, his figure appeared beside Sun Jian. At this time, within several hundred li to Sun Jian's left, 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples were arranged in different battle formations. They were dressed in blue and yellow robes, and were divided into two armies facing each other. Their magic treasures were flying in the air, and their magic power crisscrossed in the air. The atmosphere was gloomy and orderly, and it was 100 times stronger than before. Seeing Xiaohua coming over, Sun Jian's cold face did not show any reaction. Instead, he raised his hand and waved it. An azure flag that shone like water floated in the air, and the blue army opposite Xiaohua suddenly split into two groups, attacking the center of the enemy's formation. The yellow army that was attacked was obviously caught off guard, and they panicked in an instant. A flaw appeared in their strict battle formation, and in the next moment, an even stronger team flew out from the blue army. They descended from the sky and attacked the yellow army. Then, the blue army changed their battle formation again, and the yellow army was divided into several hundred smaller teams. Stop! Sun Wu waved his hand, causing the azure flag to disappear. Stop! He said. Following Sun Jian's order, the yellow army and the red army retreated at lightning speed, and they split into two orderly formations in the air. This is war. Sun Jian flew into the air and said indifferently, there's no need to spend too much magic power, and there's no need to use high-grade magic treasures. As long as the soldiers work together, encircle and break the enemy's formation. In war, an individual's strength is negligible. Unless, your cultivation is comparable to Taoist Master Zhao's. Otherwise, don't have any thoughts of being independent, because not only will you take your own life, but you will also take the lives of your comrades. We are far away in the ruins fighting the devil race. Since we were young, it's because we want to return to the hidden immortal continent. It's to train us so that we can have the qualifications to be proud of the hidden immortal continent. In the big picture, it's for our sect, for the reputation of the Fortune Gate, and for the reputation of the hidden immortal continent. We must not retreat in front of the devil race, and we must not let the ruins cultivators look down on our hidden immortal continent. Yes. The Fortune Gate's disciples raised their right fists and punched their left chests as they responded loudly. An iron-blooded aura that ordinary cultivators could not reach gradually emerged and rushed into the sky. Good. Xiaohua had naturally seen the aura of the Sun Temple's immortal soldiers and immortal generals. At this time, although the disciples could not compare to those immortal soldiers and immortal generals, Xiaohua could not help but admire Sun Wu for achieving such results in a short period of time. Sun Jian flew in front of Xiaohua and said, "Master Xiao, this General Sun Jian has received Master Zhao's order to lead the army. Because the time is short, this is all I can do. Master Xiao, please instruct me." Xiaohua nodded slightly and raised his hand to take out a weapon and handed it to Sun Jian. "General Sun, you have helped my Fortune Gate to train the disciples, and this Xiao thanks you for your hard work. This is a weapon forged by my Fortune Gate's blacksmiths. This Xiao represents my Fortune Gate to give it to the general. I hope that the general can use this three-pointed double-edged blade to kill the devil race in the ruins and wipe out the ghosts of the hidden immortal continent." Sun Jian had not seen his three-pointed double-edged blade since he was thrown into the heavenly prison. He had already forgotten whether it was sent flying by Sun Hao on the Black Ruins Mountain or lost in the heavenly prison. Now that he saw a familiar weapon, his heart warmed slightly. He knew that Xiaohua had the heart to keep his weapon in the Kunlun immortal realm. But when he received the three-pointed double-edged blade and poured his true qi into it, the blade emitted a buzzing sound. Sun Jian's face was filled with shock. He looked at the weapon in his hand in disbelief and whispered, This is this Sun's weapon?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is naturally General Sun's weapon. However, after being forged by my Fortune Gate's blacksmiths, this Xiao can tell the general that this weapon's advancement in the future is comparable to the Son of Heaven's sword." Xiaohua's words were not exaggerated at all. When he separated the yin and yang space, there were many magic treasures inside. When the green-robed Xiaohua refined the three-pointed double-edged blade, he had integrated the core of one of the magic treasures. This three-pointed double-edged blade would definitely become a natural treasure in the future. Of course, it would be comparable to the Son of Heaven's sword. Although Sun Jian did not know that his three-pointed double-edged blade had such good fortune, when he held the weapon in his hand, that weapon was like a living thing, unusually intimate with him. How could he not know that Xiaohua's words were true? "Thank you, Master Xiao." Sun Jian put away the weapon. After Xiaohua explained the refinement method to Sun Jian through voice transmission, his gaze swept over the Fortune Gate's disciples. A moment later, he said, "Today, all of you have fallen into a dangerous situation. What you will face is a choice of life and death. This is not a childhood game, nor is it a spar between fellow disciples, nor is it a battle between aristocratic families. This is a life and death battle. Only by going through this test of blood and fire will you be qualified to be my Fortune Gate's disciples. Disciples, go fight, display your talents to your heart's content. Only by killing as many devils as possible will you have a chance to live." "Yes." The group of disciples replied in an imposing manner. "Master Xiao." Just as Xiaohua was about to wave his hand to give the order, Sun Jian hurriedly stopped him and said in a low voice, "You are not a general now, it's not appropriate for you to give orders." "Hee, this old man knows." Xiaohua laughed embarrassedly, "I'll let you give the orders. There's one more thing." Sun Jian looked at the distant lightning ship and asked, "Do you have any more of these lightning ships?" This general wants to divide the 100,000 soldiers into two groups so that they can compete and supervise each other. Xiaohua looked at Sun Jian and then at the distant green-robed Xiaohua, who was not standing on the lightning ship, and nodded. This old man naturally has more of these lightning ships, but, oh, this old man understands. Chapter 4097. While speaking, Xiaohua waved his hand. Another huge thunderbolt landed side by side in the sky. Sun Jian smiled. He pointed at one of the thunder boats and said, "Demon Slayer army, this thunder boat will be the boat for your army of 50,000. Everyone, get back to your positions." Yes. Following Sun Jian's command, 100 or so disciples from the Blue Army flew out and landed on the thunder ship. A moment later, the thunder ship began to rumble. Then, the disciples split into different formations and landed on different parts of the thunder ship. "Demon-slaying army, get back to your positions." Sun Jian gave another order. Disciples of the yellow demon-slaying army drove the thunder boats as well. Some disciples were on guard around the thunder boats. More disciples were scattered around the thunder boats. "Fellow immortals, please." Only the green-robed Xiaohua, Xiaohua's doppelganger, Lu Yi, and other disciples were left in midair. Following Sun Jian's command, they also flew to different thunder boats. Obviously, Sun Jian had already assigned them. Sun Wu looked at Xiaohua and revealed a trace of a smile. "Daoist Master Xiao, which army did you choose? Don't be hasty." Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. He clapped his hands and took out a jade eye ring from his chest. He handed it to Sun Jian and said, "These are some offensive and defensive formations that I have comprehended. They should be effective in military formations. You can take a look." "Okay." Sun Jian took the jade eye ring and put it away with a smile. It seemed that he didn't trust Xiaohua's formations. Xiaohua didn't say much. He smiled and said, "I choose the demon-slaying army." After saying that, his figure flashed and landed on the thunder ship. Sun Jian landed on the other thunder boat with the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand. He shouted, "Let's go!" Boom! The two thunder boats roared at the same time. The distance between them was pulled apart and they flew to the southwest. With Sun Jian's command and the 100,000 soldiers showing him the direction, Xiaohua was completely relieved. He just sat on the thunder boat and released his spirit. It covered an area of tens of thousands of miles and collected all the wandering souls in the space. Previously, when Xiaohua was at the Xiaoyu continent, he sowed the seeds along the way. Now, in the ruins, he harvested the souls along the way. The two armies did different things, but the mercy of the two armies was the same. Sowing seeds was for survival, and searching for wandering souls was also for survival. Even if Xiaohua's selfishness was for the sake of his own space, in essence, he had indeed saved countless lives. More than a day later, Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes, glanced at the beautiful scenery of the lake, and said a few words via voice transmission. He looked at the beautiful scenery of the lake and the beautiful scenery of the lake. After a while, a smile appeared on Xiaohua's face. He closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend the time fluctuation that he had experienced in the heavenly prison. Faint thunderbolts flashed around the two thunder boats. In the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, they had already crossed a large lake. When they reached the second large lake, woo-woo! A chilly wind blew, and the lake below the thunder boats suddenly shattered, turning into thousands of fragments that flew into the air. The fragments streaked across the sky, and blood seeped out from the edges of the fragments. Looking at the location of the large lake again, it had become a huge depression. In this depression, dense demon energy began to spread rapidly in all directions. Before the blood-colored fragments could reach the thunder boats, the demon energy had already covered an area of nearly 1,000 miles. What was special was that this area seemed to have been prepared for an ambush. Every time the demon energy passed by, a fist-sized demon energy would rush out from under the ground, the lake, and the forest. Naturally, there were disciples on the thunder boats who were on guard. Seeing this, how could they not know that they had fallen into the demon's ambush? Not good. The disciples' faces were filled with nervousness and excitement. They hurriedly sent a message to the rear according to their previous training. Moreover, they were somewhat flustered as they set up a defense. Sun Jian stood on the other thunder boat with a steely expression as he watched silently. Xiaohua had already sent a message to him, and he knew that there was a demon's ambush. However, in order to train the Fortune Gate's disciples, he did not warn them in advance. Instead, he let the thunderbolts take the initiative to enter the ambush and observe the disciples' reactions. As expected, although the two armies had rehearsed the battle several times, it was inevitable that these disciples would make mistakes in a real battle. Xiaohua naturally could not see these mistakes, but they were so obvious in Sun Jian's eyes. Calm down. Sun Jian could not help but scold, set up a formation according to this general's instructions. Don't panic, Xiaohua stood up and said indifferently, don't panic. Although the enemy is close, your heart must be calm. Everything must be in order. These two sentences seemed very ordinary, but they were like a calming stone. All the disciples paused for a moment, then began to set up a formation according to their memories and training. Under the control of the disciples, the two lightning bolts were also hovering in mid-air in a parallel manner. At this moment, the demonic aura billowed. Not only did it continue to spread in all directions, but it also swept the two thunderbolts from bottom to top. Those flying fragments with blood-colored edges were now engulfed by the hurricane, shrouding nearly 1,000 miles of space. The fragments flipped rapidly in the air. Regardless of whether it was the color of blood or the rays of light that shot out, they all presented a strange color. Of course, the Fortune Gate's disciples on the two thunderbolts were not idle. The 100,000 disciples did not fly out from the thunderbolts. Instead, they stood in formation on the thunderbolts. The lightning on the thunderbolts flickered slightly, and it was obvious that they were ready to attack. The 1,000 li of space suddenly became silent, and even the wind froze. This silence only lasted for a few breaths. Ga. A soul-shaking sound emerged from these fragments at the same time. Then, like a fountain, blood spurted out from every fragment. The blood instantly filled the entire space, and from the blood, shadows of the devil race rushed out. Roar roar. At the same time, there were shadows of the devil race in the hurricane of devil chi. Each of them was clad in pitch-black armor and held a devil artifact in their hands. They flapped their wings and pounced with bared fangs and brandished claws. Something is strange. Xiaohua sensed the faint teleportation fluctuations in the air. He also released his divine sense to observe the appearance of the devil race. Even so, Xiaohua couldn't see how these devil race arrived here through the void. However, after the devil race appeared, the fragments did not disappear. Instead, they continued to emit blood-red light. The blood-red light crisscrossed and formed a strange devil formation. Moreover, there were faint fluctuations in the devil formation that made people feel dizzy. All teams, pay attention. Sun Jian's voice sounded. Attack, rumble. Following Sun Jian's order, all kinds of magic treasures rushed out, diluting the blood-red light emitted by the fragments. In an instant, those strange fluctuations were wiped out. Moreover, after the magic treasures flew out, the two thunderbolts shot out lightning bolts, extinguishing the blood-red light several li away from the thunderbolts. Even the magic treasures had no chance against the fragments, and many of them were destroyed by the lightning bolts. Whoa! After the lightning bolts disappeared, a strange bugle call sounded from the devil chi. The devil race that was dancing in the blood-red light and devil chi began to reveal themselves. They formed a formation and pounced towards the thunderbolts. Kill! Sun Jian calmly ordered. Magic treasures flew out like rainbows, and lightning bolts fell like rain. The Fortune Gate's disciples' magic treasures were not something the Ruins Cultivator's magic treasures could compare to. Which one of them wasn't powerful? Some of the Fortune Gate's disciples were even holding spirit artifacts. When these magic treasures landed on the devil race's body, they would be severely injured at best, and in the worst case, their bodies would be pulverized. However, although the Fortune Gate's disciples were powerful, the devil race seemed to have no end. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the devil race had already broken through the Thunder Boat's defenses and arrived in front of the Fortune Gate's disciples. Disciples, form a formation, attack. Sun Jian coldly watched, and when the devil race got closer, he waved his hand and shouted. Kill. After receiving the military order, other than the disciples guarding the thunder boats, the rest of the disciples on the two thunder boats flew out to meet the devil race's enemies. Lu Yi, Jianghong, Yu Zhongquan, and the others also led some disciples out. In just a few breaths' time, the area within 1,000 li was filled with battle cries, and blood-red light gradually splashed. Whether it was the devil race's black qi or the devil race's radiance, they were all entangled together. Xiaofan frowned slightly. He released his divine sense and covered the surrounding space. Since this was a battlefield, the Fortune Gate's disciples would inevitably suffer casualties. Xiaofan would not let these disciples become wandering souls. He had to keep them in the dark side of the space. Sure enough, in less than half a cup of tea's time, the Fortune Gate's disciples began to fall one after another like falling gourds. Xiaofan collected the souls of these dead disciples, and similarly, he also collected their corpses and other belongings on the thunder boats. However, as more and more disciples fell, Xiaofan seemed to be unable to cope. Right at this moment, Xiaofan suddenly froze. He discovered something strange. Just a moment ago, a disciple had fallen, and Xiaofan was only focused on collecting the corpses on the side. He wanted to turn around and collect the rest later, but in the blink of an eye, that disciple's soul actually disappeared, leaving behind only the corpse falling down. Strange? Xiaohua's divine sense probed again, but he did not discover anything, so he continued to collect other souls. But after a while, Xiaohua discovered that more and more souls were disappearing. He had no choice but to stop. He narrowed his eyes and looked around the battlefield. Then, with a flip of his hand, the delusion breaker law eye opened between his brows. Sure enough, there were some faint green human figures and black devil figures on the battlefield. These figures were like flowing water, flowing to 8 different locations around the battlefield. And at those 8 locations, there were clusters of dense black light flashing with a strange aura. Oh, so there are devil race collecting wandering souls nearby to refine devil artifacts. Xiaohua understood and thought inwardly, the devil race in the ruins seems to be different from the devil race in the Dawn Rain mainland. The devil race's devil artifacts are heavy, and devil banners and other kinds of devil artifacts are rare. But here, devil banners are more common than heavy devil artifacts. Especially when the devil race besieged the ruins, not only did they seal the transmission array, but they also sealed the passage for wandering souls to enter the netherworld. There must be some unknown secret here. Chapter 4098. While Xiaohua was pondering, he naturally passed the information he had obtained to his several incarnations. The incarnations nodded their heads slightly and waited for Xiaohua's orders. At this time, the Fortune Gate's disciples had experienced a relatively dense wave of deaths, and the situation gradually stabilized. The number of devil cultivators attacking the Fortune Gate increased, and the number of Fortune Gate's disciples decreased. Roar, roar. Angry roars came from all around the battlefield. The 8 devil chi spots suddenly spun violently, and 8,000 zhang tall devil cultivators appeared. They were merely devil monarchs, and each of them held a devil flag in their hands. The devil flags were about 100 zhang wide, and they were covered in strange patterns. Each pattern emitted a bloody shadow and a strong resentment aura. This. Xiaohua looked at the devil flags and was stunned. Isn't this devil flag similar to the banner of Qi Yu wrapped around the stone statue in the dark side of this Zhao space? Could it be that the devil race attacked the fallen ruins to refine the banner of Qi Yu? However, this was not the time for Xiaohua to think too much. After the 8 devil monarchs appeared, they each waved their devil flags. 8 faint dragon-shaped devil chi rushed out from the devil flags and madly pounced on the 2 lightning boats and the 100,000 Fortune Gates disciples. Daoist Xiao, fellow immortals, it's time for us to make a move. Although Sun Jian did not know as much as Xiao Hua, he was not flustered. When he saw the devil monarchs appear, he shouted loudly and waved the 3-pointed double-edged sabers on his face, pouncing on the devil monarch closest to him. Lightning surged around Xiao Hua's body, and in a flicker, he appeared in front of a devil monarch. With a shake of his hand, the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand, and a tricolored light beam pounced on the devil chi with a loud rumble. Boom! The tricolored light beam struck the devil flag, and instantly destroyed the devil chi. Moreover, the tricolored light beam did not stop, and continued to pounce on the devil flag. Seeing Xiao Hua's aggressive momentum, the devil monarch hurriedly rolled up the devil flag and dodged to the side. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood light that turned into a ball in front of him, preparing to block the Kunlun mirror's light beam. However, at that moment, something strange happened. The Kunlun mirror's beam of light did not chase after the demonic flag. Instead, it stopped in midair and slowly dissipated. While the demon monarch was surprised, he raised his eyes to look at Xiao Hua. At this time, Xiao Hua was standing in the air in a daze, staring at the bloody light that had just spurted out from the fragment. Within the bloody light, several hundred demons with the strength of demon generals flapped their wings and flew out. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on one of the extremely ordinary-looking devil generals. This demon general had a pair of wings on his back, and his pitch-black body was covered with a layer of scales that were engraved with indescribable demonic runes. On top of his head, there was a pair of pitch-black horns that did not seem very powerful. The demon general also seemed to feel Xiao Hua's gaze and turned his head. When he saw Xiao Hua's face and the Kunlun mirror in Xiao Hua's hand, shock appeared in his eyes. Woo! Seeing an opportunity, the demon monarch rolled his demonic flag and several streams of demonic chi pierced through the air like flying swords, piercing towards Xiao Hua. Humph! Xiao Hua really did not understand why he had such a strange feeling towards this ordinary-looking devil general. Seeing the demonic flag attacking, he retracted his attention from the devil general and urged his true essence to land on the Kunlun mirror. Woo-woo! The Kunlun mirror shone brightly, and several beams of light flew out to attack those streams of demonic chi. With a rumbling sound, those streams of demonic chi were all annihilated. What a good Kunlun mirror! That demon monarch was a demon who knew his stuff. He praised and shouted, "Which sect's disciple are you from?" This demon monarch seems to have never heard of the Kunlun mirror in the ruins. Demon brat, you're good. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. This old man is Xiao Hua, Daoist Xiao. As for where this Xiao came from, you don't need to know. You only need to know that this Xiao is a human. Since the demon race wants to sacrifice my soul to the flag, then don't blame this Xiao for being ruthless. Ha ha ha. There are still people who claim to be ruthless in front of this demon monarch. What a joke. While the demon monarch was laughing, he waved the demonic flag again, and it actually turned into a dark cloud of several miles in size and covered Xiao Hua. This is too funny. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. As he spoke, he formed an incantation gesture and hit the Kunlun mirror. Buzz buzz. Another loud rumbling sound rang out. A 5-colored beam of light that was several times bigger than the previous one rushed out of the Kunlun mirror and landed directly on the banner of Chiyu. With a sizzling sound, the demonic flag's black gas was destroyed by the beam of light. Then, the beam of light landed on the demonic flag and pierced through it. Hiss! Not only was the demon monarch shocked, even the devil generals who had just flown out were scared stiff by Xiao Hua's Kunlun mirror. Ha ha ha. Similarly, as the demonic chi was pierced through, the souls imprisoned in the demonic flag flew out. Some of the stronger souls had just flown out of the demonic flag when they immediately let out wild laughter as if they were relieved of a heavy burden. Damn it! When the demon monarch saw that the demonic flag was damaged, his face changed rapidly. He cursed and opened his mouth, wanting to swallow the demonic flag and the souls into his mouth. Xiaohua smiled coldly and waved his hand again. Swoosh! A strong golden light blinded the eyes of all the demons present. Half of the soaring dragon scissors turned into a flood dragon and pounced towards the demon monarch. In the blink of an eye, it landed on top of the demon monarch's head. The demon monarch hurriedly waved the demonic flag in front of his head. Similarly, he waved his hand and took out a huge bronze demonic shield. Crack crack. Very easily, a golden light flashed. The soaring dragon scissors retracted its dragon tail and flew back proudly. Looking at the demon monarch again, apart from the demonic horn on his head that was split into two halves, the black gas and the demonic shield were also split into two. Countless demonic chi gushed out from the demon monarch's body, and there was also a large amount of blood aura mixed with devils rushing out. As soon as these devils flew out, they immediately roared and tried to escape. However, the demon monarch's body emitted a strange fluctuation. Not only did it cover these devils and the blood aura, it also attracted the demonic chi within several li of the surroundings to rush into his body. His demonic body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Humph! Xiaohua snorted coldly again. This snort was like a thunderclap. Then, under everyone's gaze, the Kunlun mirror once again flashed a beam of light. It passed through the void and instantly hit the demon monarch's heart. Boom! A loud sound rang out. It was as if a mountain had collapsed and a mountain flood had burst out. At the same time, the demonic body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Fast, it's really too fast. Including the demon general that Xiaohua paid attention to, the other demon generals that had just rushed out were also dumbfounded. This was the demon monarch that they couldn't even look up to, was killed by Xiaohua in such a short time. The eyes of all the demon generals were filled with fear. Taoist Master Zhao's name and the might of the Kunlun mirror had already been deeply engraved in their hearts. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to erase it no matter what. Swish! Just when the demon generals were at a loss of what to do, the huge whirlwind rose up again. A powerful suction force appeared out of thin air. The roaring devils, the disorderly demonic chi, and the refined demonic flag suddenly fell into the suction force and disappeared without a trace. The demon generals turned pale with fright. They didn't understand how the demon monarch's corpse disappeared. However, they still looked at Xiaohua with lingering fear. Following the activation of the demonic formation, their figures fell to various places one after another. Xiaohua kept the demonic flag and the demonic body. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked to his left. The demon general that gave him a familiar feeling earlier had already disappeared. At this moment, although the demonic formation had already covered the sky, in Xiaohua's eyes, it was still somewhat weak. He turned his head to look at the location of the other 7 demon monarchs. His doppelganger had already easily killed the demon monarchs. The demonic flag that was exactly the same as the one he kept in his space had also fallen into his doppelganger's hands. As for his disciples, they were still bitterly fighting with the demon monarchs. However, it seemed that they had already gained the upper hand. Sun Jian was a Confucian warrior. He was the nemesis of the demon monarchs. That 3-pointed, double-edged blade was also refined by a spiritual treasure. When Xiaohua's gaze fell on it, the 3-pointed, double-edged blade had already pierced through the void. It was precisely the demon monarch that was preparing to escape. He, General Sun is indeed mighty. Xiaohua laughed loudly. His figure swayed. His mind had already collected the demon monarch's body. The demonic flag was also in his hand. Although Sun Jian didn't know why Xiaohua wanted to take the demonic flag, he didn't care. He nodded towards Xiaohua and flew back to the thunderboat. His eyes flashed with a clear light as he carefully observed the battle situation around him. Within the demonic formation, Xiaohua didn't have any restrictions. After teleporting a few times and collecting the few demon monarchs' bodies and demonic flags, he also returned to the thunderboat. Sitting down cross-legged, Xiaohua's mind entered the dimension. In the inside of the dimension, the banner of Qiyu was emitting a dim halo, sucking in the demonic bodies, devil energy, devil flame, and many other things that Xiaohua had collected into the dimension with his nether origin energy. Whenever there was a surge of devil energy, the halo of the banner of Qiyu would flicker, as if it was very happy. A few other demonic flags that looked similar to the banner of Qiyu were also revealed in midair. Under the demonic flags, in the blood ocean, there were many helplessly crying out helplessly. They were the souls and fiends of the demon clan that Xiaohua had collected into the inside of the dimension. The more fiends there were, the redder the blood ocean became, and the purer the blood light that was transmitted into the nether lotus and nether bamboo from the blood ocean. Xiaohua looked at the few demonic flags, then raised his hand and pointed at them. Rip! The demonic flags were torn into two halves, and millions of souls rushed out from them. There were men and women, young and old, and there were even many things that didn't have the shape of a human. All of these souls had a dull expression, and they looked extremely pitiful. Xiaohua sighed. He knew that most of these souls were collected by the demon monarchs from the ruins, or from other realms. Their purpose was to refine a demonic item similar to the banner of Qiyu. He raised his hand and waved it, and the millions of souls rushed into the tree of nether fruit. Buzz! The tree of nether fruit also produced a rumbling noise in the blood ocean, and the entire inside of the dimension was slightly trembling. As the number of souls Xiaohua collected into the inside of the dimension increased, the tree of nether fruit had expanded by more than 20 times. It no longer looked like a tree, but gradually, it looked like a continent, covering the blood ocean beneath it. Good! Xiaohua beamed with joy. He already understood that the reason the demon clan besieged the ruins was to kill the cultivators in the ruins, and use the souls of these cultivators to refine their demonic flags. After he killed the demon monarchs, took the demonic flags, and even collected the souls in the demonic flags into the inside of the dimension. Not only did he destroy the demon clan's plan, he also added more people to his dimension. These souls were comparable to the souls of the cultivators in the higher realms of the hidden immortal continent. If they were reincarnated as humans, wouldn't their potential be comparable to ordinary humans? Wouldn't it be easier for them to cultivate? Wouldn't it be easier for them to ascend and become an immortal? Chapter 4099. Ascension? When Xiaohua thought of this, he pinched his chin and smiled bitterly. He didn't even know how he ascended after cultivating his scattered nascent soul. He didn't even know how his disciples ascended. Besides, his space was different from the hidden immortal continent. Where could his disciples ascend to? Let's talk about it later. Xiaohua smiled and tore apart the other demon flags, sending tens of millions of souls into the tree of underworld fruit. Seeing the tree of underworld fruit expanding rapidly and forming a continent, Xiaohua clenched his hands and a few demon flags fell into his hands. As he rubbed them, the demon flags turned into pure black crystal threads. Zhang Xiaohua, O Zhang Xiaohua, be my substitute and protect Xue Xue. In my name, I bestow upon you a divine ability. In the future, you can be the champion of the underworld and become the guardian of the underworld. Xiaohua murmured, and the crystal threads turned from demon flags fell into the body of the stone statue. Strange demon runes with the aura of the underworld slowly emerged on the surface of Zhang Xiaohua's stone statue. Then, Xiaohua stretched out his hand again. His index finger flashed with a faint crystal light, and he was about to touch the forehead of the stone statue. But when he was about to touch the forehead, Xiaohua hesitated and thought to himself, since my substitute is going to be the guardian of the underworld, she must cultivate the underworld's cultivation technique. Now that I don't have the underworld's cultivation technique, I can't use the demon world's banner of Qi to nourish the demon god. If I cultivate the demon world's cultivation technique, I don't think it's appropriate. Forget it, I'll just wait for the right opportunity. The crystal light on Xiaohua's finger slowly disappeared. But, after thousands of years of comprehension in the banner of Qi and nourishment of the underworld's origin power, the stone statue's features had become clear, and it looked exactly like Zhang Xiaohua. Xiaohua hesitated again. After all, the stone statue was still in gestation, which was the best time for cultivation. If he missed this time, the cultivation in the future would be at the Hotian stage. How could he have the innate advantage now? Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then opened his eyes, which flashed as bright as the moonlight. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, I was wrong. Didn't Zi Ming say it clearly that day in Meng Mountains? Huta village was the descendant of Huta Great God. Who was Huta Great God? That is the ancient great god of the divinity transformation realm. I obtained the inheritance of the 12 great gods in the forbidden Sea of Spring. Although I have yet to cultivate to the level of Huta Great God, isn't the inheritance of Huta Great God the inheritance of the underworld realm? Then, Xiaohua raised his hand and grabbed at his forehead. A dark green ball of light in the image of Hutu appeared in his hand. It had a human body, a snake tail, 7 hands behind its back, and 2 hands in front of it. It was holding 2 flying snakes. As soon as this ball of light appeared, the entire dark side of the space started to fluctuate strangely. Strands of strange things that even Xiaohua could not understand quickly fell into the ball of light. The whole ball of light started to tremble. Then, a strand of blood-red light rushed into the ball of light from the netherworld lotus and the netherworld bamboo. Xiaohua looked at the ball of light and waited for it to calm down before he slowly pushed the ball of light into the forehead of the stone statue. As if adding the finishing touch, the devil runes and nether threads on the surface of the stone statue moved slightly, giving birth to an indescribable color. The stone statue's eyes also emitted a kind of luster. It has only been a few thousand years. Shue, master, you too can slowly grow up. I will wait for you here. 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, we will never be separated. Xiaohua muttered in his heart as his figure left the space. At this time, the battle on the battlefield was still in a stalemate. However, the 2 devil monarchs surrounded by Lu Yi and the others were in imminent danger. There was no need for Xiaohua and the others to make a move. It would only take a while for them to fall in the hands of these disciples. Of course, these 2 devil monarchs were not idiots. They had long wanted to escape. Unfortunately, they were not only facing Lu Yi and the other disciples, but also Xiaohua's avatars. Several avatars surrounded the devil monarchs and sealed the space around them. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Xiaohua looked around and saw the situation on the battlefield clearly. Although there were 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples, there were even more Devil World's forces. There were probably more than 200,000 Devil World's forces. Moreover, there was a steady flow of blood from the fragments hidden in the air. Those devil soldiers and devil generals were still rushing in. It's the same as the battle between the Shindao sect and the devil race. Xiaohua said inwardly, although the human race has the advantage, and everyone's magic power is profound, they can't resist the devil race in the end. Moreover, as the devil race's encirclement drags on, the number of devil race's forces increases, and the human race's magic power consumption is also increasing. If there are no accidents, the ruins are most likely doomed. Boom, boom. While Xiaohua was pondering, Jiang Hong's dragon Qi hit the devil monarch's chest. A spirit treasure in Lu Yi's hand flew out and killed the devil monarch. Almost at the same time, the other devil monarch was also killed by Yu Zhongquan and the other disciples. Xiaohua smiled faintly and released the Netherworld's origin force to collect the two devil monarchs' corpses. The devil flag also fell into the dark side of the space. Senior brother Lu. Yu Zhongquan called out from the other side, although little brother killed the devil monarch a few breaths later than senior brother, the number of devil race experts killed by our two armies seems to be about the same. If we want to compete, senior brother still has to show some tricks. Wu. Jiang Hong's figure swayed, and a dragon artifact drew a rainbow in the demonic array, piercing through dozens of demonic soldiers. She sneered, "I don't need to use any tricks. I can defeat you with my current divine abilities." "Huh, senior sister." Chang Yuan waved her hands, and two sword lights also killed a devil general. She retorted, "Then let's see who kills more devil race experts in the end." "Kill." Lu Yi smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, Yuanya and Wang Bianfei also executed their divine ability and followed him into the devil formation. "Master." Even at this time, Yu Zhongquan didn't forget to turn back and call out, "Help us look out. While you're at it, prepare a few spirit treasures as rewards. Pay attention to the formation." Without waiting for Xiaohua to say anything, Sun Jian coldly berated. Yu Zhongquan shrunk his neck and brought Fu Jiwen and Wu Tian to the other side. After Xiaohua dealt with the two devil monarchs and the devil flag, his figure swayed and landed beside Sun Jian. He asked in a low voice, "Sun Jian, this old man feels that this devil formation is a bit strange." "That's right." Sun Jian's face sank, as if he also sensed that something was wrong. He said in a low voice, "The devil race in the ruins is a bit different from the devil race I saw in Hidden Immortal Continent. The devil race in Hidden Immortal Continent is closer to Body Cultivator. Although their divine ability isn't small, their spatial divine ability isn't this powerful. What's special is that these devil race seem to be born from blood light. Even if they are killed, they can still be reborn. After the devil race in Hidden Immortal Continent is killed, they are killed?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "This one doesn't know." Sun Jian answered, "But this one knows that when we Confucian cultivators fight against the devil race, killing one devil race is one less devil race, and the number of devil race will decrease. Moreover, the number of devil race that can come through the space crack is limited. The devil formation they can arrange, how can it be as perfect as the one in front of us?" "Indeed, ah." Xiaohua also used the clear eyes technique to observe the devil formation that had been set up, trapping all the Fortune Gate's disciples. Not to mention living people, even their souls couldn't escape. The 8 devil monarchs should be the main force of the devil formation. If it were any other time, the devil formation would have collapsed after they were killed, but what about now? Nothing has changed. Not only is there no change, the number of devil race is increasing. I'm afraid our Fortune Gate disciples won't be able to withstand it. Sun Jian turned to look at Xiaohua and said, "This is the first time our Fortune Gate disciples have accepted a battle. This one just wants to let them know the cruelty of war. Not being able to win this battle is not out of this one's expectations. Moreover, the devil race seems to be limitless, while our Fortune Gate disciples are limited. One devil race disciple is one less Fortune Gate disciple. It seems that Daoist Xiao, in the end, we still need to act." "Well said." Xiaohua smiled and said, "This Xiao doesn't have the ability to completely annihilate these devil race disciples, but if fellow immortals and I can open the devil formation and let the Fortune Gate disciples escape, there won't be any problem." Then, Sun Jian's void-shattering eye slowly opened. He scanned the entire devil formation and said, "We'll wait for another hour and see how the battle goes. If they really can't hold on, we'll make a move." "Alright, we'll listen to you." Xiaohua smiled and said, "If we rashly make a move, I'm afraid it will affect the disciples' mood. But we still need to be careful. There are devil race experts more powerful than the devil monarchs coming. Sun Jian's eyes flashed with a silvery white light as he said, if the devil formation doesn't collapse, the devil soldiers won't disperse, the devil race still has a backup plan. Devil Venerable? Xiao Hua smiled faintly. His gaze swept over the several clones as he said indifferently, then this Xiao wants to see how many heads the Devil Venerable has. Half an hour passed quickly. Xiao Hua's consciousness enveloped the entire battlefield. The dead Fortune Gate disciples and the slaughtered Devil Race disciples didn't escape the netherworld origin power and were all sucked into the spaces inside. Seeing that the time was up, Sun Jian raised his hand and was about to give the order to retreat. Right at this moment, a thumb-sized blood bead broke through the air from the devil formation. Immediately, a cold and gloomy aura seeped out from the blood bead and the nearby space crack. Boom! Unfortunately, before the blood bead could fully emerge, the sword in Xiao Hua's hand that had been accumulating power slashed down. The blood bead was instantly split in half. Blood gushed out from the blood bead, and even more undead flew out from the blood bead. Kacha! Several thunderbolts poured down like raindrops, avoiding the blood bead and falling into the space crack. Ha! An obscure sound came out, and at this time, an extremely strange hurricane rose up, falling on the blood bead. The blood bead shook slightly, and instantly disappeared without a trace. Aoo! A roar echoed out from the void as if the owner of the voice was extremely disdainful of Xiao Hua's method of stealing. Whoosh! A brush appeared in the air as soon as the roar was heard. It looked very ordinary, but the tip of the brush was tinged with an emerald green color. The emerald green color was both cute and lively. Wherever the emerald green light passed by, sprouts would sprout out from it as if the entire space was coming to life. Wasn't this the Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua's sub-brush? Chapter 4100. There wasn't any loud noise, nor was there any huge fluctuation. A green sprout grew out of the spatial crack where the brush landed. The green sprout instantly filled up all the cracks and slowly grew into a small patch of green moss. This is... Sun Jian was dumbfounded. He seemed to have thought of something and blurted out, "Is this Ma Liang's divine brush?" There was no more movement in the void under the green moss. The demons that were about to come were obviously scared off by Xiao Hua's strange method. In a moment, the hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers and generals in the demon formation began to reorganize their formation. The fragments in the air also slowly disappeared. When the bloody color of the fragments disappeared, the hundreds of thousands of demons also disappeared into the void. Boom! We won, we defeated hundreds of thousands of demons. In an instant, the 100,000 disciples cheered. This was the first time in their lives that they were able to defeat enemies several times stronger than them. How could they not be excited and proud? The enthusiastic atmosphere spread over 1,000 miles. Even Sun Jian, who was always cold, couldn't help but smile at this time. However, just as the cheers died down, in the wind of the celebration, woo-woo, a voice choked with sobs was heard. Everyone looked over and saw a thin female disciple. This female disciple was holding a long sword in her hand. Her body was covered in bloody scars. These scars covered the bright color of her red clothes. Moreover, the red clothes were also torn apart by the demons. But the strange thing was that although there was a large patch of blood on the back of the clothes were still in good condition. There was no damage. Looking at the hairpin in the female disciple's hair and the half of the clothes in her hand, everyone instantly understood. Although the battle was won, the two lovers were separated by life and death. Looking at the clothes on the back of the woman's clothes, when they were fighting against the demons just now, her lover must have protected her back. It was also to protect her life that her lover sacrificed his own life. In an instant, the joy of winning the battle was long gone. Even more disciples began to cry. After all, this battle was not easy, and the number of disciples that died was not small. The woman sobbed for a while before wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. She swept her gaze across the crowd of disciples and said, "Senior brothers and junior brothers, martial uncles and martial ancestors, I've made a fool of myself. After all, we have achieved a rare victory. My husband, even if he falls into the cycle of reincarnation, he will definitely be as happy as we are." "Not bad," Sun Jian said. "Although we won this battle, this victory was not easy to come by. This victory was built on the corpses of the dead and injured disciples. It was built on our tears and blood. However, we cannot avoid war. There are many injustices and dangers in this world. We can only face them head-on in order to live a better life." "Yes, this disciple understands." The group of Fortune Gate disciples answered in unison. "Line up." Sun Jian waved his hand. "In the future, we will encounter more battles. If we don't want people to die, we will have to train harder. We will let the devil race know that our Fortune Gate's disciples are their nemesis." Sun Jian was indeed a good commander. With just a few words at the crucial moment, he ignited the disciples' passion. Everyone wiped away their tears and shouted, "Victory, victory!" After everyone lined up, they boarded the lightning boat. The lightning boat rumbled as they set off for the southwest border. Xiaofan turned his head with confusion in his eyes. He looked at the place where the smell of blood had just dissipated. He thought to himself, "That devil general, why does this Xiao feel familiar? Could it be that devil general is related to second senior brother? Or his disciple? This is really strange." Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart suddenly quivered. A kind of ecstasy rushed to his heart. His granny, could it be that this Xiao was born in the ruins? This place not only has the Misty School, but also the familiar Yumingxin and the devil race. Could it be that the things that this Xiao can't remember, all happened in this ruins? But, this ruins, doesn't seem to have any common people, nor Lu Zhen. The two lightning boats and close to 100,000 Fortune Gates disciples set off for the southwest border. Along the way, not only did they encounter the devil race's attacks, but they also encountered the other Dao Gates army. The ruins cultivators were naturally surprised to see strangers, but when they heard that they were reinforcements from the outside world, and each one of them had a high cultivation, they were pleasantly surprised. They reported this matter to the discussion hall and distributed some military supplies to them. Xiaohua and the green-robed Xiaohua didn't know how to lead an army and fight a war. They only wanted to take out the disciples in the space to gain experience, but they didn't know that fighting a war and gaining experience were two completely different things. Sun Jian naturally understood this, but before he had the chance, he didn't say anything. Now that he saw the ruins' local army, he naturally asked for everything he needed, including the current situation of the ruins, the positions of the 10 sects in the southwest border, and the layout of the ruins. Of course, the specific layout of the discussion hall couldn't be given to Sun Jian and Xiaohua, but just from the information they received, the situation of the ruins was absolutely not optimistic. Not to mention that the entire ruins was completely surrounded by the devil race, not to mention that these devil race had already occupied a small half of the ruins, not to mention that 30% of the ruins' disciples had died in battle. Just the ruins' cultivators' intentions towards the devil race and the origin of the devil race were still unclear. This was enough for Sun Jian to have a pessimistic judgment about the outcome of this war. And what was special was that the secret report from the discussion hall once again mentioned the devil race's ability to travel through the void. This was also an ability they didn't have when they encountered the devil race before. This ability allowed the devil race to appear and disappear unpredictably. The ruins cultivators simply couldn't control the entire battle situation. Sun Jian first looked at the secret report from the discussion hall, then frowned and handed the secret report to Xiaohua. Xiaohua saw Sun Jian's seriousness and hurriedly took the secret report and looked at it carefully. Very obviously, his focus was different from Sun Jian's. After he finished reading, he didn't find any records of Lu Zhen or other people from the secular world. He couldn't help but be a little disappointed, but he still said in surprise, "What? This ruins isn't a continent? But, a star? Or even a star that has already been destroyed by 40%? At this point, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the scene he saw through the spatial crack when the transportation passage was torn apart. It seemed that the huge and already incomplete planet at that time was the ruins he was standing on. And that blood fog that spread outside the planet was the devil race that surrounded the ruins. It should be like this. Sun Jian was a little absent-minded and answered, from the current situation, whether it is the continent or the star, the devil race has the advantage. To defeat the devil race is too difficult. Xiaohua looked at Sun Jian and then at the two thunderbolts and close to 100,000 disciples. He said with a smile, "Sun Jian, don't worry. Since this Xiao can bring you all out of the heavenly prison, of course this Xiao can also bring you all out of the ruins. Didn't this secret report say it clearly? Outside the ruins is the almost boundless star field. The entire star field is their so-called cultivation world. Other than the ruins, there are many other stars. Although this Xiao doesn't know what other methods can be used to reach other stars apart from the transportation formation, this Xiao feels that if we use the star field to fly to other stars, this Xiao feels that it should be easier than flying in the heavenly prison, right?" "No." Sun Jian said decisively, "This sun is not worried about my life. With Daoist Xiao and the Kunlun mirror here, this sun is not afraid of these things. This sun is worried about the cultivators of the ruins. We can leave as we wish, but these cultivators will be killed by the devil race and refined into blood spirits. Thinking about this sun has a headache." Sigh, Xiaohua sighed and said with emotion, "This Xiao finally knows why the immortal emperor conferred you the title of immortal Lord Qingyuan. Although your cultivation and strength might not be worthy of the title of immortal lord, your loyalty and benevolence are enough to make you worthy of the title. Sun Jian, you can do it without worry. If 100,000 disciples are not enough, this Xiao will give you another 100,000. If magic tools and magic treasures are not enough, this Xiao will give you more." "Oh?" Sun Jian raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "How many methods does Daoist Xiao have that you haven't used? If your loyalty to this Xiao surpasses that of the immortal emperor, this Xiao will naturally let you know." Sun Jian smiled slightly and did not answer. Instead, he looked into the distance and pondered with a frown. Xiaohua's words were naturally not a joke. There were originally 2 million people in his space, and most of these people were cultivators. Many of them were even not inferior to the Fortune Gate's disciples. In particular, since entering the ruins, Xiaohua had kept a lot of wandering souls into the inside of the space. There were even more blood spirits in the 8 devil flags. Roughly speaking, there were probably tens of millions of them. The quality of these wandering souls was extremely high, far surpassing the souls that Xiaohua had collected in the hidden immortal continent. They rested on the underworld fruit tree for a while and then directly reincarnated into the Shenhua continent. These tens of millions of souls not only allowed the underworld fruit tree to form a continent, after reincarnating, they also increased the vitality of the space. The entire space's area increased sharply once again, reaching a distance of 80 million li. Not only was there land in the space, there was also an ocean. The various landforms were no different from the Dawn Rain continent and the hidden immortal continent. These reincarnated children's aptitude was outstanding, and they could understand the Fortune Gate's cultivation techniques with just a hint. Although it was still a short time, Xiaohua believed that as long as the war between the ruins and the devil race continued, the ruins' cultivators would gradually die out. However, the number of disciples in his space would definitely increase. Not to mention 100,000, even 1,000,000 disciples was possible. The night was silent, and even the rumbling of the thunderbolt seemed a little noisy. Sun Jian looked into the distance and said, Daoist Xiao, with the speed of the thunder boat, we should reach the White Cloud Monastery in 10 days. On our way here, we encountered 12 groups of ruins cultivators and 7 groups of devil race. Our Fortune Gate's disciples' combat strength is far greater than before, but we also lost a lot of disciples. Now, we probably have less than 90,000. The 12 groups of cultivators also passed the news that the Devil Emperor was preparing to annihilate the 10 southwestern groups to the conference hall, but obviously, the conference hall did not believe this news. Or maybe they were restrained by the devil race and were unable to send troops to the southwestern border. If this news is credible, then the ones who will fight the Devil Emperor are the 10 southwestern groups and our Fortune Gate's disciples. Chapter 4101. At this point, this Xiao can only hope that this news is false. Xiaohua answered indifferently as he looked into the distance. Sun Jian shook his head and looked meaningfully at Xiaohua, saying, Daoist Xiao is deceiving himself. If you didn't feel it, why would you insist on coming? Xiaohua shrugged and answered, I just want to see if there are any advantages here. Daoist Xiao is probably the only person in this world who can take advantage of the devil race. Sun Jian did not expose Xiaohua, instead, he smiled and said, Wan Wuxin said that there was a devil emperor coming with 500,000 devil soldiers, no wonder the ruins meeting hall didn't believe it. Just look at the scattered devil soldiers we met along the way, a devil monarch brought 500,000 devil soldiers. If a devil emperor wants to destroy a sect, without 2 to 3 million devil soldiers, it would be impossible, right? In fact, the most important thing is. Xiaohua took a deep breath, the southwest border is remote. Although the 10 sects are not big, the people there are brave and valiant. The 10 sects are not convinced by the Misty School, Fragrance Religion, and Shandao sect. Not to mention that there is no place for them in the meeting hall, they are even more disobedient to the meeting hall. The annihilation of the 10 sects may not have any effect on the ruins. Moreover, the 10 sects are spread over millions of li in the southwest border. If a devil emperor wants to annihilate the 10 sects, it won't be easy. Therefore, the ruins meeting hall doesn't care, doesn't believe, and doesn't care. This is the ruins' internal affairs, it has nothing to do with us. Sun Jian didn't like this kind of deceit and said, we just do what we should do. Good. Xiaohua nodded, this kind of Sun Jian is the Sun Jian that this Xiao is willing to befriend. Many thanks, Master Xiao. Sun Jian nodded slightly, then emphasized, if Master Xiao doesn't rebel against the Misty School, Master Xiao will always be this one's Master Xiao. Your grandmother, why would this Xiao rebel against the Misty School? Xiaohua waved his hand, this Xiao has never done such a boring thing. As long as the Misty School doesn't find trouble with this Xiao will definitely ignore the immortal emperor. AI. Sun Jian looked at the Fortune Gate disciples on the lightning boat, Master Xiao is making things difficult for this one. It's all up to you. Xiaohua smiles and sits cross-legged on the thunder boat, this Xiao is going to cultivate. You can slowly think about it. There is still a long time left. It won't be too late for you to make a decision after we return to the hidden immortal continent. As for what you think of doing. Without mentioning Xiaohua's comprehension of the laws of time, the thunder boat rumbled forward as fast as lightning. It passed through the clouds and flew over the mountain forest. 10 days later, a faint mist appeared in the sky, and the mountain ridge became increasingly steep. The speed of the thunder ship had already slowed down. In front of the thunder ship, there were patrolling disciples who went out one after another to scout for news and movements. Although Xiaohua's other avatars could see further than them, they only cultivated by themselves and did not give any warning. However, after traveling for another half a day, just as it was about to be late at night, Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes and ordered, Sun Jian, issue a military order, call back the patrolling disciples. The White Cloud Monastery is right in front of us, the demons have already surrounded it and are attacking. Let's hurry and reinforce them. After saying that, Xiaohua raised his hand and waved. A mirror that was several dozen feet in size appeared in front of Sun Jian, and a huge mountain peak appeared in the mirror. This mountain peak looked like a dragon head that was protruding from the ground. The dragon head was surrounded by white clouds, and now, the white clouds were sealed by the blood formation. Streams of blood flowed out from the dragon head and landed on the dragon head before pouring down. The devilish qi around the blood formation devoured the white clouds crazily. Tens of thousands of demons brandished their devilish weapons and fought against the humans. As for the humans, they were wearing Taoist robes and Taoist crowns. They were the attire of orthodox Taoism cultivators. Everyone. Sun Jian glanced at the mirror and raised his hand to pick up a small flag. He issued an order, "Stay alert, devil-slaying army, form the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation and prepare to face the enemy." Woo-woo. The two thunder ships emitted a strange sound at the same time. This sound seemed to be thunder, but the rhythm of the thunder was different. Even Xiaohua was confused when he heard it. The Fortune Gate's disciples on the thunder ship hurriedly flew out from their original positions and landed on different parts of the thunder ship. From the looks of it, they were forming two Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formations. This plentiful sun devil-devouring immortal formation was naturally recorded in the jade eyes that Xiaohua had given to Sun Jian. Initially, Sun Jian did not care about it. However, Sun Jian later realized that the capital star formation that Xiaohua had set up in the Black Wind Ridge was already so powerful. How could the formation that Xiaohua had given him be ordinary? Sure enough, there were a few offensive formations and a defensive formation that Sun Jian had never heard of before. When he saw how to set up the formation, Sun Jian was shocked. He might not know how to set up a formation, but he knew how to train an army. After the battle with the devil race, Sun Jian started to teach the tens of thousands of disciples how to set up the formation. Unfortunately, this Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation was too complicated. It was impossible to master it in a short period of time. Until today, the 90,000 disciples were barely able to set up the embryonic form of the formation. After the formation was set up, the speed of the thunder ship gradually slowed down and steadily advanced. The Fortune Gate's disciples in the space were personally trained by green-robed Xiaohua. Most of them knew the art of lightning. Everyone circulated their magic power and communicated with the lightning pool on the thunder ship. The several thousand feet long thunder ship was like a rooster formed by lightning. It raised its proud comb and flew towards the devil formation. In order to prepare for the battle with the Devil Emperor, Xiaohua had already recalled his clones. He flew out from the thunder ship and slowly flew behind the disciples. He released his divine sense and paid attention to the situation of the devil formation. Since the Fortune Gate's disciples had discovered the devil formation, the devil race naturally discovered the thunder ship. Before the two thunder ships could get close, devil qi rushed out from the blood water like a waterfall. More than a dozen devils riding on magic beasts charged out, brandishing devil artifacts in their hands. These devils were different from the ones the Fortune Gate's disciples had encountered previously. They did not have wings on their backs, nor did they have horns on their foreheads. Each and every one of them was tall and sturdy. Dense devil qi condensed into devil formations around these devils. The outer layer of these devil formations was suffused with blood-red light, and fist-sized devil runes were engraved on these devil formations. Looking at them, one's mind would be lost. These devils were not in human form. Some of them had 3 heads, and the 3 heads were either in the shape of beasts or birds. Some of them were even shapeless. Some of them had 6 arms, and each arm was different in length. They held different devil artifacts in their hands. Some of them were even shapeless, resembling a lump of pus and blood. However, there were tentacles that looked like tree branches sticking out from the pus and blood, and the tentacles were holding white bones. The magic beasts the devils rode on were also very strange. Some of them were just bones, while some of them were made of flesh and blood. Large chunks of pus and blood dripped down from their bodies. There were even some magic beasts that were made of blood clouds. Ghost heads screamed crazily within the blood clouds, and specks of dark green light could be seen clearly in the night sky. Blood flowed out endlessly like a river. Tens of thousands of devils had gathered in the air above them, and they had yet to get into formation. Sun Jian raised his hand and waved his three-pointed double-edged blade, giving the order, "Kill." Following Sun Jian's command, the two lightning bolts suddenly sped up. The two plentiful sun devil devouring immortal arrays emitted a devil-slaying aura. Tens of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples were enshrouded in lightning. Following the lightning bolts, they were like roosters that tore through the sky as they charged towards the devil-slaying army. Rumble, zalala, rumbling sounds, lightning strikes, collisions, screams, wails, moans, blood flowing, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. All kinds of sorrowful cries and pain could be heard when the humans and devils clashed. The Pleiades devil-devouring immortal arrays pierced deep into the devil formation, tearing apart the blood and devil chi. The lightning within the immortal arrays also struck down the burly devils one after another. The rooster formation was slowly being compressed. As the lightning bolts crashed into the devil formation, the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal arrays were compressed to the extreme. Swoosh! Following that, the devil formation also poured out like mercury. Those devils that weren't killed by the lightning bolts and blood rushed into the immortal arrays. The suppressed might of the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal arrays suddenly erupted, and all the devils within several miles were instantly killed by the lightning bolts. Seeing thousands of devils being turned into dust by the lightning bolts, the Fortune Gate's disciples were shocked. They roared and swung their magic treasures. Circulating their true essence, they maintained the same formation as they smashed towards the devils. Ga. Just as Xiaofan and Sun Jian were watching the battle, a series of hoarse sounds like boulders colliding came from the devil formation. Following that, 4 balls of bloody pus flew out from the devil formation. They rapidly expanded in midair, and when the pus and blood fell, they turned into 4 devil monarchs that were thousands of feet tall. These 4 devil monarchs were different from the ones Xiaohua had seen before. They all had strange appearances. Their heads were squarish, and they didn't have any facial features. They only had one big eye and a bloody mouth that was tens of feet wide. Everywhere else was covered in blood. Their figures didn't look like humans either. They had 3 tentacle-like arms and a dozen thick pillar-like legs. Above the blood clouds, the devil monarchs' bodies were like gourds. The surface of their bodies was jet black, and there were skeletons engraved on their bodies. When the devil monarchs appeared, the devil artifacts immediately rushed out from the blood formation. They clustered around the devil monarchs and soared into the sky. Although Xiaohua couldn't see any expression in the devil monarch's eyes, he felt an indescribable shock in his heart. "It's a little strange." Xiaohua turned to look at Sun Jian and transmitted his voice. "Didn't you say there was a devil emperor? How come there are still 4 devil monarchs? Could it be that Wan Wuxin's information was wrong?" Sun Jian shook his head slightly and replied, "Wan Wuxin's information might not be wrong. Don't forget, the Devil Emperor wants to exterminate the 10 southwest sections. These 10 sects aren't together, so if the Devil Emperor attacks at the same time, he might not be able to do anything." "What do you mean by being unable to do anything?" Xiaohua smiled coldly and reminded, "I'm afraid these 4 devil monarchs are not simple. Maybe one of them is the Devil Emperor's doppelganger. Not to mention one, even if all 4 of them are, so what?" Sun Jian said proudly, "Can we still let them escape?" "Good." Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, General Sun is responsible for one devil monarch, leave the other 3 to us. Chapter 4102. With that, Xiaohua shook the Kunlun mirror. The green-robed Xiaohua and the soul cultivator Xiaohua flew out of the space and landed in front of the 2 demon monarchs. Roar! The 4 demon monarchs uttered unpleasant murmurs. They waved their demonic weapons and rushed toward Xiaohua and the others. True qi surged around Sun Jian's body. The 5-colored clouds not only appeared under his feet, but also enveloped his body. In addition, Sun Jian's armor was overflowing with brilliance. He really was a majestic, perfected Lord Qingyuan. Sun Jian's strength might not be comparable to Xiaohua's, but his experience on the battlefield was better than Xiaohua's. In particular, he had followed the Immortal Palace's army everywhere and fought with the demon race more than once or twice. He didn't have the slightest fear in the face of the demon monarchs. That 3-pointed, double-edged blade was a spiritual treasure that was about to advance to the Xiantian level. That weapon not only split the void, but also split the demon qi in half. Swish! There was a soft sound, as if a hand had torn his clothes. The moment the demon monarch's strange demonic tool came into contact with the 3-pointed, double-edged blade, it was immediately cut open. The demon monarch was slightly startled. He opened his mouth wide, and a stream of filthy blood gushed out. This filthy blood was very powerful. As soon as it rushed out, it immediately produced dozens of thumb-sized whirlpools. In the middle of the whirlpools was a small black dot that looked like an eye. The blood waves that rolled up from the whirlpools corroded the entire space. Wherever the black dot passed, it produced a terrifying roar, and a heavy sound wave rushed toward Sun Jian's forehead. What was particularly special was that within 100 li of the demon lord, all the space was suffused with a bloody light as thin as a broad bean. Within these bean-sized bloody lights, one could faintly see the demon kingdom. Perhaps there were demon flames that soared to the heavens, or demons that covered the earth. Tens of thousands of killing qi seeped out from these bloody lights. Humph! Seeing the bloody river like waves and the bloody light like swords, Sun Jian sneered. He threw his 3-pointed, double-edged blade into the sky. The blade turned into a 3-headed silver dragon and pounced on the demon monarch. He also patted his own head. Puff! The 5-colored true qi turned into a cherry blossom and rushed into the air. A mighty qi bloomed from the cherry blossom, completely enveloping the demon monarch and Sun Jian within 100 miles. With the rotation of the cherry blossom, the mighty qi condensed into thin needle-like pillars of mighty qi, which pierced into the bloody light with incomparable sharpness. Bang 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 bang. Sounds like beans being fried appeared within 100 miles. Void cracks appeared out of nowhere. When the 5-colored cherry blossom arrived in front of the bloody river, it immediately went against the flow. A rumbling sound that shook the space was heard. A fluctuation that could overturn a giant mountain emerged from the cherry blossom and the bloody river. In the light and darkness, the bloody river flowed in reverse. Sun Jian's 5-colored true qi not only destroyed the demon monarch's bloody river, but it also didn't stop there. It crashed into the demon monarch's body, causing the demon vein to let out an ear-piercing howl. Cracks appeared on the surface of the demon monarch's jet-black body, and the cracks spread extremely quickly. Several of the demon monarch's legs collapsed like glass. Not only that, the 3-pointed, double-edged blade also pounced over. The demon monarch hastily fought back, and a few of his demon weapons were shattered by the 3-pointed, double-edged blade. Even one of his arms was chopped off. The demon monarch didn't expect Sun Jian's battle prowess to be so strong. They had only met face to face, but Sun Jian was already able to injure him. He couldn't help but quickly retreat in fear. That big eye suddenly spun, and streams of demon vein rushed out from it, distorting the space and falling toward Sun Jian's head. Kill! Sun Jian roared angrily. The void-shattering eye between his brows slowly opened, and a thin, silver-white pillar of light instantly broke through the sky, piercing straight through the demon vein. Wherever the pillar of light passed, the demon vein exploded. With a loud boom, the pillar of light even entered the demon monarch's eye. Pfff. With a muffled sound, the pillar of light sank into the demon monarch's head, passing through it like a chopstick sticking into tofu. Aoo. The demon monarch let out a blood-curdling scream, and his figure quickly retreated again. Pfff. With another crisp sound, the three-pointed, double-edged blade stabbed into the demon monarch's back. The jet-black demon vein gave birth to the shape of a huge shield, and the demon chi in the shield was dense. 10,000 blood shadows appeared in an attempt to block it, but they couldn't stop the three-pointed, double-edged blade. Ka. With a crisp sound, the demon monarch's demon core was shattered, and a dense demon chi rushed out from the demon monarch's body. 10,000 blood shadows roared and wanted to fly back to the demon array to escape. Woo! Sun Jian was already prepared. The cherry-like five-colored true chi had already descended, and the entire space trembled as it was about to kill these blood shadows. Huh! Leave these to this Xiao. A loud laugh came from behind Sun Jian. It was unknown when Xiao Hua had mysteriously appeared. Under the mental barrier, the netherworld origin force rushed out, and all the demons were sucked into the blood river. Reverend's method is good. Sun Jian smiled and withdrew his true chi. He raised his head and looked in the other two directions. At this time, Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua took out a sub-brush and a green dot fell on the demon monarch's body. It was as if green sprouts had sprouted from the demon monarch's body. Instantly, thousands of seeds sprouted from the demon monarch's body. The demon monarch let out a heart-wrenching howl, and his demon palms madly clawed at his body in an attempt to pull out the green sprouts. Unfortunately, as soon as his demon palms touched the sprouts, a green light appeared on his palms. In just a moment, the demon monarch's entire body was covered in green light. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua didn't have to use any other divine ability. The sub-brush's life force had already exterminated the demon monarch. Divine tool. Ma Liang's divine brush, it really is a divine tool. Sun Jian sighed. In his heart, he knew that although his Confucian cultivation technique was the bane of the demon race, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill the demon monarch without his three-pointed, double-edged blade. Furthermore, Xiao Hua's sub-brush seemed to be even more powerful than his three-pointed, double-edged blade. It was even more powerful than the legendary divine brush. Seeing Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua succeed, the green-robed Xiao Hua was a little anxious. He had always considered himself as the Fortune Gate's ancestor, but today, he actually fell behind Xiao Hua. This really made him lose face. The green-robed Xiao Hua rubbed his hands together, and two thunderbolts appeared in his hands like halberds. Ka-cha-cha. They hacked down towards the devil monarch's head, and he even opened his mouth. Whoa! The seal of turning the sea rushed out, and the coiling dragon roared as it grabbed the seal and pounced towards the devil monarch's heart. Wherever the seal passed, waves of bronze ripples rippled out like water, breaking through the devil monarch's domain. The thunderbolts illuminated the devil monarch's ugly face, and it seemed as if they were about to split the devil monarch in half. It was also at this time that the demon monarch's single eye suddenly flickered with a trace of Yin fire. An invisible whirlwind suddenly appeared around the demon monarch, and then, a frigid coldness spread out from the demon monarch. This frigid coldness was so powerful that the moment it appeared, the space around the demon monarch froze. One after another, pale white devils appeared from the void. The green-robed Xiao Hua's lightning bolts actually froze in midair, unable to strike down. Even the powerful seal of overturning sea was tumbling in midair, as if it had encountered an invisible barrier that it couldn't break through. Not good. Xiao Hua's expression changed greatly. His figure flickered as he tried to teleport over, but it was clear that the ice had already spread out for several hundred li. His figure blurred, but after a few li, he reappeared again. His eyes were filled with shock. However, in a short moment, lightning bolts surged around Xiaohua's body, and an intense fluctuation appeared. Xiaohua's figure turned into a rainbow as he forcibly charged into the ice domain. Wu! Above Xiaohua's head, a beam of light shot out. The Kunlun mirror that had always been incomparably sharp also became slow at this time. Although the beam of light shattered a lot of ice, it was still very far away from the green-robed Xiaohua. At this moment, the devil patterns around the demon monarch's body suddenly emitted a pale white brilliance. Within the brilliance, a large amount of devil qi and blood-red light rushed into the huge devil body. The huge devil body emitted a ka-ka sound, and the devil body rapidly changed and expanded. A humanoid devil emperor was about to appear. Wu! Before the devil emperor was completely formed, the several tentacles of the demon monarch had already transformed into a strange arm. This arm was entangled together like a vine, and every vine was a white bone. With a wave of this arm, it had already crossed the sky and pierced towards the green-robed Xiaohua's head. A bone-chilling feeling emerged from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Although he saw the lightning bolts surging around the green-robed Xiaohua, and the space within 100 li was also clustered with lightning bolts, and the green-robed Xiaohua was preparing to merge with the lightning bolts to fight against this white bone, Xiaohua's intuition told him that his doppelganger would definitely suffer a great loss under this devil emperor's doppelganger. Seeing the soul cultivator Xiaohua's subbrush landing on the ice domain, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and the Kunlun mirror in his hand trembled again. A thick devil flame was born and rushed into the domain. Immediately, the devil flame condensed into the shape of a human. It was precisely the devil spirit Xiaohua. Devil spirit Xiaohua didn't reveal his appearance. His left hand suddenly waved, and a black light that swallowed all the brilliance flashed in midair. Devil Blade Murder transcended space and Devil Emperor's domain and appeared above Devil Emperor's head. Kill. It's actually kill. Even the Devil Emperor was startled by the appearance of the Devil Blade, and almost jumped out of his body. The Devil Emperor's ice domain was admittedly cold, but under the killing intent of the Devil Blade, it threw away its armor. When the entire space collapsed, the Devil Blade cleaved the Devil Emperor's incomplete body into two halves. Even the Devil Blade swallowed all the devil bodies in its path, and the Devil Emperor's doppelganger fell into the Devil Qi. Grandma, that was close. After the Devil Emperor was destroyed, the green-robed Xiaohua hastily put away his magic treasure and teleported to Xiaohua's side. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and released his divine sense to look at the place where the Devil Emperor appeared. He nodded and said, "Yes, this Devil Emperor should be 9th grade elemental power. It seems like he can break through to the realm of Devil Emperor at any time. Fellow Taoist really is not his opponent now." The soul cultivator Xiaohua also teleported to Xiaohua's side. He frowned and said, "The Devil Realm has always had few Devil Emperors. Why did we suddenly encounter a Devil Emperor who is about to become a Devil Emperor? Fellow Taoist, don't forget, this place is not the hidden immortal continent." Xiaohua reminded, perhaps this Devil Realm and that Devil Realm might be different. Chapter 4103. As the saying goes, the devil rises 10. The path of cultivation is still far away. Green-robed Xiaohua looked very ashamed, and sighed as he followed Xiaohua back into Xiaohua's fleshly body. On the other hand, Sun Jian stood extremely far away as he looked at Xiaohua, who was holding a demonic blade, with a thoughtful expression in his eyes. Xiaohua looked at Sun Jian and did not explain anything. The Kunlun mirror shook and absorbed Xiaohua into its bloodline. Xiaohua and Sun Jian didn't say a word. They just stood on the lightning boat. One used the light of clear sight to check the attacks from the two immortal arrays, while the other used his divine sense to observe the changes in the demonic arrays. Amidst the deafening battle cries, the time it took to finish a cup of tea had passed. The Fortune Gate's disciples' fighting spirit was gradually worn down, and the battle was now in a stalemate. Moreover, as the bloody light from the devil array poured in, more and more devil cultivators flew out and joined the battle. The devil flames were beginning to suppress the Tao sect's momentum. Not bad. Seeing this, Xiaofan nodded and said, "This demon race is clearly different from the demon race we encountered before. These devil cultivators are tough and powerful. In a one-on-one battle, other than the 4th grade and above cultivators, the rest of the Fortune Gate disciples are no match for them. But now, after several battles, the Fortune Gate disciples can cooperate with each other and rely on their formations to fight evenly with the same number of devil cultivators. It's really not easy. It's too early to make a conclusion." Sun Jian was not optimistic, and said, "As the saying goes, the first drum beats the spirit, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. Currently, our army is in a state of decline. If we can't survive this, we will be defeated." This Xiao doesn't know." Xiaohua laughed, "But, if the Fortune Gate's devil-slaying army and devil-exterminating army can't give birth to a military spirit under true sovereign Qing Yuan's guidance, then which army in the world can resist the devil cultivators?" Sun Jian laughed arrogantly and did not reply. Sure enough, in less than half a cup of tea's time, the Fortune Gate's disciples' tenacity was revealed. The experience and lessons they had learned from sacrificing more than 10,000 Fortune Gate's disciples' lives in the previous battles had paid off. Although there were casualties among the Fortune Gate's disciples, they still fought tenaciously against the endless waves of devil army. Not only did they block the devil army in front of them, they even sacrificed their lives for their fellow disciples. This unity of will formed a divine ability that was 100 times more powerful than magic power, blocking the devil army's attacks. Moreover, after enduring the devil clan's attack, the Fortune Gate disciples were like cultivators who had opened 100 meridians. Their movements had become more agile, and their attacks were like sharp blades piercing into the devil formation. The lightning bolt's flickering light tore the devil formation apart, and the several thousand zhang long lightning bolt charged into the blood mist. An unstoppable military spirit was gradually revealed. Kill, ah! The Fortune Gate disciples cheered when they saw that the devil formation had been broken. However, the disciples' battle formation did not change. Instead, it was as steady as before, with layers upon layers of magic treasures. In the face of such battle-savvy humans, the devil army could only retreat, leaving behind more than 10,000 broken limbs as they fought and retreated. After the blood formation, there was another blood formation with layers upon layers of blood shadows. It was exactly what Xiaohua had seen with his magic treasure. At this time, the number of Tao Gate's cultivators fighting inside the blood formation was much less than before. Moreover, the surviving cultivators all had sorrowful expressions on their faces. They were at a disadvantage, and could be killed by the devil army at any time. However, these cultivators were pleasantly surprised when they saw the lightning bolt charging in. However, when they saw the Fortune Gate's disciples' attire, they were shocked. However, since the Fortune Gate's disciples were humans, and they had broken through the devil formation, these cultivators naturally knew the purpose of the Fortune Gate's disciples' arrival. Some disciples hurriedly broke away from their opponents and regrouped with the Fortune Gate's disciples, while others hurriedly sent messages to the White Cloud Monastery. "We are Fortune Gate's disciples under Daoist Xiao," in front of the lightning boat, a disciple in charge of sending messages shouted through voice transmission. "Don't be anxious, get into formation and resist. We are here to rescue the White Cloud Monastery. You and I will attack from the inside and outside and defeat the devil army. Many thanks for the Fortune Gate's assistance." The White Cloud Monastery's disciple was very happy. The devil army has besieged my White Cloud Monastery for more than 10 days. Our transmission array has been cut off by the devil army, so we can't send messages. The danger here cannot be transmitted to the meeting hall. We have no other Taoist to send messages. My White Cloud Monastery's protective grand formation is on the verge of collapse. No need to say more. The Fortune Gate's disciple acted as if he had been on the battlefield for a long time. He said through voice transmission, "Send a message to the White Cloud Monastery. Activate the protective grand formation at full power. We will attack from the inside and outside, and fight the enemy together." Okay. The White Cloud Monastery's disciple was even happier. He said through voice transmission, "I will send the message now, but I wonder, how many disciples did you send? I can also send a message to the sect." 90,000. The Fortune Gate's disciple answered without hesitation. 90,000? The White Cloud Monastery's disciple was shocked. He looked at the blood clouds behind the lightning bolt in disbelief and blurted out, "How can there only be 90,000? There are close to 700,000 devil army besieging the White Cloud Monastery, and the devil army that attacked the Fortune Gate's disciples just now. Quickly send the message." The Fortune Gate's disciple's face was expressionless. He ignored the White Cloud Monastery's disciple's shock and ordered, "Okay." The White Cloud Monastery's disciple was slightly stunned and hurriedly turned around. It wasn't that the Fortune Gate's disciple was experienced on the battlefield, nor was it that the White Cloud Monastery's disciples were ignorant of war. It was because the Fortune Gate's disciples had come with the lingering prestige of victory. The White Cloud Monastery's disciples were scared out of their wits by the devil army. More importantly, the Fortune Gate's disciples had Xiaofan, a godlike existence in their hearts. They were not afraid of the devil army. My Fortune Gate's Grand Ascension Stage martial ancestor and 10 of his Grand Ascension Stage friends are in the formation. The Fortune Gate's disciple shouted again after the White Cloud Monastery's disciple turned around, as if he felt that his words were too cold. Grand Ascension Stage martial ancestor? The White Cloud Monastery's disciple was stunned when he heard this. He had never heard of a Grand Ascension Stage martial ancestor. However, the word Grand Ascension Stage sounded awe-inspiring. Moreover, the Fortune Gate's disciple's tone was arrogant. The White Cloud Monastery's disciple had already replaced the Grand Ascension Stage with the Tao Transformation Stage. He immediately sent a message, "Tao Transformation Senior, Taoist Zhao's 90,000 Fortune Gate's disciples are here as reinforcements. There are also 10 Tao Transformation Stage experts." The 10 Tao Transformation Stage experts were naturally more important than the 90,000 disciples. As soon as the news reached the White Cloud Monastery, a rumbling sound came from the monastery. The white clouds that were originally suppressed by the blood formation emitted a dazzling brilliance. Then, the white clouds condensed into blocks that were several li in size. These blocks rapidly took shape. They were birds, beasts, mountains, rivers, and people. The white clouds released an indescribable pressure as they rushed towards the blood formation. Woo-woo. The blood formation was suddenly shattered by the white clouds, and hundreds of Taoist cultivators appeared from each of the white clouds. As soon as these cultivators rushed out, they immediately arranged themselves in a strange formation and activated their magic power to fight against the devils. Looking at the devil army, they were originally surging within the blood clouds. Now, they also rushed out with a roar. They were divided into two groups that faced the White Cloud Monastery's disciples and the Fortune Gate's disciples. For a moment, the battle cries that had stopped for a while sounded again. Where are the Tao Transformation Stage seniors of the Fortune Gate? Juniors by Shan, by Shui, and by Ming are here to welcome the seniors. Between the white clouds, a rainbow flew out from the depths. 3 young Tao Sect's cultivators appeared in front of the devil army with horsetail whisks in their hands. When they waved the horsetail whisks, the space within a few li was sealed. Rays of light flashed like clouds, and the devil generals within a few li were all killed and turned into powder. Taoist Master Xiao. Sun Jian looked at Xiao Hua and said tentatively, "We should go out and meet the White Cloud Monastery's master." Xiao Hua naturally understood Sun Jian's thoughts. He took out the Kunlun mirror. As the brilliance shook, the green-robed Xiao Hua, the dragon bloodline Xiao Hua, the bone-tempering Xiao Hua, and the phoenix body Xiao Hua flew out and landed on the thunder ship. The four clones did not conceal their strength and released their auras. Not only did they force the devil army to retreat, but the thunder ship's brilliance also shone brightly. Seeing this, Sun Jian nodded slightly. His figure flew out first, holding the three-pointed double-edged sword in his hand. Xiao Hua and the others flew behind him. The 6 experts flew out from the thunder ship and killed all the devil soldiers within 100 li. When they flew closer, Sun Jian cupped his hands and said, "This one is true sovereign Qingyuan, Sun Jian. Greetings to the White Cloud Monastery's fellow immortals, fellow immortals." The White Cloud Monastery's master Bai Shan was slightly stunned, but he did not ask too much. He returned the greeting and said, "This one is the White Cloud Monastery's master Bai Shan. Greetings to fellow immortal Sunday. May I know which one of you is the Fortune Gate's Taoist Master Xiao?" While the White Cloud Monastery's master was speaking, his gaze had already landed on Xiao Hua, who was surrounded by his clones. "This is my Fortune Gate's Master Xiao Hua, Taoist Master Xiao." Sun Jian moved to the side and said respectfully. Bai Shan hurriedly bowed and said, "Junior Bai Shan greets Taoist Master Xiao." The 2 cultivators beside him also hurriedly bowed and said, "Juniors Bai Shui and Bai Ming greet Taoist Master Xiao." Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and lifted the 3 of them up. He smiled and said, "There's no need to be overly courteous. It won't be too late to greet you after we kill the devil army." Taoist Master. Bai Shan looked at the 4 clones behind Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "These 4 seniors. They are this old man's good friends." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "They specialize in magic arts and are not good with words. They also don't like to make friends. You don't need to know their names." "Yes, this junior understands." Bai Shan hurriedly bowed to the 4 clones and looked at Xiao Hua. However, he was a little hesitant. He turned to look at his 2 junior brothers and said, "Taoist Master Xiao, the devil army is too powerful. My White Cloud Monastery had already planned to destroy everything. Since Senior has come to help, my White Cloud Monastery has a chance to survive. Although Senior's 90,000 disciples are brave, we have to face hundreds of thousands of devil soldiers. Even if the White Cloud Monastery and Fortune Gate work together, we may not be their match. In this junior's opinion, if we can use the Fortune Gate's flying ship to break the devil army's blood formation, my White Cloud Monastery will be able to escape from the devil army's formation." "Oh." When Xiao Hua heard this, he didn't hesitate and pointed at Sun Jian and said, "This old man is only in charge of killing. All military matters are decided by true sovereign Qingyuan." "Yes." Bai Shan hurriedly looked at Sun Jian and asked, "What does fellow immortal Sun think?" Chapter 4104. Very good. Sun Jian nods. The devil race is powerful. Although the devil emperor's doppelganger has been killed by Zhenren Shao with a thunderous strike, his true body has yet to be revealed. Although we can't judge that the devil emperor is on the southwest border, our 2 sects should join forces to rush out of the devil formation and then go to rescue the Soft Sound Palace. What? Bai Shan was shocked. He looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. The devil emperor's avatar was killed by Taoist Xiao? Yes, not only was the devil emperor's avatar killed, but the 4 devil monarchs surrounding the White Cloud Monastery were also killed. Now, it's much easier for us to break out. Xiaohua said, but, Temple Master Bai, if we break out, what will happen to your White Cloud Monastery's foundation? Yes, Senior knows. Bai Shan hurriedly explained, the devil race mainly devours the flesh and blood of cultivators. The White Cloud Monastery's foundation is just rubble in their eyes. It won't be too late for us to return after they retreat. Good. Xiaohua nodded, we'll do as Temple Master Bai says. We'll rush out of the Devil Array and hide from the Devil Emperor. Subsequently, Sun Jian and Bai Shan discussed for a while. Bai Shan left Bai Ming to assist Sun Jian while he brought Bai Shui and charged into the Devil Array behind the White Cloud Monastery. When Bai Shan's figure charged through the blood-red light, Xiaohua clearly saw that the radiance around Bai Shan's body had dimmed. The Dao Gate of the Ruins is similar to the hidden Immortal Mainland's Confucian cultivation realm. They both cultivate the primordial spirit, but they don't seem to restrain the devil race like the Confucian cultivation realm. Xiaohua muttered inwardly, the Dao Gate of the Ruins cultivator's cultivation technique seems to be not worth the loss. The lightning boat obeyed Sun Jian's order and stopped charging into the Devil Array. It stopped in midair. Lightning overflowed from the lightning boat. Not only did it kill the devil race that came to snatch the lightning boat, but it also formed a lightning immortal array with the Fortune Gate disciples nearby, protecting them. Bai Ming, who was standing beside Sun Jian, looked at the lightning boat for a moment. Envy appeared in his eyes as he asked in a low voice, General Sun, what material is this flying boat made of? Why does it have such lightning power? What kind of great formation is this lightning formation? Why is it so powerful? This flying boat is called the Lightning Boat, and it was personally refined by our Fortune Gate's chief, Daoist Xiao. Sun Jian proudly said. This grand formation is called the Pleiades Devil Devouring Immortal Formation, and it was also taught by Daoist Xiao. The Pleiades Devil Devouring Immortal Formation? Bai Ming sucked in a breath of cold air and said in surprise, General Sun, are you talking about the Kunlun Sect Protection Array? Sun Tian smiled and said, whether or not it is the Kunlun Sect Protecting Formation is not something that I can know. Fellow Immortal Bai, you still have to ask my Daoist Xiao. Daoist Master. Bai Ming turned around and bowed without hesitation. Junior was reckless. Although I don't know if this Pleiades Devil Devouring Immortal Formation is Kunlun Sect's Great Sect Protecting Formation, this Junior still wishes to earnestly ask Senior, if possible, could you bestow this formation to us? If we have this immortal formation, our Baiyun sect, no, the hundreds of sects in the ruins will no longer fear the invasion of the devil race. Back then, 10 devil emperors led hundreds of millions of devil soldiers to besiege Mount Kunlun, but Mount Kunlun did not send any troops to face the enemy. Just this Pleiades Devil Devouring Immortal Formation alone killed 2 devil emperors and 5 million devil soldiers, forcing the devil emperors to flee in panic. This. Xiaohua was a bit hesitant. To be honest, after 20,000 years of bitter cultivation, although he did not focus on the innate divine restriction in his Naiwan palace, after the battle with Sun Hao and the others, the innate divine restriction had gradually become clearer, and Xiaohua had also comprehended a lot in these years. He had already comprehended the Pleiades Devil Devouring Immortal Formation completely, so it was not a big deal to give it to Baiyun sect. However, this was an innate divine restriction after all. How could Xiaohua just give it away like that? Baiyun sect might not treasure something that could be obtained without paying a price. However, how could the current Xiaohua be compared to Zhang Xiaohua who did not know how to speak in the past? He hesitated slightly, then took out a jade slip and said with a smile, indeed, although the Pleiades Devil Devouring Immortal Formation is precious, compared to Baiyun sect's foundation and the lives of the Dao sect's cultivators in the ruins, it is nothing. I am willing to give this formation to Baiyun sect, but this old man hopes that Baiyun sect can only use it as a sect protection formation, and cannot teach it to disciples or others. Of course, of course. Bai Ming was overjoyed, and said tactfully, my Baiyun sect is not the kind of sect that does not know how to repay kindness. Senior, please hold on to this jade slip first. When senior brother sect master comes, this junior will ask senior brother to exchange the precious treasures of Baiyun sect. There is no need for precious treasures. Xiaofan smiled as he passed the jade slip to Bai Ming and said, your Baiyun sect has many disciples, and they also need those treasures. My Fortune Gate's disciples will not compete with Baiyun sect's Daoist friends for these resources. This old man likes to study Dao techniques the most. If you have the heart, you can let this old man take a look at Baiyun sect's cultivation techniques. Daoist. Bai Ming held the jade slip that was still warm, and tears almost flowed out of his eyes. This Dao sect senior in front of him was so powerful that he couldn't see through his depth at all. How could this senior lack any cultivation techniques? He said this to give Baiyun sect an excuse to accept the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation with face. Otherwise, how could Xiaofan put the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation's jade slip into his hands before he even got anything to exchange? Looking at Bai Ming's expression, Xiaofan knew that Bai Ming had understood his meaning. Bai Ming was indeed worthy of being called Bai Ming. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, there is no need for this, let us escape first. No. Daoist. Bai Ming resolutely raised his hand and took out a simple and unadorned jade slip from his bosom. He respectfully handed it to Xiaofan and said, this is the cultivation technique that this junior practices. I'm afraid it can't be compared to my Baiyun sect's Dao techniques. However, please take this jade slip first. As for the rest, when my senior brother sect master comes, this junior will risk his life to ask senior brother sect master to let him take a look at the Dao techniques. Xiaofan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What did he want Bai Ming's cultivation technique for? What he wanted was the Baiyun sect's Dao techniques. He waved his hand and said, Bai Ming, this old man isn't the kind of person to take advantage of a burning house. You should keep this cultivation technique for now. No. Bai Ming was even more resolute. This is Junior's determination. If Senior doesn't accept it, Junior won't accept Senior's formation. Alright. Xiaofan was somewhat helpless. He reached out to take it and casually placed it in his bosom. At this moment, Bai Ming raised his eyebrows as if he was listening attentively. After a few breaths, he also put away his jade eyes and hurriedly called out, General Sun, senior brother sect master has sent a message. All the disciples of my Baiyun sect are coming out in full force. General, please give the order to charge into the demonic formation. All right. At the head of the shop, Sun Jian looked around with confidence. He raised his hand and took out a small flag. He waved it and said, Disciples, charge into the demonic formation. As the small flag was waved, rhythmic lightning appeared on the thunder ship again. It began to rumble as it was activated. The 90,000 disciples understood the military order and similarly activated their magic power, charging into the demonic formation. The lightning radiant fruit was the nemesis of the demonic formation. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the thunder ship tore through the blood waterfall just like before and went deeper into the demonic formation. Through the gap in the demonic formation, Xiaofan and the others could see that on top of a majestic mountain, there were hundreds and thousands of palaces. There were wisps of white clouds above the palaces, but they had already been shattered. Above the white clouds, a dozen flying ships that were not inferior to the thunder ship slowly flew out. However, these flying ships were in the shape of white clouds and didn't seem to be fast. What was special was that when the flying ships reached the demonic formation, the demonic clan's blood-red light had already torn apart the flying ships' white clouds. Daoist Xiao. Bai Ming hurriedly said, previously, my Baiyun sect's disciples also wanted to use the flying ships to destroy the demonic formation. Unfortunately, my Baiyun sect's flying ships are not as fierce as the Fortune Gate's lightning ships. In the end, they failed on the verge of success. At this time, I beseech seniors to help my Baiyun sect's disciples escape. In fact, Xiaohua was also anxious. Previously, he had killed that unknown Devil Emperor's clone without saying a word. Who knew when that Devil Emperor would arrive here? With just the Baiyun sect's disciples and Fortune Gate's disciples, it would take a lot of time to break this demonic formation. Xiaohua didn't want to stay here for too long. All right. Xiaohua nodded and raised his hand. Fellow Taoists, it's time for us to act. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home and eat. Ha ha ha. Dragon Vein Xiaohua laughed loudly and said, as you wish. With that said, the green-robed Xiaohua, Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Bone Tempering Xiaohua, and Phoenix Body Xiaohua all rushed into the demonic array formation and stood several hundred miles behind the lightning ship. Xiaohua followed them and landed below the lightning ship, forming a pentagonal formation. Dragon Vein Xiaohua chanted in the dragon language and his hands formed a seal. A clear golden dragon mark appeared about 100 li away from him. A dragon's roar and tiger's roar came from the void. Then, the dragon mark soared into the sky with Dragon Vein Xiaohua's seal and turned into a huge dragon. It circled in the sky and roared as it charged towards the demonic formation that was torn apart by the lightning ship. Wherever the dragon passed, the demonic chi was swept away. The demonic soldiers and demonic generals were also smashed into pieces. However, the demonic array was too powerful. The dragon couldn't penetrate it completely. A huge whirlpool appeared near the thunder ship. Bone Tempering Xiaohua was even more mysterious. He placed his hands in front of his chest and it seemed as though his hands were flashing with 3 different colors. It seemed as though he was punching and kicking. Break! Bone Tempering Xiaohua shouted. As though there was an opponent in front of him, he clenched his hands into fists and punched forward. Woo! The 3 waves condensed into a barrier that was 100 li in size. It carried a tricolored halo and rushed into the demonic formation. Wherever the waves passed, most of the devil chi was destroyed. Even more devils were crushed into powder. Similarly, a huge vortex appeared on the other side of the lightning ship. Phoenix Physique Xiaohua raised his head and let out a long cry. The 3 suns and the faint outline of the moon world suddenly lit up and released the power of the stars and moon that was hard to see with the naked eye. The majestic power of the stars and moon shrouded Phoenix Physique Xiaohua. Woo! Phoenix Physique Xiaohua waved his hands just like Bone Tempering Xiaohua. 2 winged phantoms that were several hundred li in size appeared out of thin air. As the wings danced, the power of the stars and moon like a flood rushed towards the demonic formation with a desolate aura. The devil chi was turned into dust by the power of the stars and moon. The demonic soldiers and generals were killed. Even the blood light in the blood formation was wiped clean. A huge crack was torn open by Phoenix Physique Xiaohua. Chapter 4105. Seeing Phoenix Body Xiaohua's mean so powerful, green-robed Xiaohua was somewhat unwilling to be outdone. He had just been sneak attacked by the Demon Emperor's clone and almost fell into the enemy's hands. He had lost all his face. Now, he rubbed his hands and waved his Taoist robe. Hundreds of lightning bolts condensed into a huge sphere, and the heaven and earth origin energy within 1,000 miles crazily poured in. Rumble. The lightning bolts were like crazy beasts, roaring, biting, and pouncing on the demonic array. Green-robed Xiaohua desperately wanted to break the demonic array. Xiaohua, who was below the thunder ship, smiled slightly and similarly let out a dragon roar. He raised his hand and threw the Kunlun mirror into the air. Then, he formed a seal with both hands. The flickering light of the dragon pattern emitted from his hands and fell on the Kunlun mirror. Along with the activation of a secret technique similar to the dragon language, the Kunlun mirror emitted a 5-colored brilliance. As soon as the brilliance appeared, it was as dazzling as the sun. Within the brilliance, a thumb-sized crystal ball rotated at an extremely fast speed. Go! Xiaohua straightened his arms and pushed them out. The true yuan around his body slowly fell into the Kunlun mirror. Along with Xiaohua's light shout, the Kunlun mirror issued a rumbling sound. The space within 100 miles of Xiaohua was shaking. Then, a light beam several times stronger than before rushed out of the Kunlun mirror and disappeared into the void. The nearby void seemed to be boiling, and countless indescribable fluctuations flew out. Rumble. In a few breaths, the five-colored light beam appeared near the thunder ship and crashed into the demonic array. It really connected the vortexes and cracks created by green-robed Xiaohua, dragon vein Xiaohua, bone-tempering Xiaohua, and phoenix body Xiaohua. The entire world seemed to be shaking. The demonic array was hit by Xiaohua's 4 clones and a gap of several hundred miles was created. The demonic energy, blood light, and demons within 100 miles were all turned into ashes. There was no trace of them. Only the flickering lightning of the thunder ship and the misty clouds of the dozen or so white cloud ships could be seen. Go quickly. Seeing Xiaohua's great power, Sun Jian's face did not have the slightest trace of surprise. He raised his hand and the small flag that commanded the 3 armies was taken out again. Then, the rhythm of the thunder ship changed again. The thunder ship didn't have any intention of changing its direction and immediately retreated to the back. The dozen or so white cloud ships also followed behind the thunder ship and rushed toward the outer layer of the demonic array. Although the innumerable devils who were repelled by Xiaohua were unable to stop Xiaohua and the others, they were unable to stop the fearless devils. As soon as the thunder ship retreated, the devils rushed over like a tide, intending to block the thunder ship and the white cloud ship. However, by the time the demon race arrived, the thunder boat had already reached the outer layer of the demon array. The outer layer of the demonic array was incomparable to the inner layer of the demonic array that surrounded the white cloud sect. The thunder boat had already broken through it once. Now that the thunder boat was here, the demonic array was like a piece of paper. It only lasted for a moment before the thunder boat broke through. Kill. Seeing the thunder boat break through the demonic array, the white cloud sect's disciples didn't even wait for the Fortune Gate's disciples to cheer. The white cloud sect's disciples who had been suppressing their emotions for more than 10 days were released in an instant. Their passion for survival reached its peak. All the white cloud sect's disciples circulated their magic power and attacked the demonic array in a frenzy. Under the powerful attacks of the white cloud monastery disciples, not only were thousands and tens of thousands of devils killed, even the demonic formation was completely destroyed. Although the dozen or so white cloud boats were moving slowly, they still managed to charge out of the bloody light. The dozen or so flying ships immediately displayed their speed when they rushed out of the demonic array. Lightning flashed, and white clouds drifted. In a few breaths' time, they had already crossed several dozen li. The devils were like flies chasing after a swarm of bees, but they were still lagging behind. On the white cloud ship, the white cloud sect master Bai Shan laughed heartily. He cupped his fists at Xiaohua and said, "Many thanks, Senior Xiao." At this time, Xiaohua released his divine sense to alert the surroundings. When he saw Bai Shan thanking him, he smiled faintly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. He abruptly turned his head and looked into the distance. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission, "The Devil Emperor is attacking, quickly leave." As soon as Xiaohua's voice rang out, a black flame shot out from the distance, covering the entire world. This black flame was like the fury of a devil emperor, burning fiercely. However, the strange thing was that under this black flame, within a range of 10,000 miles, layers of icy cold waves rushed over like toppling mountains and overturning seas. The white cloud ship that couldn't escape in time was about to be frozen. Xiaohua sneered, waved his hands, and hundreds of crystal lights disappeared into the void. Rumble. Within a range of several thousand miles behind the White Cloud ship and the Thunder ship, layers of thunderbolts appeared. This thunderbolts blocked the oncoming cold waves. Amidst the booming sounds, the frozen domain was crushed. Amidst the violent airflow, the Thunder ship and the White Cloud ship were lifted high up into the air, drifting far away. Hee. So it's a Dao Gates expert. This emperor is really surprised. A sneer that sounded like an owl's came from the cold. Not to mention the group of Fortune Gates disciples, even Xiaohua and his avatars felt their blood boil, and their hearts beat rapidly. Gradually, from the source of the voice, a black speck like a devil's shadow grew to several thousand zhang in size in the blink of an eye. It flew over. Black flames danced around the devil's shadow, and a momentum that could annihilate all living things rushed over. Devil Emperor. Xiaohua looked at the devil's shadow rushing over, and a familiar devil sense fell on his body. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked around. Magic power surged around his body, and the world's origin energy whistled into his body. In a flash of brilliance, Xiaohua's figure grew rapidly, and he also turned into a 10,000 zhang tall avatar. He held the wishful staff in his hand and blocked the attack in midair. Xiaohua stood in midair, and several of his avatars also stood nearby. Dragon Vein Xiaohua revealed the body of a five-clawed true dragon, and his imposing manner was majestic. Bone-tempering Xiaohua snorted coldly and revealed his desolate figure, clenching his fists and looking coldly. Phoenix Body Xiaohua spread his wings, and his phoenix body bloomed with five-colored brilliance, and his pair of phoenix eyes emitted a cold light. The green-robed Xiaohua was even more arrogant, and a 10,000 zhang tall thunderbolt appeared, as if he was indomitable, standing straight in the air. Sure enough, you have some skill. The Devil Emperor revealed his figure, and it was similar to the avatar that was killed by Xiaohua before. It looked a little strange, but where his eyes were previously like bloody holes, an indescribable brilliance appeared, just like the eyes of a human. He stared at Xiaohua and his several avatars, and a somewhat hoarse voice came out from those big mouth-like holes. Xiaohua and his four avatars revealed their imposing manner, and 5 of them pressured the Devil Emperor. However, the Devil Emperor's body was surrounded by black flames like a ribbon, indifferently fluttering, as if he was not affected by this imposing manner. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the Devil Emperor, his mind turning rapidly. Previously, the Devil Emperor did not appear, and only one of his avatars blocked the attacks of the green-robed Xiaohua and the Soul Cultivator Xiaohua. If he did not rely on the Devil Blade, and took advantage of the fact that the Devil Emperor's avatar was not completely revealed, he was afraid that he would have suffered a great loss. However, now that the Devil Emperor's main body had come personally, and before they even fought, he had already shown his strength. How should he deal with it? This Devil Emperor seems to be just a Devil Emperor, and has not set foot into the Devil Venerable realm. But his strength is far from an ordinary Devil Emperor. He should be an existence that surpasses the 9th grade of elemental energy. Xiaohua pondered, this realm is higher than the hidden immortal continent, and the strength of the devil race is also correspondingly higher. Although this Xiao already has the strength of a 9th grade of elemental energy, it seems that I am not a match for him. I can only use my wits. Gga. Xiaohua had just made up his mind when the Devil Emperor sneered again. The black flames around his body soared into the sky, and when they fell again, they actually divided into 5 and rushed towards Xiaohua and the others. The 5 black flames were like 5 huge black pythons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws fiercely, giving birth to a suffocating imposing manner, completely enveloping Xiaohua's golden body. Traces of indescribable coldness pierced into Xiaohua's body like steel needles, and Xiaohua felt that his entire golden body was imprisoned, making it difficult for him to mobilize his magic power. Open! Xiaohua and his doppelganger roared in unison. Xiaohua's divine sense was like a hammer, falling like a star. The wishful staff was swung up, smashing towards the black pythons. The green-robed Xiaohua waved his hands, and a thunderbolt like a flying sword slashed out, crashing into the mouth of the black flames. The dragon-vein Xiaohua, the bone-tempering Xiaohua, and the phoenix-body Xiaohua also urged their divine abilities to meet the black flames. Woo! In the roar, the 5 black flames were blocked, like a tide hitting a reef. A burst of flames soared into the sky, as if covering the sky and covering the sun, surrounding Xiaohua and his doppelganger. And when these flames calmed down a little, Xiaohua and his doppelganger could no longer see any brilliance within a few thousand miles, and the scenery had also disappeared. What Xiaohua could see with his naked eyes was only pitch-black darkness and the devil flame that seemed to have some light in the darkness. Blood-dripping paradise? Xiaohua's divine sense swept out, and when his divine sense touched the devil flame that seemed to be everywhere in the air, he immediately had a feeling of being swallowed. Xiaohua sneered in his heart, "I am afraid this is the power of the Devil Emperor's domain. Even if it is not the blood-dripping paradise, it should be close. Looks like, this Devil Emperor is rather scheming, wanting to use the Devil Flame's attack as an opportunity to trap us. But how could he know that this Xiao did not intend to escape? What this Xiao wants to do, is to kill this bastard." Ha ha ha. While Xiaohua was pondering, the Devil Emperor laughed loudly. This emperor took advantage of the chaos to sneak attack the 10 sects of the southwest. This emperor originally wanted to collect more souls, but I really did not expect that such a secret information would be leaked. It attracted so many experts of the Dao sect. Looks like, this time, this emperor is destined to return with a full harvest. At first, the Devil Emperor's voice was still somewhat hoarse, and his words were mixed with the devil language. Xiaohua could not hear clearly, but after a few sentences, the Devil Emperor actually used the human language, and it was much more fluent. "Who are you? This emperor has been trapped in the ruins for so long, how come I have never seen such a strange cultivator like you?" After saying a few sentences, the Devil Emperor actually asked about Xiaohua's origins. Xiaohua sneered, looked around, and replied, "Senior, do you think that this old man has become a fish on the chopping block after being trapped in your devil blood-dripping paradise? You are only a Devil Emperor, not a Devil Venerable." Chapter 4106. Ha ha ha. The Demon Emperor laughed out loud, and the demonic blood in the entire paradise shook. Within a few thousand miles, countless demons poked their heads out from the demonic blood and laughed eerily. "Little kid, your words are really funny. This emperor has never heard of a human cultivator who dares to speak so calmly in front of this emperor. Don't think that you have the strength to fight this emperor just because you've reached the Tao actualization realm. In the eyes of my devil race, you humans are nothing more than food. Nothing more." At this point, the Devil King's laughter came to an abrupt stop. A huge eye strangely spat out from the Devil King's eye. The eye was blood red, and there were tens of thousands of smaller eyes gathered together. The eye stared at Xiaohua for a moment. Xiaohua felt a bone-piercing coldness all over his body, as if the eye could see through him. The Devil King's somewhat puzzled voice rang out. "Even Mo Lianxi, Lu Wuxia, and Yun Che can't recognize this devil blood grotto. You, how do you know? No wonder you could kill this emperor's avatar. Which sect are you from? How can this emperor's name be spoken so easily?" The Devil King sneered. "Besides, a despicable human like you doesn't deserve to hear this emperor's name." Ha ha ha. The tiny devils within the countless black flames let out strange laughter. The entire devil blood grotto was filled with fluctuations that constantly attacked Xiaohua's mind and soul. However, whether it was Xiaohua or his 4 avatars, the area within 100 kilometers of them was covered by their own domains. The fluctuations disappeared without a trace after entering their domains. They were unable to harm them at all. However, this aura was so monstrous that it firmly suppressed Xiaohua's heart. Humans are food in your eyes, but you are a pile of blood in this old man's eyes. Xiaohua smiled faintly. Fighting with you is really dirtying my hands. Woo woo. When the Devil Emperor heard this, layers of black light appeared in its huge eyes. It let out a whimper and pierced towards Xiaohua. Wherever the black light passed, the entire space was torn apart. Countless devils rushed in, and an endless amount of bloody light overflowed. The Demon Emperor is nothing more than this. Xiaohua was already waiting to make his move. When he saw the black light surging towards him, he waved his hand and the Kunlun mirror appeared in mid-air. As he cast a spell, his surrounding mana surged into the Devil Emperor's cave. The Devil Emperor's Devil Blood Cave was more than 100 times stronger than Ji Peng's Blood Drop Cave. Buzz! The Kunlun mirror emitted a blinding light as a light pillar rushed out, transforming into a 100-mile-wide light tide that rushed towards the black light. However, the might of this light pillar was clearly not as powerful as before. Moreover, although the omnipresent black flames were destroyed by the light pillar was also exhausted and became increasingly dim. Boom! When the three-colored light pillar rushed into the black light, it did not cause too much of an impact. The black light was immediately destroyed by the Kunlun mirror. Moreover, the three-colored light pillar went against the flow and rushed towards the Devil Emperor's bloody eye. The Devil Emperor was clearly stunned. He hurriedly waved his devil palm, and thousands of ripples emerged from the Devil Blood Grotto heaven and landed in front of the light pillar. Rumble! Countless devils rushed out, and the blood light and devil chi burst out from the light pillar. In just a moment, the light pillar of the Kunlun mirror was completely destroyed. At this moment, the light pillar was still some distance away from the Devil Emperor. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He knew that although he was a Mahayana realm cultivator and had the strength to pass the tribulation, he was still far from the Devil Emperor in the ruins. It was not only because of his strength, but also because of the difference in the environment. Even if he had cultivated for 20,000 years, he was no different from a child in the eyes of the Devil Emperor. Not to mention that during those 20,000 years, there were many times when he could not cultivate at all. As Xiaohua sighed, the pressure on the Kunlun mirror suddenly increased. Moreover, an indescribable suction force appeared from the nearby grotto heavens. Xiaohua's heart tightened and he thought to himself, in this Devil Blood Cave, this Xiao's magic treasure is probably not useful. I don't want to be tricked by this Devil Emperor. This Xiao's Kunlun mirror will be taken away by him. Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly kept the Kunlun mirror. Then, lightning surged around his body and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Looking at the bone-honing Xiaohua and the other doppelgangers, they also used their divine abilities and abandoned their magic treasures to pounce towards the Devil Emperor. Oh! The Devil Emperor was stunned, and then he waved his demonic palms. Countless vortexes appeared in the space of 500 kilometers around him, and blood-red light and devil chi surged once more. Swoosh! Xiaohua's golden body flew out from the devil chi and let out a long breath. It seemed as if it had dived out from deep water. Then, without stopping, he waved his arms and legs and used the fist of the North Star to attack the Devil Emperor. The wind from his fists was like a hurricane, and the wind from his legs was like a star, tearing the Devil Blood Cave apart. Good! When the Devil Emperor saw this, he couldn't help but shout, "You humans always say that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. This emperor has never seen a human fight a devil with his fists." As he spoke, the Devil Emperor waved his demonic palms as well, and his figure swayed as he fought with Xiaohua. One was a human, the other was a devil. One had a 10,000 zhang long golden body, the other had a 10,000 zhang long demonic body. One could flatten mountains with his fists, while the other's demonic palms could shatter stars. In just a moment, the space within 500 kilometers was completely filled with fist winds. The devil chi and the golden light collided, causing the devil blood cave to shake violently. Rumbling sounds were constantly heard. Although there were no magic treasures, the collision between the golden body and the demonic body was not inferior to that of magic treasures. Wu! Bone-honing Xiaohua rushed forward and waved his fists as well. Like a meteor, he rushed into the battle and cooperated with Xiaohua to surround the Devil Emperor. You! The Devil Emperor was already shocked, and seeing bone-honing Xiaohua join in, he cried out in shock, "How do you know, my Devil Realm's great heavenly cycle star fist?" No. In just a moment, the Devil Emperor cried out again, "This is not the great heavenly cycle star fist, humph." Xiaohua snorted and said, "A frog in a well. This is called the fist of the North Star. Today, this old man will use the Big Dipper God fist to challenge you, the Devil Emperor of the Devil race." While speaking, Dragon Vein Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua also besieged. Although the two doppelgangers did not use their fists, one had a dragon body and the other a demonic body, so they were both incomparably tough. Taking advantage of the gaps, they either used their dragon claws or phoenix claws to attack, besieging the Devil Emperor. Devil Chi surged around the Devil Emperor, and several arms grew out of his demonic body. He said proudly, "Even if you know my Devil Realm's great heavenly cycle star fist, so what? Let this Emperor teach you what close combat is." Boom! While speaking, the Devil Emperor's figure flashed and strangely dodged Xiaohua's fist. Then, a demonic palm stretched out from his back and pressed on Xiaohua's arm. The moment the Devil Chi came into contact with Xiaohua's golden body, it immediately exploded. Tens of zhang above Xiaohua's golden body exploded into splashes of light, and strands of Devil Chi rushed into Xiaohua's body like sharp swords, madly seeping into Xiaohua's blood vessels. Xiaohua, Dragon Vein Xiaohua, and the other doppelgangers relied on their tempered bodies to fight the Devil Emperor, but the green-robed Xiaohua was unable to do so. At the same time Xiaohua was hit by the Devil Emperor, the lightning around the green-robed Xiaohua's body was also shattered by a punch. When the demonic palm pressed on the green-robed Xiaohua's body, the green-robed Xiaohua's body began to boil and tremble, and his entire body began to collapse. The green-robed Xiaohua was seriously injured, and Xiaohua was even more shocked. He had cultivated the heavenly laws embodiment technique, but he was in such a sorry state. As he rapidly retreated, the blood drop paradise in his blood vessels was hurriedly activated, and the devil spirit Xiaohua was barely able to swallow the Devil Chi. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Devil Emperor once again struck the bone-honing Xiaohua with his demonic palm. Ha! The bone-honing Xiaohua's body flashed with brilliance, and as he laughed, he advanced instead of retreating. A large foot suddenly stretched out from the light, and with a boom, it kicked the Devil Emperor's body. The Devil Emperor howled in pain, and like Xiaohua, his figure rapidly retreated. Previously, he was looking at Xiaohua with complacency, but now, a strange expression appeared in his eyes. Good opportunity. Seeing the Devil Emperor retreat, Dragon Vein Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua suddenly attacked from the left and right. Xiaohua secretly cheered in his heart, and taking advantage of this moment, his figure flashed again, instantly disappearing from where he was. When he reappeared, he had already passed through the flashing devil flames around the Devil Emperor, and was approaching the Devil Emperor's side. So, Xiaohua waved his hand, and a golden light shot towards the Devil Emperor like lightning, covering a distance of several li in an instant. Kacha! The golden Tengjiao shears swung its dragon tail in mid-air and struck the Devil Emperor's body. The golden light descended from the demonic emperor's forehead and instantly streaked across the space between his eyebrows. Hiss! Under the golden light, the demonic marks on the demonic emperor's body began to rotate violently. Although a pitch-black mark appeared on the demonic emperor's body and broke the demonic marks, as the demonic marks spun rapidly, the demonic marks quickly recovered. The pitch-black mark also disappeared in an instant. Xiaohua could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Damn it, isn't the tempering of this devil body too perverse? No wonder the Tao transformation cultivators of the hundreds of sects in the ruins could not defeat the devil emperor. Xiaohua knew that his magic treasure could not break through the devil emperor's defense, and even his fists and feet might not be able to hurt the devil emperor. However, he never expected that the sharpest magic treasure among his magic treasures, the Tingjiao shears, would also fail. How can I escape? At this time, Xiaohua was no longer thinking about how to kill the devil emperor. Instead, he was thinking about how to escape. Perhaps at this time, only the celestial white bones can be of some use. However, once the celestial white bones are used, whether it succeeds or not, I will be at the mercy of others. How can I dare to use it now? Ha ha ha. A puny human dares to have designs on my supreme devil body. You overestimate yourself. Seeing that Xiaohua's magic treasure had no effect, the devil emperor laughed complacently. As he waved his arms, very strange devil weapons were taken out. One was like a long spear, and the other was like a demon-subduing pestle. As he waved them, a heavy aura assaulted Xiaohua's face, as though it was heavier than Xiaohua's wishful staff. Chapter 4107. While Xiaohua was pondering, the Tingjiao scissors cut through the air, cutting hundreds of black flames in half with extreme sharpness. Finally, it fell into Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua grabbed half of the Tingjiao scissors with his big hand. At the same time, the wishful steel staff also appeared in his hand. With a roar, he attacked the devil emperor. The wishful steel staff looked a little slender at this time, and it was somewhat uncoordinated in Xiaohua's hand. Crackle. The wishful steel staff clashed with the spear, and Xiaohua fell into a disadvantage again. The demon emperor not only had exquisite moves, but his weapon was also heavier than Xiaohua's. Xiaohua's wishful steel staff couldn't get close at all. Even with Xiaohua's dragon body, the demon emperor's spear pierced his tail, and the two hard dragon scales cracked. However, compared to Xiaohua's shock, the demon emperor was even more surprised. He looked at Xiaohua's wishful steel staff in disbelief and said, "Huh? God punishment staff technique? You are the descendant of the demon race of my demon realm? How do you know both the great heavenly cycle star fist and the God punishment staff technique?" At this time, how could Xiaohua care about his surprise? Seeing that the wishful steel staff was useless, he began to look around, and his mind raced, thinking about what other means of escape he had. Unfortunately, the demon blood wonderland seemed to be more powerful than the blood drop wonderland. There was no gap in the domain. Xiaohua's illusion breaker eye opened a slit, and his eyes were full of blood red, and he couldn't see anything else. Maybe this is the only way. Xiaohua sighed slightly, and his figure moved, and his body surged with demon chi no less than the demon emperor's. Buzz. Demon spirit Xiaohua appeared in the demon blood wonderland. Similarly, demon spirit Xiaohua's body flashed with blood red light, and the blood drop wonderland also protected demon spirit Xiaohua. Demon spirit Xiaohua appeared, and without a pause, he waved his left hand, and the demon blade emitted 1,000 layers of demon chi mixed with countless blood red light. The demon flame and demon head of the demon blood wonderland were also sucked in by the demon blade. Seeing the demon blade cut the space in half and fall on the demon emperor's head, Xiaohua could see the panic and fear in the demon emperor's eyes with the naked eye. The demon emperor hurriedly raised his weapon to defend himself. Clang! Two loud clangs rang out. Although the demon saber failed to shatter the two demon artifacts, the unparalleled demonic force sent the demon emperor flying hundreds of kilometers away. Demon spirit Xiaohua's attack was successful. Without hesitation, he once again turned into a strand of demon qi and chased down. The demon blade once again slashed out. As for Xiaohua, he hurriedly kept the heavily injured green-robed Xiaohua into his space. He also kept the dragon vein Xiaohua, bone-tempering Xiaohua, and phoenix body Xiaohua into his space and prepared to flee. Just then, the seemingly defeated demon emperor burst out laughing, "Human, oh, human. You can't help but use slaughter in the end. Do you really think that your majesty doesn't know that those are your doppelgangers? Human, you're so childish." Xiaohua was taken aback. He immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be that those doppelgangers weren't completely devoured by the demon saber? Whoa! Without waiting for Xiaohua to react, ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls resounded in the surroundings of the demon blood wonderland. The place where the demon flame was before turned into small pitch-black holes. A powerful suction force was generated from those small holes. When this suction force landed on Xiaohua, it wasn't that powerful. However, when it landed on demon spirit Xiaohua's body, waves of demon qi came out of nowhere. Waves of pain, as if he was being cut into pieces, came from demon spirit Xiaohua. Demon spirit Xiaohua let out a heart-wrenching howl. Although demon spirit Xiaohua was separated from Xiaohua's body and the pain couldn't be completely transmitted to Xiaohua's body, the apocalyptic terror of demon spirit Xiaohua was like a piece of black cloth covering Xiaohua's heart. Whoa! Demon spirit Xiaohua couldn't care less about killing demon emperor. His entire body turned into a pool of blood and wriggled violently in the air. In just a short moment, that pool of blood had shrunk by more than half. If it weren't for the faint flickering of golden threads in the pool of blood, this demon spirit Xiaohua would have been devoured by demon emperor long ago. Ha ha ha. You've only cultivated my demon realm's blood drop wonderland. How can such a low-level cultivation method be a match for your majesty? Demon emperor laughed loudly. Demon qi was generated around demon spirit Xiaohua, which turned into a huge demon palm and grabbed at demon Dao slaughter. Your majesty gave you some benefits, and you really took out demon saber slaughter. However, your majesty is curious. How could slaughter, which has disappeared for millions of years, fall into the hands of a human? Your majesty has obtained slaughter. Xiaohong demon domain will be your majesty's sooner or later. Facing the demon emperor's demon qi, demon spirit Xiaohua didn't have the slightest bit of resistance. That pool of blood still couldn't form. As the demon palm descended, slaughter was snatched away from demon spirit Xiaohua's hand without any suspense. That demon palm danced about, causing cracks to appear in the nearby void. Blood spurted out from these cracks like spring water, as if the demon saber had injured the space. Ha ha ha. Demon Emperor really laughed wildly. Another arm stretched out from under his armpit. That arm raised its hand and grabbed slaughter from the demon palm. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Xiaohua suddenly waved his left hand, and the slaughter that was originally controlled by the Devil Emperor's devil palm suddenly raised its blade, and with a swish, it horizontally chopped towards the Devil Monarch's chest. The demonic blade was like a black light of death that instantly landed on the demonic body. Under the demonic blade, the demonic patterns on the demonic body were immediately cut in half and collapsed piece by piece. The demonic body that Xiaohua couldn't destroy before was destroyed by the black light. Demon Emperor was scared out of his wits. Almost without any hesitation, he rolled back like an iron bridge in an ordinary move. Shwa! The black light swept past. Demon Emperor's demon body, which was several zhang in size, was cut off. When that demon body left Demon Emperor, it immediately turned into hundreds of demon heads. After a few howls, it was swallowed by the demon saber. And when Xiaohua's left hand slashed down, Demon Emperor's body had already turned into a pool of blood and disappeared from the spot. He. Xiaohua sneered, "Are you leaving now? My dear Demon Emperor, don't you think it's a bit late? This Xiao racked his brains to prepare so many wonderful things for you. Don't you want to see a few more?" With that, Xiaohua patted the top of his head. Boom! 5-colored true qi spurted out and turned into a petal that looked like a jade archive. Dressed in Confucian robes, Xiaohua stood on the petal with a solemn expression. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua flew out. Without saying a word, he waved his sleeve and the 9 continents cauldrons landed in the air. The 9 cauldrons issued a rumbling sound and flew towards the place where Demon Emperor disappeared. The righteous qi on the cauldrons shattered the demon blood paradise. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua raised his hand and one of the 5-colored petals above his head fell into his hand. Soon after, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua soared into the sky. The petal in his hand turned into a heart shape and fell towards a certain place in space. As soon as the heart-shaped petal flew out, an unparalleled righteous qi broke through the confinement of space and revealed Demon Emperor's figure in the void. At this time, the Demon Emperor's devil qi surged in front of his chest and turned into bubbles of various sizes. These bubbles not only had a tendency to spread, but also had a tendency to burst. As soon as Demon Emperor's figure appeared, the 9 continents cauldrons rushed out. The 9 vast righteous qi firmly trapped Demon Emperor. As for the 5-colored heart shape, it quickly melted the demon blood paradise and turned into a rainbow that rushed towards Demon Emperor, causing him to tremble with fear again. This is. Demon Emperor's one eye opened wide, revealing a look of doubt and panic. He looked at the 9 continents cauldrons and the 5-colored true qi. He muttered and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood fell in the air and turned into a huge demon head that rushed towards the heart shape, wanting to resist the righteous qi. However, before the devil could fly more than 10 feet, a low voice sounded from Xiaohua's direction. Namo Maitreya Buddha. The devil emperor trembled violently as if he was struck by lightning. He raised his head and looked at Xiaohua with even more disbelief. Above Xiaohua's head, Buddhist light spurted out. Buddha Bodhi flew out with a monk's staff in his hand and a kasaya of the million Buddhas picture draped over his body. As soon as Bodhi appeared, the chanting of the million Buddhas sounded. Buddhist light gushed out from the kasaya. Various phantoms of Buddha lords flew out from the Buddhist light and protected Bodhi in the middle. Although Bodhi's figure was only 8 feet tall, his golden body was very condensed. The Buddhist light was even more powerful than the righteous qi and pierced through the demon blood paradise. The lotus platform under Bodhi's feet surged with a strange fragrance and Buddhist clouds. Within the Buddhist light, the demons and demon flames in the vicinity of several li turned into green smoke. Wails and cries of agony could be heard incessantly. Buddha! Buddha! As strong as the demon emperor was, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Bodhi appear. He stuttered and couldn't continue. Bodhi raised his left hand and the monk's staff turned into the shape of a dragon. It roared and pounced towards the demon emperor. Wherever the monk's staff passed, heavenly flowers would appear and kill the demons. Bodhi controlled the lotus platform to fly past the path of heavenly flowers and pounce towards the demon emperor. Bodhi began to chant Buddhist scriptures, and a series of ripples appeared in the air. Although the ripples were invisible, the Nephilim emperor retreated as if he had seen his nemesis. He did not even have time to worry about the blood demon that he had just spat out. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Seeing that the demon emperor was about to retreat, Bodhi reached into his bosom and took out an item. He shook his hand and threw it out. Shwa! The item unfolded and Buddhist light spilled out. A Buddha statue of Mahavairakana appeared in the sky. It was the Mahavairakana Buddha that Xiaohua obtained from the West Sea. The Buddha statue of Mahavairakana Buddha appeared. Even though he was facing the demon emperor, there was no change in his merciful eyes. The Buddha Lord chanted, Namo Amitabha Buddha. Then, he raised his right hand and gently stretched out his index finger. A small world appeared where the Buddhist light was. Then, his index finger streaked across the sky and landed on the demon emperor's head. Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha. Waves of Buddhist chants and the sound of wooden fish rang out. The demon emperor's demonic body that even the soaring dragon scissors couldn't destroy immediately glowed with Buddhist light. The demonic patterns on the demon emperor's body broke inch by inch and the demon emperor rolled wildly in the sky. Chapter 4108. Woo woo. Two ghostly cries rang out. Two pitch-black devils rushed out from the devil emperor's body, their eyes flashing with blood-red light. In a flash, they arrived in front of Xiaofan and Bodhi. When the devils' pitch-black bodies were destroyed by the righteous qi and Buddhist light, the two devils with only their blood-red cores crashed into Xiaofan and Bodhi's bodies. Boom boom. Two muffled sounds rang out. The devils crashed into the chests of Xiaofan and Bodhi, creating a hole in their chests. The moment the devils exploded, the bodies of the two avatars shook violently. In particular, Bodhi's body collapsed rapidly. Even his lotus throne seemed to be stained with ink. Damn it! When the demon emperor saw that his two nemesis were injured, he couldn't help but curse. He struggled to stabilize himself in midair. At this moment, the demon blood wonderland that covered thousands of miles had already begun to tremble and was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, another change occurred. Strands of dark green light appeared in midair. Then, countless green seal script characters swarmed toward the devil emperor like a swarm of tadpoles. When they got close to the devil emperor, the countless green seal script characters combined together. Waves of ghostly noises resounded from the void. One after another, the een thunder of three corpses pounced on the devil emperor like a flood. Woo! Woo! The devil emperor seemed to be weeping and shocked at the same time. The appearance of the green seal characters was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The devil emperor's devil body had already been destroyed by the Buddha's light, and now it had been severely damaged by the soul cultivator Xiaohua's lightning and thunder technique. The famous devil emperor only said a few words and did not dare to fight anymore. His figure turned into a wisp of devil qi and fled into the distance. As the devil emperor fled, the demon blood utopia surrounding Xiaohua immediately collapsed and disappeared with a rumble. The devil spirit Xiaohua turned into a dispirited human form and collapsed in midair. Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. He sensed that the devil emperor used the devil realm's concealment technique that he was very familiar with. Xiaohua's spirit was shaken again. He shouted, "Fellow Taoists, kill!" As he spoke, Xiaohua's figure flickered, and he took the injured devil spirit Xiaohua into his body. The sound of thunder shook the heavens and the earth as a bolt of lightning tore through the sky and chased after the devil emperor. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua, Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua, and Buddha Subhuti surrounded Xiaohua and chased after him. Xiaohua really didn't expect that the Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's green seal script, the Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua's innate true qi, and Buddha Bodhi's Buddhist light could actually injure the devil emperor. Although the Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi were both injured, Xiaohua knew that the devil emperor's injuries were even more severe. Today, he relied on his three doppelgangers and the devil blade to injure the devil emperor when he least expected it. It would be extremely difficult for him to have such a good opportunity in the future. If he didn't kill the devil emperor today, he would definitely die in the future. After all, the devil emperor wasn't someone a ninth-grade origin energy realm like him could resist. Although the devil emperor escaped quickly, Xiaohua's lightning escape technique had already reached perfection. How could he let the devil emperor escape? In just a short moment, although the Devil Emperor had escaped for hundreds of thousands of li, Xiaohua and the others were still easily chasing after him. A huge mountain appeared in front of the Devil Emperor. The Devil Emperor turned his head and glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua actually saw a strange smile in the Devil Emperor's bloody eyes. The Devil Emperor plunged into the mountain. Xiaohua raised his hand and signaled his 3 doppelgangers to come closer. He followed without hesitation. His figure flickered as he activated the Devil Realm's concealment technique and rushed into the void. Wang wang wang. A rumbling sound suddenly came from the left side of Xiaohua. Then, the entire void rolled, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Damn it! Xiaohua was shocked. Damn it, I was too greedy. Did I fall into the Devil Emperor's trap? However, the light and shadow around Xiaohua changed. Everything rushed into Xiaohua's mind like a stream of light. Xiaohua did not feel any attack. Moreover, as the scene before his eyes gradually calmed down, Xiaohua's mind was in a mess. It was like a pot of porridge. It was as if someone had stuffed a lot of things into his mind, but he just could not remember what they were. This is... Xiaohua shook his head, trying his best to shake off the heavy feeling. However, the more he shook his head, the more confused his mind became. Xiaohua could only raise his head. When he saw everything in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the Star Moon Palace?" Indeed, in front of Xiaohua was a distorted void. In this space, a huge palace emitted a faint 9-colored light and stood there. Although the palace was very far away from Xiaohua, he could clearly see the 3 large words above the palace door. It said, "Star Moon Palace." How is this possible? Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Didn't Do Shanjun say that the Star Moon Palace is somewhere in the hidden immortal continent? How can it be in the space of the ruins? Fellow Taoist, have you forgotten? At this moment, another voice sounded behind Xiaohua. Zhu Qing from Zhaixing Lu said clearly that the Star Moon Palace is a relic left behind in the 3 continents from the upper realm. The upper realm that he mentioned. Isn't it the ruins here? Xiaohua was shocked and suddenly turned his head. He saw the dragon vein Xiaohua standing behind him and smiling. Beside the dragon vein Xiaohua, the bone-tempering Xiaohua, the phoenix body Xiaohua, and the demon spirit Xiaohua were also standing there with smiles. The dragon vein Xiaohua was wearing a golden dragon robe and the dragon horns on his head were very obvious. The bone-tempering Xiaohua was almost naked and only wore a short shirt to cover his private parts. The phoenix body Xiaohua was wearing colorful clothes and there were wings between his arms. As for the demon spirit Xiaohua, he was completely black and there were obvious demon patterns flashing on his face. You. Xiaohua was a little confused. He pointed at the 4 doppelgangers and didn't know what he wanted to say. The demon spirit Xiaohua also smiled and said, "Brothers, let's speed up." The demon emperor flew here and disappeared. He must have discovered the Star Moon Palace hidden in the void. He must be hiding in the Star Moon Palace. Let's hurry over and kill him. So that we can take revenge for injuring us earlier. That's right. Xiaohua gnashed his teeth as well. This Devil Emperor is too cunning, and his strength is too formidable as well. If we don't kill him today, then we'll definitely not have such a good opportunity in the future. Of course, if we can find the spatial crack to return to the hidden immortal mainland from the Star Moon Palace, it will be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The dragon vein Xiaohua agreed. Okay. Hearing the doppelganger's agreement, Xiaohua nodded and waved his hand. We will enter the Star Moon Palace now and find the way back while killing the Demon Emperor. Hehe, if there are any treasures, we can't let them go. The bone-tempering Xiaohua said with a low laugh. Immediately after, Xiaohua led the 4 clones and flew towards the Xingyue Palace. When they got closer, Xiaohua discovered that the huge Xingyue palace was surrounded by an inexplicable spatial turbulence. Within the turbulence, starlight was scattered and it seemed as though one would be shredded if they looked into it. Moreover, there was a huge suction force within the turbulence, pulling his body into the turbulence. In the end, when they were not far from the gate of Star Moon Palace, Xiaohua could barely fly and had to land. Fortunately, there were more than a dozen floating boulders in the turbulence. Xiaohua and his 4 doppelgangers followed the boulders and jumped to the stairs in front of the palace. Damn it, this is too dangerous. If it weren't for my nimbleness, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the turbulence. Xiaohua cursed as he jumped over the last boulder. The bone-tempering Xiaohua smiled and said, "Even I think it's fine. How can something happen to you? Hee, this is our opportunity. There must be countless treasures in the Star Moon Palace." The demon spirit Xiaohua also seemed to have learned to be greedy and replied, There's someone in the Bright Moon Palace? Xiaohua and the others had just stood on the stairs when the phoenix body Xiaohua's sharp eyes pointed to a place above the palace and exclaimed, "It must be the Devil Emperor." The demon spirit looked up, only to see a figure swaying. He unconsciously gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let's hurry up and catch up. When this little brother swallows this Devil Emperor, this little brother will also reach the Devil Emperor realm. In the future, this little brother will be able to help all of you. Let's go." Xiaohua nodded and urged his spiritual power to rush to the palace door. However, when he reached the steps of the palace door, he couldn't even sense a trace of true essence. Xiaohua frowned slightly and was about to raise his hand to take out the wishful staff, but he suddenly found that he couldn't perceive the space at all. Everything in the space couldn't be taken out. Oh, what should I do? Xiaohua was shocked and immediately wanted to retreat. However, just as he turned his head and was about to discuss with the dragon vein Xiaohua and the other doppelgangers, he found that the boulder that he had stepped on before had disappeared into the turbulence and there was no trace of it. "What's wrong, fellow Taoist?" Dragon vein Xiaohua saw Xiaohua's expression change and asked strangely. "What? You don't know?" Xiaohua was once again stunned. Although he had already mastered the external incarnation technique and his 4 clones were able to go out independently, his external incarnation technique had yet to reach the great perfection stage. His 4 clones were still connected to Xiaohua's thoughts most of the time. Xiaohua's surprise just now was not hidden from his 4 clones. If it was normal, Xiaohua and the others should have been able to sense the dragon vein. Dragon vein Xiaohua was puzzled and shrugged, "How would I know what fellow Taoist is thinking? It's a little strange." Xiaohua frowned and looked up at the plaque of the Star Moon Palace. He whispered, "Could it be because of the Star Moon Palace? What's strange?" Phoenix body Xiaohua was also puzzled and asked. "Don't worry." Xiaohua pondered for a moment and raised his hand to slap the top of his head. Unfortunately, there was no change. Whether it was the soul cultivator Xiaohua or the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, even the green-robed Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi did not appear. "Huh? What's going on?" Xiaohua looked at dragon vein Xiaohua and the others, and his heart was even more puzzled. Since they are all doppelgangers, why can these doppelgangers appear beside this Xiao, but the others can't? But if the soul cultivator Xiaohua and the others can't appear, how can this Xiao be the opponent of the Devil Emperor? Chapter 4109. But now, do we still have a way out? Xiaohua smiled bitterly as he looked at the turbulence behind him. Without transcendence energy, Xiaohua had no confidence in escaping from the turbulence. Xiaohua raised his head to look at the top of the Star Moon Palace where the Demon Emperor had appeared. His eyes narrowed as he bit his lips and pondered for a moment. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow cultivators, this Star Moon Palace is a little strange. It seems like we can't use our transcendence energy and other remarkable abilities. Since the demon spirit Xiaohua is the same, I believe the demon emperor is not much stronger than us. There are 5 of us and only 1 demon emperor, so we have the advantage. Let's go. If we don't kill the demon emperor today, I'm afraid we won't have another chance in the future. Okay. Long Mai, Xiaohua, and the others nodded and cheered without any objections. Xiaohua calmed down and carefully walked up the steps of the Star Moon Palace. After walking for half a cup of tea's time, the 5 of them finally arrived in front of the palace door. The palace gate was at least 1,000 feet long, and there were many patterns engraved on the palace gate. The patterns seemed to be talismans and also seemed to be inscriptions, and they were somewhat similar to dragon patterns. However, when Xiaohua and the others looked at it, they all felt a little dizzy. Xiaohua's already somewhat heavy mind became even more unclear. Xiaohua raised his hand and wanted to push the palace door, but when he stretched out his arm, the palace door actually went through as if it was invisible. Xiaohua turned his head and pointed to the sides. Long Mai, Xiaohua, and the others hurriedly stood in a line in front of the palace door. Following Xiaohua's 3, 2, 1, the 5 of them rushed through the palace door at the same time. Xiaohua's vision blurred. When he looked again, he was standing in an extremely huge palace. The floor of the palace was paved with bluestone that was dozens of feet wide. There was nothing in the palace, not even a single pillar. On the 2 sides of the palace, and in the depths of the palace, there were 4 palace doors embedded in the stone walls. Xiaohua tried to release his divine perception and soul consciousness, but to no avail. He could only look left and right at the dragon vein, Xiaohua, and the others. These 4 clones also smiled bitterly. Presumably, they couldn't use any of their abilities. 5 8th and 9th grade essence force experts were no different from ordinary men in this Star Moon Palace. The Devil Emperor we saw earlier was at the top of the Star Moon Palace. Dragon Vein Xiaohua looked at the palace doors around him and said, "That guy must have gone up through the steps behind the palace doors. It looks like we have to chase after them too. Don't be anxious." Xiaohua said softly, "There are many opportunities in this stellar moon palace. Now that we have lost all our dermic powers and divine abilities, if we don't find any dermic artifacts to protect ourselves, it will be difficult to withstand the Fiend Monarch's attacks." Not bad. Devil Spirit Xiaohua agreed, "That guy came in early, maybe he already found some handy devil tool. We are definitely not his match with our bare hands. If he had found a suitable demonic weapon, why would he need to hide at the top of the Star Moon Palace?" Phoenix Body Xiaohua retorted, "He must be lying in ambush here, waiting for us to stand firm before killing us, right?" Hee, Big Brother Phoenix Body is right. Devil Spirit Xiaohua laughed, "However, there are many of us, so there are many chances to find dermic artifacts. As long as we don't get separated, even if we encounter the Devil Emperor, we can still charge at him together." "Humph, as long as there is no Devil Blood Paradise, why would I be afraid of him?" Bonehone Xiaohua sneered, full of fighting spirit. "No need to say more, we will search first." Xiaohua's eyes turned a few times, then he led the way to a palace door on the right side of the palace. After walking through the palace door, Xiaohua was stunned again, because behind this palace door was another palace, and inside this palace, there were 4 more palace doors. Damn it! Xiaohua almost cursed. What he was most afraid of in his life was finding his way. This Star Moon Palace was obviously a huge maze. Wasn't this playing with him to death? Not to mention killing some Devil Emperor, just this tangled and complicated path was enough to kill him. "Big Brother, look!" Devil Spirit Xiaohua was still quick-witted, hurriedly raising his hand to point at the top of the palace and shouted, "There are words here." Sure enough, Xiaohua raised his head to look, and on the palace ceiling that was as high as the sky, a row of floating cloud-like words appeared, A2. Xiaohua was bewildered, and asked curiously, what does this mean? Not only Xiaohua, but Dragon Vein Xiaohua and the other doppelgangers were also puzzled. This palace was the same size as the previous one, and similarly, there was nothing. Without using divine perception, one could understand it with one's naked eye. Xiaohua was helpless, and led the 4 doppelgangers into another palace door. Sure enough, behind the palace door was another identical palace, but this palace had A2 written on the roof. I understand. Xiaohua suddenly shouted, this is the palace's serial number. Just like the rooms in the inn in Jinghua City, there are heaven and earth words, this is the 7th palace of the A palace. That palace from before must be the 2nd palace of the A palace. In that case, the first palace we entered should be A1. Fellow Taoist is wise. Dragon Vein Xiaohua gave a thumbs up, and praised, such a complicated thing, I'm afraid I and the others have no way of knowing. Let's go. Xiaohua said with a smile, let's look further inside. Sure enough, as they walked further inside, they saw, A2, and other words, just as Xiaohua guessed. However, as everyone walked deeper into the Star Moon Palace, although they did not see any treasures, the deeper Xiaohua went, the more doubts he had in his heart. Dragon Vein Xiaohua was a little surprised, looked at Xiaohua, and asked, fellow Taoist, why is your expression so ugly? Xiaohua pinched his chin, standing at the entrance of the 2 palaces, looked left and right, and said in a low voice, fellow Taoists, I seem to have a familiar feeling. It seems like I have been here before. How is that possible? Dragon Vein Xiaohua said in shock, these palaces look exactly the same, how can fellow Taoist distinguish them? Also, how can fellow Taoist have been to the Star Moon Palace before? I don't know either. Xiaohua frowned, his gaze deeply staring at the words on the palaces, and answered with some confusion, maybe it's just a feeling? Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from a place not far away. Bone-honing Xiaohua was shocked, glanced at Xiaohua and the others, and shouted, who? As he spoke, his figure hurriedly rushed over, and Dragon Vein Xiaohua and the others did not dare to delay, following Bone-honing Xiaohua through a few palace doors to a palace. At the entrance of this palace, a jade slip lay peacefully on the ground, and the words, A2, floated above the palace. Someone's here? Bone-honing Xiaohua bent down to pick up the jade slip, and his figure hurriedly ran to the 4 palace doors to take a look. Only then did he turn back in surprise, shook his head, and said, I didn't find him, that guy ran away extremely quickly. Damn it. Phoenix Body Xiaohua cursed in a low voice, it's really troublesome to not have an elemental sense. Otherwise, wouldn't we know with a sweep? This. Xiaohua looked at the jade slip in Bone-honing Xiaohua's hand, and said with a somewhat pale face, this is I's jade slip. Yours? Bone-honing Xiaohua asked curiously, how could it be your jade slip? Xiaohua hurriedly reached into his bosom, but did not take out anything. He reached out and took the jade slip from Bone-honing Xiaohua's hand, looked at it carefully, and sighed, there's no mistake, this is the jade slip that Bai Ming from White Cloud Temple gave to I. Because I wanted White Cloud Temple's orthodoxy, this jade slip was not in my eyes, so I did not put it into the space, and only kept it in my bosom. But I didn't expect the jade slip in my bosom to disappear, and I don't know how it got here. TCH. Dragon Vein Xiaohua said disdainfully, fellow Taoist, you don't have divine sense now, so how do you know this is Bai Ming's jade slip? Anything can happen in the Star Moon Palace. Fellow Taoists' feelings are not reliable. All right. Xiaohua did not intend to convince anyone, so he put the jade slip away and said, let's continue looking. Since there was movement just now, maybe the Devil Emperor has returned. Let's be careful. Yes. The 4 doppelgangers looked at each other, and vigilance appeared in their eyes. As Xiaohua walked out of the hall, the 5 of them were abnormally vigilant. Unfortunately, the 5 of them searched for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, but did not find any trace of the Devil Emperor. Instead, they found something strange in the depths of Star Moon Palace, in a hall with A71 floating on the roof. This hall was different from what Xiaohua and the others had seen before. There were some irregular mirrors on the 4 walls, and under the mirrors, there was an empty stone table. In front of the hall, there were several extremely tiered sacrificial tables. On the sacrificial tables, besides some strange spirit fruits, there was also a huge statue. This statue was not in the shape of a human. Its entire body was transparent, and there were some 7 colors flowing inside. Every time a wisp of 7 colors floated by, a layer of light fog would be produced, enveloping the statue. The statue had 3 arms, 5 legs, and its entire body was in the shape of a strange whirlpool, like a flipping ribbon. The statue had 3 heads, each facing the 3 directions of the hall, and these 3 heads looked like human faces, looking exactly the same. However, when Xiaohua and the others looked carefully, their faces were blurry, and they could not see clearly. It's too strange. What kind of statue is this? It looks like the bones of a celestial being. Phoenix Body Xiaohua walked to the front of the statue and looked it up and down. His gaze then fell on the spirit fruits, and he casually picked up a fist-sized spirit fruit to take a closer look. The spirit fruit looked very fresh, as if it had just been plucked from a spirit tree, and a strange fragrance rushed into his nose. Phoenix Body Xiaohua could not help but open his mouth, and with a crunch, he bit off a piece. When the spirit fruit fell into his mouth, it melted into juice, and an enchanting sweet fragrance instantly spread throughout the hall. Phoenix Body Xiaohua saw Phoenix Body Xiaohua pick up the spirit fruit and was about to stop him, but the corner of his eyes occasionally swept over, and it really did fall on a mirror on the stone wall. A vague shadow flashed on it, and then disappeared, so he could not see clearly who it was. Who? Xiaohua was shocked, and hurriedly turned to look at the door near the mirror. Chapter 41:10. Bone-honing Xiaohua and Dragon Vein Xiaohua originally wanted to follow Phoenix Body Xiaohua to get the spirit fruit, but when they heard Xiaohua's shout, they stopped and turned to look at the palace door. However, the entrance of the palace was completely empty. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Bone-honing Xiaohua frowned, picked up a spirit fruit, took a bite, and walked towards the palace door, vaguely calling out, "Damn, could it be the Demon Emperor again? What is this guy doing pretending to be mysterious? Is he trying to lure us into an ambush? Fellow Taoist, be careful." Xiaohua said anxiously, "We'll go take a look together." Hee hee. Bone-honing Xiaohua laughed, "No need, I want to see if the Demon Emperor's bones are harder or if I's bones are harder. Fellow Taoist, why do you have to act alone?" Xiaohua opened his mouth, but before he finished speaking, Dragon Vein Xiaohua in the distance laughed, "Fellow Taoist, you don't have to pay attention to him. The Demon Emperor has lost his demonic weapon, so I'm afraid he can't do anything to fellow Taoist. Come and taste this spirit fruit, it seems to be good for our physical strength." Okay. Xiaohua also felt a little exhausted at this time. Seeing Bone-honing Xiaohua's figure disappear at the palace door, he turned and walked towards the spirit fruit. Bone-honing Xiaohua said disdainfully, but he was also vigilant in his heart. While eating the spirit fruit, he carefully walked into the palace next door. However, this palace was empty, and there was nothing. Bone-honing Xiaohua was a little unwilling, and he walked through a few more palaces before preparing to return. However, just as he turned around, a pang sound came from the palace not far away. The bone-honing Xiaohua was startled. He clenched his fists and tiptoed over. This was a palace hall that was exactly the same as before. The words A40 floated on top of the palace hall. There was no one inside the palace hall, but the two doors in front of the palace hall were flashing with 7-colored rays of light. Bone-honing Xiaohua slowly walked in front of the rays of light, took a look, and then his figure disappeared into the palace door. Xiaohua stayed in the palace that seemed to be a statue. He picked up a spirit fruit, stared at it for a moment, and put it in his mouth to take a bite. Sure enough, when the juice of the spirit fruit entered his stomach, a burst of heat gushed out, spreading to Xiaohua's limbs, and that rare state of exhaustion from before was somewhat alleviated. Damn it! Xiaohua's eyes turned quickly, looking at the spirit fruit and that strange statue. He thought to himself, what's this situation? Ever since I started cultivating, I have never felt exhausted. Even if I was seriously injured, even if I lost all my magic power, I have never felt this way. In this star-moon palace. Could it be that I've become immortal? If I'm immortal. Thinking of this, Xiao was suddenly startled, and an indescribable fear rose from the bottom of his heart. If this Xiao was immortal, wouldn't this Xiao be killed by a random demonic tool? Since Xiaohua's eyes, to Xiao, Xiao, Hua Xiao, Hua, Xiao to Zhao's, Xiao S to return. Okay. Xiaohua swallowed the spirit fruit in his hand, clapped his hands, and stood up. Seeing that phoenix body Xiaohua and devil spirit Xiaohua also wanted to follow, Xiaohua's heart moved and he said, you two wait here. If we don't find fellow Taoist tempered bones and he comes back by himself, wouldn't we be rushing for nothing? You two wait here, you can be considered a backup. Xiaohua and Xiaohua looked at each other and said at the same time, that's fine too. The two of us will wait here. You two shouldn't be afraid of the Devil Emperor's sneak attack. Xiaohua nodded, and then said to Xiaohua, you were a bit reckless earlier, Xiaohua. You shouldn't have let Xiaohua go alone. Xiaohua frowned, showing slight displeasure. Xiaohua didn't want to let Xiaohua go alone, but wasn't it because of Xiaohua's words that Xiaohua gave up chasing? However, thinking that these clones were all separated from his primordial spirit, Xiaohua didn't say anything. Without looking back, he chased after the bone-honing Xiaohua and entered the hall. Wait for me, Dao friend. Dragon Vein Xiaohua said and hurriedly chased after him. Only Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua were left in the hall. Xiaohua entered the hall, looked at the scenery that was no different from before, and then looked at the words on the roof, and said loudly, where is Xiaohua? Xiaohua didn't respond, and Xiaohua took Xiaohua of the dragon to choose a door to continue searching. However, after searching for half a cup of tea's time, he still didn't see Xiaohua's figure, and even Xiaohua himself was a bit lost. No. Just as he was about to step into a door, Xiaohua of the dragon hurriedly shouted, Dao friend, we've just passed through this door, we should go to that door. Xiaohua looked around and said doubtfully, no. I don't think we've been here before. We've definitely been here before. Xiaohua of the dragon said with a smile, Dao friend's sense of direction is not strong, naturally you can't sense it, but I can see it. This. Xiaohua hesitated slightly, thought for a moment, and said, how about this, we'll go in and take a look first, if we've really been here, we'll go back to that hall, how about it? No need, right? Xiaohua of the dragon said somewhat proudly, I still have this confidence. Let's go. Xiaohua was too lazy to say anything more to him, and stepped into the hall. Xiaohua of the dragon saw Xiaohua enter without permission, and was a little displeased. He chased after him and said anxiously, why don't you believe I's words? However, after entering the hall, although it was also empty, the text number was indeed unfamiliar. It was the place where Xiaohua and Xiaohua of the dragon had never been. Have you been here before? Xiaohua asked coldly. Xiaohua of the dragon was a little embarrassed, and argued forcefully, I haven't been here, but I seem to have been here before. Xiaohua frowned again, glared at Xiaohua of the dragon, and didn't say anything else. He looked around and shouted, "Where is Dao friend Xiaohua?" Seeing that there was no sound again, Xiaohua and Xiaohua of the dragon once again looked for another hall. Xiaohua and Xiaohua of the dragon vein had different opinions. Xiaohua wanted to go in this direction, while Xiaohua wanted to go in that direction. After several compromises, both of them had their own right and wrong. Finally, after arriving at a palace, Xiaohua said coldly, "Fellow Taoist dragon vein, are you listening to this poor Taoist or this poor Taoist will listen to you? I'll listen to whoever is right." Xiaohua of the dragon's expression was also indifferent, and replied, "I feel that Dao friend can't distinguish the direction. After searching for so long, you still haven't found Dao friend Xiaohua, and now I'm afraid you've already lost your way. Why don't you listen to I? You are a clone of I." Xiaohua was a little angry, "How can I listen to you?" Xiaohua of the dragon smiled and replied, "Dao friend is right, I am a clone of Dao friend. But don't forget, fellow Taoist. Since you've created our clones and cultivated the external incarnation technique, then we are no longer simple clones, nor are we the clones of the dragon clan. We're real cultivators. Since we are real cultivators, why must I listen to you?" This. Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He had always treated his avatar as himself, and his avatar would come and go as he pleased. Similarly, his avatar would also obey his orders and would never resist. What Xiaohua had said about the dragon vein, he had never thought about it. However, what Xiaohua of the dragon said was right. What was the purpose of cultivating clones? Previously, he wanted to find a helper for himself, but since it was a helper, he had to cultivate the external incarnation technique and let the 10 primordial spirits cultivate separately. But since he wanted the 10 primordial spirits to cultivate separately, it was inevitable that they would have their own personalities. It was inevitable that they would be independent. Xiaohua had already noticed some signs of this situation in the heaven prison. Sometimes, he might not know what Xiaohua of the dragon race and the other clones were thinking, especially when they were hiding something from him, he was unable to detect it. Xiaohua was already somewhat vigilant towards this abnormality. One of the reasons why he looked for Baiyun Monastery and even rescued the 10 southwest sects was to obtain the inheritance of these sections. The Tao cultivators of the ruins did not cultivate nascent soul but primordial spirit. Xiaohua could not obtain the solution from the cultivation of Confucian cultivators, so he wanted to find some solutions from the Tao sects of the ruins. However, Xiaohua still did not expect that Xiaohua of the dragon race would have such an idea just after the battle with the Devil Emperor. Since Xiaohua of the dragon race had it, wouldn't the bone-tempering Xiaohua and the other clones also have it? And the bone-tempering Xiaohua who went to find the Devil Emperor by himself, wasn't it a manifestation of wanting to be independent? He did not seem to understand and was kept in the dark like this. Seeing that Xiaohua was silent, Xiaohua of the dragon race smiled and said, "Since Dao friend is lost, why don't you let I lead the way?" With that, Xiaohua of the dragon race waved his sleeves and walked towards a palace door. Xiaohua looked at Xiaohua of the dragon race's back and felt that it was exceptionally unfamiliar. He pondered for a moment and followed him. As soon as the two of them passed through the palace door, they heard a huge rumbling sound from inside the palace. "Huh, I was right? I really haven't been here before." Xiaohua of the dragon race laughed loudly and pointed at a corner of the palace. Xiaohua's face was full of dark clouds. He looked at the corner of the palace and saw that there was really a cauldron for refining weapons. The fire in the cauldron was boiling, and something that looked like a sword embryo was floating quietly above the fire. The fire in the cauldron looked purple-green and the temperature was extremely high, but the color of the sword embryo did not change at all, as if the cauldron had no effect at all. Xiaohua felt a sense of familiarity in his heart, but he couldn't tell where he had seen him before. Almost at the same time, Xiaohua of the dragon race also had a strange feeling in his mouth and cried out in surprise. "What is that?" Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly followed Xiaohua of the dragon race's finger again. He saw that there were some bloodstains on the ground on the other side of the cauldron, and a line of blurry handwriting was written next to the bloodstains, to A31, C. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and said anxiously, This is the blood of the bone-tempering Xiaohua? When did he have flesh? Chapter 41:11. Fellow Taoist. Dragon Vein Xiaohua was somewhat dissatisfied and said indifferently, "We have flesh and blood since our avatars. Fellow Taoist must have looked down on us, so you never thought about it, right?" "No." Xiaohua shook his head and said, "Even if fellow Taoist Tempered Bones was injured, he would still rush back to find us. How could he go to A31? This must be a trap of the Demon Emperor. We should hurry back and meet up with fellow Taoist Phoenix Body and fellow Taoist Demon Spirit." After speaking, Xiaohua turned and left. However, when he walked to the door, he was stunned again. He turned and said, "Fellow Taoist Dragon Vein, why aren't you moving?" Dragon Vein Xiaohua's words almost angered Xiaohua to the point of smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. This poor Taoist feels that this was left behind by fellow Taoist Tempered Bones. He was seriously injured and was rushing to A31 Hall. He is currently waiting for our rescue. We should go to A31 Hall first. Fellow Taoist, are you sick? Xiaohua said angrily. How does fellow Taoist Tempered Bones know about A31? Why didn't he return to A31? Why did he go to A31? Naturally, it's because A31 is close to here. Moreover, presumably fellow Taoist Tempered Bones also came from A31. He knows there is a hiding place there. Dragon Vein Xiaohua pointed at the hall and said indifferently. Xiaohua looked up. Sure enough, A28 was written on it. Just looking at the number, it was indeed not far from A31. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, I don't think it's possible for Xiaohua to run so far. This is a trap of the Demon Emperor. I have to rush back to A31. As for where to go, you choose yourself. The fellow Taoist in Xiaohua's mouth had now become you. After speaking, Xiaohua passed through the hall door without looking back. Of course, Xiaohua stood outside the hall door and waited for half a cup of tea's time, but he still didn't see Dragon Vein Xiaohua come out. Xiaohua sighed slightly. He was very disappointed in his heart, as if he had lost something. He turned around and walked towards A31 according to his memory. After walking through so many palaces, Xiaohua saw a lot of palace numbers. Although these numbers didn't have any particular pattern, Xiaohua still knew them from big to small. Without too many twists and turns, Xiaohua returned to Palace Hall A71. However, to Xiaohua's disappointment, no matter if it was the Phoenix Body Xiaohua or the Devil Spirit Xiaohua, they were not in the hall. Xiaohua couldn't help but punch the stone wall of the hall and cursed, "Damn it! These clones look like they're about to rebel." See. Just as he finished cursing, a sharp pain came from Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua looked at his fist in disbelief, only to see that it was badly mutilated and blood was flowing out. Damn it! Xiaohua looked at the faint bloodstains on the stone wall, and couldn't help but curse again. Ever since he started cultivating, when had he ever been injured by punching a stone wall? With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua wiped away the bloodstains on the stone wall. Xiaohua was startled, but he saw that there were some black marks under the bloodstains. He hadn't noticed them before, but now they were especially eye-catching. However, just when Xiaohua wanted to take a closer look, a series of footsteps came from the distant palace door. Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head and saw Xiaohua, who was covered in blood, stumbling in from the side of the palace door. Fellow Taoist bone tempering. What was going on? What happened? Was it a trap set by the demon emperor? Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed and hastily ran over. Just as Xiao Hua passed by the statue, he was once again alarmed. Because all the spirit fruits that were previously placed on the statue were now rotten, and the smell of dust assailed his nostrils. However, Xiao Hua couldn't care about these abnormalities now. He hurriedly wanted to run over and support Hon Xiao Hua, who was about to fall down at any time. However, just as Xiao Hua approached Hon Xiao Hua, and before Xiao Hua's arm could touch Hon Xiao Hua, he saw Hon Xiao Hua's bloody fist. Boom! Xiao Hua was caught off guard and was hit in the chest. Xiao Hua's figure was sent flying along with the wind from the fist, and he felt an indescribable dizziness. Xiao Hua's mouth was sweet, and it seemed that blood was gushing out from his body. The robe on his chest was also torn by Hon Xiao Hua. Damn it! Xiao Hua was in the air. Seeing Hon Xiao Hua rushing over again, Xiao Hua was shocked and said, "Hon Xiao Hua, are you crazy? Woo-woo." Unfortunately, Hon Xiao Hua whimpered and didn't allow Xiao Hua to say anything. He rushed forward and punched Xiao Hua. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was helpless. He used the ethereal steps and used the Big Dipper magical fist to fight Hon Xiao Hua. Hon Xiao Hua was originally Xiao Hua's clone. Although he practiced the Big Dipper magical fist a lot, how could he be Xiao Hua's opponent? However, bone tempering Xiao Hua's body was sturdy. Xiao Hua didn't dare to meet force with force a few times and could only dodge. While Xiao Hua was dodging, he anxiously said, "Bone tempering fellow Taoist, what happened? Where are you injured? Is it the demon emperor's doing? Where is the demon emperor?" Roar! Hon Xiao Hua roared. His eyes were red, and he desperately rushed towards Xiao Hua, completely ignoring Xiao Hua's question. Xiao Hua slightly leaned to the side and dodged Hon Xiao Hua's attack. Hon Xiao Hua crashed into the huge statue and staggered to the ground. His whole body twitched a few times and stopped moving. His two eyes were wide open, as if he died with grievances. These two eyes were looking at one of the three heads of the statue. Hon Xiao Hua, Hon Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua truly felt that this was inconceivable. He had never thought that he, or even his doppelganger, would die so easily. Even if he died in the hands of the Devil Emperor, he should have fought until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. He walked a few steps, squatted down, and shook Hon Xiao Hua's body. He even raised his hand and placed it on Hon Xiao Hua's mouth and nose to check. He used his finger to check Hon Xiao Hua's pulse, but he didn't find any vitality. After a while, Hon Xiao Hua's body gradually turned cold. Xiao Hua had no choice but to believe that Hon Xiao Hua was really dead. Xiao Hua was heartbroken, but he also felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. After all, he didn't know whether Hon Xiao Hua was breathing or had a pulse when he was alive. But looking at the coldness of Hon Xiao Hua's body and the blood on the ground, Xiao Hua couldn't help but believe that after entering the Star Moon Palace, no matter what the cultivator's cultivation was, even if it was a clone, they would be no different from ordinary people and would easily die. Boom! Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, a loud sound came from outside the other palace door. It seemed a little ethereal. What is this strange thing? Xiao Hua was shocked. He didn't wait to raise his head and immediately shouted, "Which fellow Taoist is here? Quickly come over, fellow Taoist, Hon Xiao Hua has fallen." Seeing that there was no reply, Xiao Hua hastily got up and rushed towards the source of the voice. After he rushed out of the palace door and made several turns, his eyes suddenly lit up. He entered a large hall that looked like an auction house. This large hall was divided into 2 floors. Xiao Hua entered from a high platform. At this moment, Xiao Hua, Xiao Hua, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hua of the dragon bloodline were all present. However, Xiaohua and Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline were squatting on the high platform. Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline was lying on the ground. Looking at Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline's arm that was hanging on the ground, Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline had a bad feeling in his heart. Fellow Taoist Phoenix body, what's going on? You. Why are you here? Why aren't you waiting in A71? Xiaohua shouted and quickly rushed over. Unexpectedly, before Xiaohua could get close, devil spirit Xiaohua immediately jumped up from the ground and kicked Xiaohua. He said fiercely, "Damn it, you're still asking us what happened? Didn't you kill fellow Taoist dragon bloodline? Didn't you also ask us to come? What are you pretending for?" Devil spirit Xiaohua's punches and kicks were naturally inferior to Xiaohua's. Xiaohua raised his hand to block devil spirit Xiaohua and said in surprise, I just heard the roar and hurried over from A71. How could I kill fellow Taoist dragon bloodline? Moreover, where is this place? I have never been here before. You're still pretending. Phoenix body Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed. You said to ask fellow Taoist I and devil spirit Xiaohua to come to A31. Isn't this A31? Xiaohua was shocked and looked up. Sure enough, A31 was written on the roof of the palace. Damn it, so A31 is right next to A71. Xiaohua suddenly realized. However, at this moment, Xiaohua saw from the corner of his eyes that on the second floor of the pavilion, a cloaked figure slowly stood up. The figure was holding something that looked like a god-slaying crossbow in his hand. Quickly dodge. Xiaohua was shocked. His figure hurriedly rolled on the ground and rolled toward the palace door on the high platform. Boom! Just like the sound that Xiaohua heard in the A71 hall, on the second floor of the pavilion, a rumbling sound resounded, and a dark brilliance streaked across the sky like lightning, instantly landing on Xiaohua's back. Ah! Xiaohua screamed miserably, his entire body fell to the ground, and that huge impact nailed him firmly to the high platform. A jet-black long arrow was inserted into Xiaohua's back, and that arrow's tail was swaying, while Xiaohua's body twitched a few times, and a large amount of blood flowed out, then he stopped moving, and it seemed like he was dead. While rolling, Xiaohua was shocked to see that the black arrow that nailed Phoenix body Xiaohua to death was exactly the same as the black arrow that pierced dragon bloodline Xiaohua's heart. Devil Emperor. This is Devil Emperor. Damn Devil Emperor. Xiaohua gritted his teeth and looked at the cloaked figure on the second floor of the pavilion. Where did this bastard get this devil weapon? Damn it, we were unarmed in Star Moon Palace. His crossbow is probably 100 times more powerful than the soaring dragon scissors. Boom! Before Xiaohua rolled to the front of the palace door, the roar of murder sounded again. Xiaohua felt a sharp cold wind coming. He hurriedly shrank back and tried his best to throw himself to the side. Although his chest was in severe pain from the bone-tempering Xiaohua's attack, escaping for his life was more important. How could he care about that? Chapter 41:12. PFFF. The powerful impact brushed past Xiaohua's Daoist robe and tore the Daoist robe under Xiaohua's armpit. The black arrow brushed past Xiaohua's skin and nailed itself to the high platform. Xiaohua was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. Xiaohua didn't dare to stay any longer. He leaped up and pounced towards the palace door. Boom! Another loud explosion. Ah! The demonic spirit Xiaohua screamed again. At this moment, Xiaohua had already fled to the palace door. He looked back and saw that the demonic spirit Xiaohua had been pierced by the Devil Emperor's arrow. Xiaohua's body was rolling on the high platform and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. The Devil Emperor on the second floor had actually disappeared. It was obvious that he was chasing after Xiao Hua. Damn it! Xiao Hua was really panicking. Is this Star Moon Palace going to be this Zhao's burial ground? It's only been an hour and all 4 of my clones have been killed by the Devil Emperor. Run! This was the only thought in Xiao Hua's mind. He rushed through the palace door and fled in a certain direction. Xiao Hua's sense of direction wasn't strong to begin with. Now that he was fleeing in panic, he was like a headless fly and gradually lost his way. Even so, Xiao Hua had a strong feeling that the Devil Emperor was right behind him, and definitely not too far away. At this moment, Xiao Hua was full of regret. He really shouldn't have coveted the treasures of the Star Moon Palace. He shouldn't have rashly entered the Star Moon Palace when he didn't have the ability to protect himself. It was even to the extent that the more Xiao Hua fled, the clearer his heart became. The words of the phoenix body Xiao Hua and the devil spirit Xiao Hua had originally confused him, but at this moment, he understood that the Devil Emperor was definitely unable to kill him and his 4 clones, so the Devil Emperor had transformed into his appearance to lure the other 2 clones into his trap. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He had arrived at a place that was different from the previous palaces. In the corner of the hall, there was a weapon rack. Most of the weapons on it were empty. Only at the very edge of the rack was a very ugly and shabby small sword. The small sword was only 3 inches long, and the hilt was wrapped in some rags. There was even some black hair on the edge. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the small sword, and a familiar feeling arose. Although Xiao Hua didn't know why there was a flying sword here, he didn't have any other choice. He raised his hand and grabbed Xiao Jian, and a cold feeling came from the hilt. That coldness caused Xiao Hua to become even calmer. He looked to his left and quickly walked to a palace door. After pondering for a bit, he raised his hand and passed through with the flying sword. However, Xiao Hua didn't directly enter the next palace. Instead, he stayed at the palace door and quietly waited with the flying sword in his hand. Sure enough, after a short while, footsteps could be heard coming from his palace. The Demon Emperor had chased after him. The Demon Emperor stopped by the weapon rack for a moment, and then rushed towards the palace door where Xiao Hua stopped. Xiao Hua took a deep breath, and tightly clenched the flying sword in his hand, waiting for the Demon Emperor to come closer and give him a fatal blow. Unfortunately, when the Demon Emperor arrived in front of the palace door, he actually slowed down, and finally stopped. After a moment of silence, his footsteps quickly went away. Obviously, he was chasing after another palace. Who? When the footsteps disappeared, Xiao Hua let out a long sigh of relief. His palms were sweaty. In his heart, he didn't know whether to rejoice or regret. However, he didn't dare to stay for long. He hurriedly passed through the palace door and arrived at another palace. The words A27 were floating on the roof of this palace. There was nothing inside the palace, but Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the 2 palace doors on one side of the palace. These 2 palace doors were different from all the palace doors Xiao Hua had seen before. The palace doors flashed with 7-colored light, as if it was a passage. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He hurriedly rushed over, holding the flying sword in his hand, and cautiously entered the light. As the light flashed in front of him, Xiao Hua frowned. Behind the light was not a passage, but a long corridor. On the side of the corridor near the Star Moon Palace, strange patterns were engraved on the stone walls. There were also some protruding spikes, as if they were protecting the patterns on the stone walls. On the other side of the corridor were some stone pillars, which also had spikes and patterns. These patterns flashed with a faint purple light. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the light, and he was shocked to discover that there were battles between heaven and man, yin and yang mating, mountains and rivers, a great battle between immortals and demons, and so on. Xiao Hua didn't dare to look any longer and hurriedly retracted his gaze. Sometimes, he would look outside the corridor. Outside the corridor, there were streams of different colored countercurrents. These countercurrents were the same as what Xiaohua and his 4 doppelgangers had encountered before entering the Star Moon Palace. They were filled with a power that could kill everything. These countercurrents filled the surroundings of the Star Moon Palace, firmly protecting it. Only some faint brilliance above the corridor blocked these countercurrents. These are the steps that lead to the second level of the Star Moon Palace. Xiaohua looked along the corridor again and saw a flight of steps in the distance. He didn't understand, but he understood. So the demonic emperor used these steps to ascend to the second level. Xiaohua was shocked. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly turned around to escape to the other side of the corridor. However, at this moment, clang clang. A metallic sound and rapid footsteps came from the corridor of the second level of the Star Moon Palace. Xiaohua's heart suddenly clenched. What's wrong? Is there anyone else in the Star Moon Palace? Xiaohua's heart clenched. A strange feeling came from his left side again. Xiaohua hurriedly pulled his head back without hesitation. Whoosh! Amidst the rumbling sound, a jet-black brilliance brushed past his head and fell into the countercurrent outside the corridor. That powerful crossbow was inferior to a small stone thrown into a lake. It didn't even cause a ripple and immediately disappeared without a trace. At this moment, how could Xiaohua still care if there was anyone on the second level of the Star Moon Palace? With a sway of his body, he used the ethereal steps and rushed in another direction. Although Xiaohua's body was fast, the demonic emperor in the cloak didn't show any weakness. He took out a black arrow from his cloak and placed it on the crossbow. He then followed Xiaohua and chased after him. Xiaohua was truly frightened. As he fled, he pondered. Looking at the countercurrent around him, his mind was blank and he didn't know how to deal with it. Seeing that there was a turn in front of him, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He increased his speed and rushed in that direction. However, just as Xiaohua was about to turn to the right, his body suddenly tilted strangely to the left. Boom! The sound of the crossbow rang out again. A jet-black light shot into the stone wall on the right side of the Star Moon Palace like lightning. If Xiaohua hadn't dodged to the left, this arrow would have nailed him to the stone wall. Humph! Xiaohua snorted coldly after dodging the black arrow. His body didn't stop as he waved his arms with extreme agility. With a sway of his body, he rushed into the corner like flowing water and disappeared in an instant. In a situation where he didn't have any transcendence energy, even if he didn't have any light body technique, Xiaohua's agility still gave him a lot of advantages. This was also the main reason why Xiaohua was still alive when all 4 of his doppelgangers were killed by the demonic emperor. The demonic emperor in the cloak cursed angrily. He took out a black arrow from his cloak and chased after Xiaohua at the same time. He seemed to have practiced the major stellar fist and his speed wasn't much worse than Xiaohua's. However, just as the demonic emperor in the cloak chased after Xiaohua to the corner, a sword light abruptly pierced out. The demonic emperor in the cloak was shocked. He didn't expect Xiaohua to be so daring. He didn't run away but hid here and waited for him to catch up. However, at this moment, the demonic emperor in the cloak was caught off guard. He naturally raised his hand and wanted to block with his crossbow. Puff! Seeing that the crossbow was about to hit the small sword, Xiaohua slightly lowered the small sword in his hand. The tip of the sword very strangely avoided the crossbow and pierced the wrist of the demonic emperor in the cloak with extreme precision. The demonic emperor in the cloak also seemed to be aware of it, but his movement was obviously not as fast as Xiaohua's. Dang! The demonic emperor in the cloak loosened his grip and the crossbow unexpectedly fell to the ground. Without waiting for the demonic emperor to reach out his hand to catch it, Xiaohua kicked the crossbow away. It flew out of the corridor and fell into the countercurrent. You! The demonic emperor in the cloak was shocked. His voice was somewhat distorted through the cloak. It sounded very different from the voice of the demonic emperor in the previous battle. However, Xiaohua didn't care about this. He held the small sword in his hand and rushed forward, stabbing the demonic emperor in the chest at lightning speed. The demonic emperor in the midst of his shock also calmed his mind. He brandished his fists and legs to fight with Xiaohua. Oh. After a moment, Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. He was very familiar with the demonic emperor's fists and legs. Wasn't it just the Big Dipper God fist? Damn it. Xiaohua cursed, aren't you too shameless? You didn't use your own demon realm's great heavenly cycle star fist and actually secretly learned this daddy's Big Dipper God fist. Although the demonic emperor in the cloak's fists and legs were similar to Xiaohua's swordsmanship was also very powerful. In just a short moment, the demonic emperor in the cloak was stabbed several times by Xiaohua. There was some blood oozing out from his arms and chest. Even the demonic emperor in the cloak was forced to the side of the corridor by Xiaohua. Seeing that the demonic emperor in the cloak was also injured, Xiaohua's heart calmed down. His swordsmanship was like a flower as he coldly asked, "Demonic emperor, if you honestly tell this Xiao how to get out of this Star Moon Palace, this Xiao might spare your life. Kill them, kill them." The demonic emperor in the cloak muttered in a low voice, as if he was roaring, "Only by killing them all will we be able to escape, damn it." Xiaohua was enraged. The small sword in his hand suddenly stabbed at the demonic emperor in the chest as he shouted, "Even now, you still haven't forgotten to sow discord. Everyone in this Star Moon Palace has already been killed by you. Who else do you want to kill?" Pooh! The small sword stabbed into the demonic emperor in the chest. The demonic emperor in the cloak raised his hand and smashed Xiaohua's wrist. Feeling the pain, Xiaohua lifted his leg and gave a kick. Pang! The demonic emperor in the cloak was kicked out of the corridor by Xiaohua. Ah! The demonic emperor in the cloak screamed miserably. His chest, along with the small sword, fell into the reverse current and disappeared. Chapter 41:13. Damn it, I'm finally safe. Now that the enemy was gone, Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief. A wave of pain came from all over his body. Although Xiaohua had the upper hand in the battle with the caped demon emperor, he was also seriously injured. Xiaohua did not care when he was nervous, but now, the pain came again. It was a feeling that he had not felt for a long time. However, just as Xiaohua relaxed for a moment, a wave of suspicion came over him again. That's not right. When I was fighting with the demon emperor, there was obviously some movement on the second level of the Star Moon Palace. Could it be that there are other people who have entered the Star Moon Palace? Could it be, from the hidden immortal continent? Or Do Shanjun? Xiaohua took a deep breath and stood up. Just as he was about to go check it out, a voice came from outside the corridor again. Damn it, this is too dangerous. If not for my nimbleness, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the turbulence. Even I feel that nothing is wrong. How could something happen to you? Now that we're here, it's our opportunity. There must be countless treasures in the Star Moon Palace. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. A bone-chilling feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but run towards the end of the corridor. When he arrived at the location of a stone tablet, Xiaohua stuck his head out and saw his own silhouette. Phoenix Body Xiaohua, Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Bone Tempering Xiaohua, and Devil Spirit Xiaohua were all standing outside the doors of the Star Moon Palace, looking up at the palace. His other self was wearing a Daoist robe and had a blank expression. Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua was wearing a golden dragon robe and the dragon horns on his head looked very ironic. Bone Tempering Xiaohua was almost naked and only wore a short shirt that covered his private parts. Phoenix body Xiaohua was wearing colorful clothes and there were wings between his arms. As for demon spirit Xiaohua, he was black and there were obvious demon patterns flashing on his face. At this moment, Phoenix body Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and saw himself. He raised his hand and pointed, There's someone in the Bright Moon Palace? Xiaohua was shocked and quickly shrank back. He stared at the cornice of the palace in a daze and a realization suddenly came to him. This is not the Star Moon Palace. This is the Demon Emperor's illusion. Perhaps, even if this was the Star Moon Palace, these later ones were definitely the Devil Emperor's illusions. Damn it, when did this Xiao fall into the Demon Emperor's illusion? How could he escape from this illusion? Did he escape through the palace gate? At that moment, outside the Star Moon Palace, the voices of Mo Ling Xiaohua and the others sounded again. It must be the Devil Emperor. Let's hurry up and catch up with him. After this little brother devours this Nephilim Emperor, this little brother will also be able to reach the realm of Nephilim Emperor. In the future, this little brother will be able to lend you a hand. Go! Io, what should we do now? What's wrong, fellow Taoist? What? You don't know? How would I know what fellow Taoist thinks? That's weird. Could it be because of this Star Moon Palace? What's so strange about it? Not good. Xiaohua suddenly came to his senses and said anxiously, if these were the illusions of the Demon Emperor, it would be fine, but if they were... Damn it, why do I feel that there's something fishy about this? It's really too messy. Xiaohua thought and carefully poked his head out again. At that moment, outside the Star Moon Palace, there was no trace of Xiaohua and the others. They must have entered the Star Moon Palace. What exactly are they? Xiaohua gritted his teeth and ran to the palace gate at the side of the corridor. He rushed in, looked around, and searched for A43 in his memory. Xiaohua had just found A43, and walked to the entrance of the hall when a voice that made Xiaohua's hair stand on end rang out in his ears, that's right. Fellow Taoist, why do you look so pale? Fellow Taoists, I seem to feel a sense of familiarity. It seems like I have been here before. How is that possible? These palaces look exactly the same. How can fellow Taoist distinguish them? And, how can fellow Taoist have been to the Star Moon Palace before? I don't know either. Maybe it's just a feeling. How is that possible? Xiaohua was a little dizzy. He could not help but raise his hand to scratch his head. At that moment, there was a clang sound. Xiaohua hurriedly lowered his head and realized that the jade slip that he had put in his pocket earlier had accidentally fallen to the ground because his Taoist robe had been torn. Who is it? It was the voice of the bone-honing Xiaohua. Everyone's footsteps rushed here. Xiaohua only hesitated for a moment. Looking at the bloodstains all over his body and thinking about the injuries on his body, he did not dare to meet the other Xiaohua who he did not know was real or fake. He hurriedly turned and left the A43 palace, not caring about the jade slip that had fallen to the ground. Damn it, what's going on? Xiaohua's emotions were extremely irritable. Is the Xiaohua inside an illusion or real? If he's real, who am I? Could it be that the entire Star Moon Palace is an illusion? Or maybe the Star Moon Palace is real, and we are illusions? Xiaohua's thoughts had turned several times when he saw the second Xiaohua. Now, he repeatedly thought about it, but the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. The Star Moon Palace seemed to be huge and the palaces inside seemed to be endless. However, Xiaohua could only wander around a few hundred palaces and could not really go deeper. Moreover, the Star Moon Palace was definitely not like what Dou Shanjun and Zhu Qing had said. There were many opportunities inside. At that moment, in Xiaohua's eyes, the Star Moon Palace was a slaughterhouse. There were no opportunities to speak of. He had an impulse to escape the Star Moon Palace. However, Xiaohua also understood that if he wanted to leave the Star Moon Palace, he could only go through the palace door from before. In front of the palace door was turbulence. He could only rely on the huge rock to leave. The huge rock had disappeared after he and the second Xiaohua had entered. It was impossible for him to leave the Star Moon Palace. Xiaohua even suspected that the huge rock was an illusion. As long as he stepped on the huge rock, he would definitely fall into the turbulence. The demonic emperor would not give him this chance. How can I find the demonic emperor? How can I walk out of the Star Moon Palace? Xiaohua frowned as he shuttled through the palaces. Suddenly, the cloaked demonic emperor's words appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Kill them, kill them. Only by killing them will you be able to leave this place, Tisk. Xiaohua curled his lips and sneered. This demonic emperor, even in death, he did not forget to set a trap for me. As Xiaohua thought, he crashed into a palace like a headless fly. Just as he stepped into the palace, he immediately heard a familiar voice. This is too strange. What kind of statue is this? It looks like the bones of a celestial being. Wasn't this what Xiaohua with the phoenix body had said when he saw the statue in A71? Xiaohua raised his head and looked over. Sure enough, he saw the second Xiaohua with the phoenix body and the others surrounding the three-sided statue. The second Xiaohua was also about to raise his hand to take the spirit fruit. Not good. Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head and saw that the mirror on the stone wall was precisely his own reflection. Without thinking, he quickly retreated. Although the pain in his chest made him grimace, he did not dare to stay in this palace for a moment longer. Who? Sure enough, just as Xiaohua retreated from the A71, the second Xiaohua's berating voice had already sounded. Strange. Xiaohua somewhat realized that something was wrong. Could it be that everything that I encountered earlier, hiss? Suddenly, goosebumps appeared all over Xiaohua's body. Could it be that before I came in, there was already another Xiaohua who came in? No, that's impossible. Soon after, Xiaohua denied it again. When I chased the demonic emperor to this place, I immediately saw the Star Moon Palace. There can't be another Xiaohua in front of me. What came after, must be an illusion. Xiaohua rushed past several palaces and gradually calmed down. Seeing a seven-colored palace door in front of him, he knew that the corridor of the Star Moon Palace was outside. He breathed a sigh of relief and walked out. The corridor was as calm as before. The turbulence outside the Star Moon Palace was similarly chaotic. Streams of unknown countercurrents tangled together, producing sparks the size of a thumb. These sparks were like candlelight bursting. The power contained within immediately bombarded the turbulence, creating a huge whirlpool. Damn it, this turbulence is so powerful. I reckon that even the demonic emperor won't be able to survive after falling in. Xiaohua pinched his chin and sneered. At this moment, footsteps came from the corridor in the distance. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly raised his head. He saw the bone-honing Xiaohua appear at the end of the corridor, full of vigilance. Damn it! Xiaohua seemed to be used to vulgarities. He cursed and prepared to dodge. However, after running a few steps, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He stopped and thought to himself, the bone-honing Xiaohua seemed to have been injured after leaving. Could it be that he was plotted against by the demonic emperor here? However, the demonic emperor has already been killed by me. He probably won't be in any trouble anymore, right? Fellow Taoist, you're quite fast. How did you get here so quickly? In such a short time, the bone-honing Xiaohua actually saw Xiaohua. He raised his hand and beckoned to Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled helplessly and raised his hand. I was afraid that you would encounter the demonic emperor alone, so I chased after you. However, fellow Taoist, you know that I get lost easily. See, I actually came out from this palace door. Fortunately, I met you, otherwise, as he spoke, the bone-honing Xiaohua was already close. He raised his head and looked at the stairs not far away. This seems to lead to the second level of the Star Moon Palace. I wonder what it's like there. Let's not go now. Xiaohua's gaze also fell on the stairs. He shook his head and said, the demonic emperor is in the Star Moon Palace. Let's go together, Wu. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, the bone-honing Xiaohua's fist appeared out of nowhere and smashed toward Xiaohua's chest. He still shouted, Demonic Emperor, do you think I can't recognize you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Even if you want to transform into Xiaohua, can't you show some professionalism? Is Xiaohua as blood-stained and bitter as you? Chapter 41-14. Xiaohua was used to being alarmed in Star Moon Palace, so he had long been on guard. Although he did not expect Honed Bones Xiaohua's sneak attack, he still easily received it. He had already fought with Honed Bones Xiaohua once before, so he was now quite familiar with it. With a push of his palm, he blocked Honed Bones Xiaohua's fist. However, the huge impact still caused intense pain in Xiaohua's chest. Xiaohua had no choice but to dodge as he shouted, Fellow Honed Bones Xiaohua, please listen to this poor Taoist's explanation. You are right. This poor Taoist is not Xiaohua in A71. Furthermore, that Xiaohua is still in A71. However, I am indeed Xiaohua, the Xiaohua who came in earlier. You are I's doppelganger, so don't worry, I will definitely not hurt you. What I want to say is that the bone-honing fellow Taoist who let you in earlier has been killed by the Demon Emperor. I don't know how he was killed, but there are two things that I can be sure of. First, the Demon Emperor attacked and seriously injured the bone-honing fellow Taoist near this corridor. You must be careful. Second, the Demon Emperor has already been killed by I, so you shouldn't be injured anymore. How can I believe the Demon Emperor's words? The bone-honing Xiaohua laughed. Aren't you trying to cover it up? Are you trying to make I lower my guard? Wu. As he spoke, the bone-honing Xiaohua's long leg kicked fiercely, smashing towards Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua knew that any explanation would be useless at this time, so he simply did not say anything. The bone-honing Xiaohua's attack was full of wind. Xiaohua raised his hands, wanting to block the attack, but there was a sharp pain in his sternum. He could only dodge and sweep his leg to the other leg of the bone-honing Xiaohua. Boom! The bone-honing Xiaohua's strength was not as good as Xiaohua's, so he was immediately knocked down by Xiaohua and fell towards the stone wall of the Star Moon Palace. Bone-honing fellow Taoist. Xiaohua jumped up from the ground and said, I won't say much to you, just watch, Before Xiaohua could finish speaking, the bone-honing Xiaohua screamed. Xiaohua was shocked. When his gaze fell on Xiaohua's body, his face turned pale again. Although Xiaohua did not kill or even hurt bone-honing Xiaohua's heart, his kick had knocked bone-honing Xiaohua down. Bone-honing Xiaohua had landed on the protective spikes on the stone wall of the Star Moon Palace. Several spikes had pierced bone-honing Xiaohua's back, piercing deep into his heart and lungs. This. Xiaohua was completely dumbfounded. He hurriedly rushed over and helped Xiaohua up. He anxiously said, I didn't want to hurt you, but you forced I too much. It would have been better if Xiaohua had not helped bone-honing Xiaohua up. As soon as he helped him up, blood gushed out. Not only did it soak bone-honing Xiaohua's body, but even Xiaohua's own Taoist robe was stained with more blood. Boom! Unfortunately, bone-honing Xiaohua did not listen to Xiaohua's explanation. He raised his hand and struck Xiaohua's neck again. Xiaohua had no choice but to let go of bone-honing Xiaohua. Bone-honing Xiaohua glared fiercely at Xiaohua as if he wanted to eat him. Xiaohua stood in place and watched bone-honing Xiaohua stagger away. He shouted, "Fellow Taoist, I am indeed not the Devil Emperor, Sai, what's the use of explaining now?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and watched bone-honing Xiaohua disappear at the palace door. He then looked at the blood dripping in the corridor and thought to himself, all words are useless. It's better to think of a way to stop this illusion. After saying that, Xiaohua turned around and came to the front of the stairs. However, when he looked at the stairs leading to the second floor of Star Moon Palace, an indescribable sense of danger came from the second floor of Star Moon Palace. Xiaohua stood there hesitantly and did not dare to go up for a long time. After all, he was empty-handed and was seriously injured. That's right, there seems to be a sword embryo inside the palace hall of A288. Xiaohua suddenly thought of the furnace inside the palace hall from before. He took a glance at the unpredictable steps, then hastily rushed into the palace hall. Looking for A288 is not particularly difficult. When Xiaohua rushed into the hall, he was stunned again. He saw that on top of the furnace, in addition to the sword embryo, there was also a crossbow. The crossbow was flickering with a dark luster just like the sword embryo. Next to the crossbow, there was also a small box with more than 10 small arrows inside. Huh! When did the crossbow come? Xiaohua was slightly stunned and hurriedly looked at the ground. However, he saw that on the ground, the blood stain was still there. It did not seem to have changed. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the sword embryo and the crossbow. He almost did not hesitate and took down the crossbow and the small box. After all, the power of the crossbow was still fresh in his memory. Putting the small box in his arms, he took out a small arrow and put it into the crossbow. Xiaohua held the crossbow in his left hand and walked out of the palace with his chest puffed out. However, when he passed through a few palaces, his heart was moved again. He thought to himself, if this is an illusion, then I should think about how to break the illusion. However, how should I do it? Killing these doppelgangers and even myself should be the most decisive method. However, what if I mess up what happened before? That's right. Previously, this Xiao encountered the bone-tempering Xiaohua in statue A71 and competed with him. If this Xiao were to go over now and disrupt their competition, then, wouldn't this illusion be broken? Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly turned back. He abandoned the plan to go to the second floor of Star Moon Palace and hurriedly rushed to A271. As expected, when Xiaohua chased down, the injured bone-honing Xiaohua had not yet entered A271. Seeing Xiaohua come over with the crossbow, although his body was already unable to balance, he was still frightened and raised his hand to guard. Xiaohua said indifferently, "Bone-honing fellow Taoist, don't worry. I will definitely not hurt you. What happened before was only a misunderstanding. Follow I in." Bone-honing Xiaohua slowly entered A271. At this time, the second Xiaohua was in a daze in front of the statue. Hearing the sound, he hurriedly turned his head. Seeing that it was the bone-honing Xiaohua, he hurriedly rushed over. However, he only took a few steps before his face turned pale with shock. He stood there, thinking that Xiaohua had already walked into the palace with the crossbow in his hand. You. The second Xiaohua looked at Xiaohua, then looked at the bone-honing Xiaohua. He was shocked at first, then he shouted, "You are the Devil Emperor. Damned Devil Emperor, you, injured bone-honing fellow Taoist." Xiaohua's heart turned cold. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. The crossbow in his left hand trembled slightly, almost shooting the black arrow. However, he still endured it and said word by word, "This poor Taoist is the real Xiaohua. I want to ask you whether you are the Devil Emperor or not. However, this Xiao can't tell whether this is an illusion or not, and also can't tell who you are. However, for safety's sake, this Xiao wants to use some methods to break this illusion. Therefore, I won't hide it from you. Although I really want to kill you, I am still willing to let you go. The second Xiaohua looked at the Xiaohua that looked exactly like him. His eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. However, facing the crossbow, facing a weapon that could kill him at any time, he nodded slightly. He calmly looked at Xiaohua, then looked at the bone-honing Xiaohua, and said, "Okay. Although I know that I am the real Xiaohua, since fellow Taoist said so, then I will leave. However, bone-honing fellow Taoist is already injured. I ask fellow Taoist to let him rest here. This Xiao knows. You quickly, leave." Xiaohua coldly swung the crossbow. He was extremely disgusted by the tone of this illusion that claimed to be Xiaohua. If it wasn't because he wanted to try it out, Xiaohua almost wanted to nail him to death here. After all, this illusion might be an incarnation of the Devil Emperor that might not have fallen. The second Xiaohua nodded towards the bone-honing Xiaohua, and left from the other palace door without hesitation. Xiaohua said to the bone-honing Xiaohua, "Fellow Taoist, go rest beside the statue. After I break the illusion, we will leave together." The bone-honing Xiaohua nodded slightly. He staggered to the side of the statue, and slowly sat down. However, in merely a moment, he lay on the ground again. Blood flowed from his body, and his eyes were still open. Just like the previous bone-honing Xiaohua, he was still staring at the statue on three sides. Xiaohua, who had already turned around and rushed out of the palace door, didn't notice this. He was still thinking about how to break the illusion. He held the crossbow and rushed towards the first palace door because he clearly knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the phoenix body Xiaohua and the devil spirit Xiaohua would definitely be killed by the cloaked devil emperor there. Sure enough, when Xiaohua rushed into the first palace door, the phoenix body Xiaohua and the devil spirit Xiaohua were squatting on the high platform, surrounding the already dead dragon vein Xiaohua. Before Xiaohua could get close, the devil spirit Xiaohua jumped up and kicked at Xiaohua. He said fiercely, "Motherfucker, you still dare to ask me what happened? Weren't you the one who killed fellow Taoist Long Mai? Weren't we also asked to come here by you? What are you pretending for?" Unfortunately, this time, Xiaohua didn't waste his breath on him. His figure flashed slightly, and he berated, "Scram to the side." That was the incarnation of the Devil Emperor just now. It has nothing to do with I. As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his eyes and stared at the pavilion on the second floor of the Star Moon Palace, waiting for the appearance of the cloaked Devil Emperor. What did you say? The Devil Emperor can still transform in this Star Moon Palace? The Devil Spirit Xiaohua was somewhat dumbfounded. At this moment, a black shadow flashed on the second floor of the pavilion. Xiaohua shook his hand without hesitation. Boom! A rumbling sound was heard, and the black arrow on the crossbow shot out. Pa! The black arrow hit the black shadow's left arm. The black shadow shook violently, and the black arrow pierced through the black shadow's body and nailed it to the stone wall. However, in merely a moment, another crossbow escaped from the second floor of the pavilion. Xiaohua was frightened out of his wits and he hastily shouted, "Fellow Taoists, quickly dodge." Boom! A huge tremor sounded, and a black light flashed by. It brushed past the face of the phoenix body Xiaohua and hit the high platform. The small arrow buzzed, and a trace of blood appeared on the face of the phoenix body Xiaohua. "Let's go." Xiaohua didn't hesitate at all. He jumped up from the ground and rushed out of the palace. The phoenix body Xiaohua and the devil spirit Xiaohua also dispelled their suspicions and hastily chased after him. Xiaohua brought the two of them around a few palaces, looked around, and berated, "Did you see that? Just now, it wasn't I who attacked, it was the Devil Emperor. Do you understand? You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.